I traveled to the Douqi Continent. My father is a 2-star Dou Wang and was the supreme ruler of the Hao Clan. My mother is also in 6-star Dou Ling. I was the sole male descendant of his, the main branch of the Hao Clan and thus the future patriarch. The most awesome thing was that my grandfather was an 8-star Dou Huang expert and one of the powerhouses of the Jia Ma Empire. My grandma was also very strong, being a peak 9-star Dou Ling expert. My powerful background, and also I received 3 wish from God. I am become a one of the genius in Douqi Continent. Chapter 1 to 3 Wish in the start. Hao Shen was currently speaking while drinking tea together with an old man. He just died some hours before and met this old man. The old man presented himself as a reincarnation god and told him that he could go to the world of his choice and that he would grant him 3 wish and background in this world. Since then Hao Shen was thinking about what to do. In his life on earth, he was an orphan. He lived his life as a nobody but didn't feel sad about it now that he died. He had one hobby and that was to read novels. His favorite novel was Battle Through the Heavens, so he chooses to be reborn there. He then started thinking again for some time and finally decided on his 3 wish. He would ask for the knowledge of alchemy from rank 1 to rank 10, for supreme alchemy talent Dou Qi type soul strength, and a Dou method that can evolve from Huang mid-level to Tian peak level. All time he had a breakthrough in another big realm. After he made up his mind, he stood up and said to the god, I want to be reborn in Battle Through the Heavens as the young master of the Hao Clan of the Hao Clan's town in the Jia Ma Empire the same year as Xiaoyan. I also want to have an ancestor who once reached the Dou Di realm and left his legacy that only someone of his bloodline can get. Okay, no problem for this part of your reincarnation. Now tell me, what do you wish for? I want to get all the knowledge of alchemy from rank 1 to rank 10, pill formula, how to break through, etc. I want to have supreme alchemy talent Dou Qi type affinity, soul strength, and I want a Dou method that can evolve from Huang mid-level to Tian peak level. All the time he had a breakthrough in another big realm. The method has to give me a deep foundation in my training. It shall be done. You'll receive the Dou method once you have your breakthrough and become a Dou J. See you at your next life. I hope it will not be too soon, little guy. Suddenly Hao Shen lost consciousness and his soul started to disappear from the place he was in previously. When he opened his eyes he suddenly felt a little pain and started crying since it was the first time this body opened his eyes. After he took a little time to accommodate to the light he stopped crying and looked around him. He was being held by an old woman. He looked around him and saw a beautiful woman in her late 20s. He felt an intimate connection which came from his bloodline to this lady, which told him that it was his mother. He was given to the lady because the old woman went out to call the rest of his family. As he was in the embrace of his mother, she looked at him with a look filled with love. This was the first time he felt this kind of gaze since he was an orphan in his last life, so he felt a little bit strange but very happy. It has to be said that his soul fused with the soul of the little guy, so he was feeling a lot younger than his previous 20 years old. He would at the most pass for a mature kid, but he retained the memory of his past life. At this moment the door suddenly opened and a man in his 30s arrived inside the room, followed by a little girl of 3 or 4 years old. Hao Shen felt the same link between him and this man and the little girl, and the link he had with his mother, so he supposed them to be his father and big sister. The man arrived near the bed and looked at the woman dearly. She passed Hao Shen to him. As he was carried by this man, Hao Shen felt very secure, so he was very relaxed. What will be his name? Hao Tian asked his mother. He will be named Hao Shen, replied his father while looking at him. His father then gazed at his mother and their eyes were filled with love for him. Just at this moment the little girl spoke. Daddy, Mommy, let me hold him, complained the little girl, but was quickly rebuked by her parents. As she was about to cry, Hao Shen extended his arm towards her and grabbed her finger, and thanks to that she stopped complaining and beamed a smile as she started playing with him. Hao Shen felt sleepy since he was just a baby, so he closed his eyes as he falls asleep. While he was sleeping, information about rank 1 alchemist began to integrate slowly in his soul, but he didn't remark a thing as he was too deeply asleep. His life was pretty banal for the next years. He learned that his town was situated near the border of the magical Beast Mountain, that his father Hao Tian was the patriarch of the family and had a cultivation of 2-star Dou Wang and was the supreme ruler of the clan. His mother Hao Shui was also an expert 6-star Dou Ling. They had 2 children together, his big sister Hao Jin Jing and him. He was the sole male descendant of his, the main branch of the Hao clan and thus the future patriarch. The most awesome thing was that his grandfather was an 8-star Dou Huang expert and one of the powerhouses of the Jia Ma Empire. His grandma was also very strong, being a peak 9-star Dou Ling expert. He has seen that the clan didn't have any internal conflict through the year and was rather happy about it. there was evidently rivalry between the member, but the clan was very protective of their own. His big sister was 2 years older than him, so when he was 2 years old, she began to cultivate and was considered a super genius who would reach the peak Douqi at 10 or 11 years old and would have a big chance to enlist in the Jiannan Academy and become a powerhouse. As he was the last child of the main branch, he was doted the most by his grandfather and his grandmother, so he lived a happy life. He had already understood how to become a rank 1 receptarier 3 months after his birth, so he was not worried about what was to come after he became 4 years old and started training. He was also considered as a genius since he could walk and speak very young. This made everyone in the clan very happy. When he was free, he would make a plan for his future training and he spent the rest of the time with his family. After waiting for 4 years, it was finally time to start his training. Today was his 4th birthday. Chapter 2 Birthday, Start of the Training. Today was finally his 4th birthday. After today he would be able to start his Douqi training. He had come to this world 4 years ago. He lived a very happy life, but his ultimate goal was to reach the legendary Dou Di and then ascend to the next realm and form his own influence up there. The preparation of his birthday was handled by his mother and his grandmother. His grandfather had come back especially for this day. His father was occupied by the paperwork that came with his position as a patriarch, and his sister was training like crazy since the past week, since she would break through the 4-star Douqi, which was pretty incredible since she was just 6 years old. Even his grandfather was surprised by the speed of her practice. It had to be known that his grandfather, who was considered as having the most talent in the last 200 years in the clan, was 7 years old when he broke through the 4-star Douqi. The clan was brimming with joy and the atmosphere of the whole town was the same. It had to be known that with the backing of his grandfather, his clan was one of the most powerful clan in the Jia Ma Empire, so a lot of guests would be coming to his birthday celebration. Hao Shen had the mentality of a 8 to 9 years old kid actually, so he was very excited to celebrate his birthday. He was actually meditating in his room about alchemy knowledge and how he will train after today. He decided that he won't use any medicine for the Douqi realm to create a natural foundation for his body and will permit him to go higher with his cultivation with less bottleneck. After making his training plan, he was called by a maid who was standing outside of his pavilion. "Young master, old master and master wish for you to go to the main hall," she said with her head lowered. "All right, you can go. I will go see father and grandfather." "Yes, young master." After replying, the maid left. "I wonder why father and grandfather wish to see me." As he was thinking, he already began to walk towards the main hall. The Hao clan estate was very big, but the main hall was less than 2 li, 1 li equals 0.5 kilometers, away, so it didn't take him too long to reach it. When he entered the hall, he was surprised to see it empty. There was no one aside from his father and grandfather. Their eyes rested on him when he walked in. They were filled with care. He was very liked by everyone as he was very smart for his age. "Shen'er, come see grandpa," said his grandfather with a warm smile. Hao Shen went to his grandfather, who picked him up and sat him on his lap. "So Shen'er, are you ready to start your training tomorrow?" asked his father. "Yes, I wanted to start training before, but I was too young, so I'll definitely do my best tomorrow." "Good, tomorrow I'll supervise your training so that you do it correctly." This was his grandfather who said that. Hao Shen was very happy since his grandfather was already a Dou Huang, so he could help him train correctly. His grandfather Hao Lei was a 9-star Dou Huang. He just broke through a year ago, but he was not very old compared to his strength. He was 52 years old this year. He had hope of breaking through Dou Zong in the next 3 years with his talent. He would become the youngest Dou Zong in the Jia Ma Empire and their clan would become an overlord. Time passed quickly, and when the evening started, the main hall was full of people who came to felicitate Hao Shen for his birthday. They brought massive amount of gift and went back to the back to let other people pass. He was standing next to his father on the stage. His grandfather was seated with some old friend at the center of the room. These old monster were all minimum Dou Wang. Hao Shen recognized Hai Po Dong, who was a great friend of his grandfather. He also recognized Jia Xingtian, the grandfather of the emperor of the Jia Ma Empire. A lot of other clan came to celebrate his birthday, but he didn't notice anyone worth remembering. There were basically no one of his generation as they were busy training, so the birthday celebration finished pretty quickly. After he managed to leave the celebration, he returned to his bedroom and slept like a log till the next morning. At dawn he was already awake stretching. He was very excited as it was his first day of training, so he rushed to the training ground of the clan. There was actually no one present except for his grandfather, who seemed to wait for him. "Grandfather," I'm here to start training, he said as he quickly arrived at the side of his grandfather. Good, you're very early. It proved taught you are dedicated to train. His grandfather had a gratified smile as he saw his grandson this inclined toward training. They started doing simple movement. His grandfather wanted to teach him basic foundational movement before he started practicing concrete martial arts. After 3 hours of intense training, Hao Shen could be seen in horse stance dripping with sweat as his grandfather looked at him with a smile. They had finished basic training 1 age ago and his grandfather to test his willpower made him stand in horse stance the longest he could. It had already been an hour. Shen'er possess all quality to become very powerful, let's hope he has good talent. After 1 more hour he collapsed on the floor with his leg trembling, his body had dropped without his control. His grandpa was very satisfied. Go take a shower and sleep to recuperate. After that he left swiftly. The training was hard but it feel good. I think I'm already very close to become a 1-star Douqi. After a bath, he immediately went to sleep. Chapter 3 Breaking Through 2-star Douqi. When he woke up, Hao Shen was feeling empty so he went to the kitchen and took some food to eat while he went to the clan library. As he arrived in the clan library, he saluted the third elder who was in charge of guarding the library and went to see the Huang level Dou skills. As a prominent clan of the Jia Ma Empire, the Hao Clan had tons of Huang level Dou skills. He looked for the fist skill as it was the easiest to practice with his current 4-year-old body. He found 3 Dou skills that interested him. They were Boulder Crushing Fist, Metal Fist and Beginner Fist Art. Boulder Crushing Fist was a mid-level Huang Dou skill, Metal Fist a high-level one and Beginner Fist Art a low-level one, but Hao Shen was more inclined to choose the third one because he wanted to cultivate his body foundation to the peak before reaching the Doujie realm and he felt that the Beginner Fist Art would help him on the long term as he would have the foundation for each fist movement. After choosing a Fist Dou skill, he went to the Agility type Dou skills and chose once more the beginner level movement Dou skill. Once more this was a low-level Huang Dou skill. After taking the book of the Dou skills with him, he went back to his courtyard to read them. In less than 1 hour, he finished reading them and maybe thanks to his enormous soul strength he understood the basic of both of them. He began his training soon after and continued it till the night began. Just as he was finishing the last part of the fist art, he suddenly felt his body vitality augmenting. It was as if all his depleted energy had come back in his body. It was a wonderful feeling and he understood that he had broken through the 1-star Douqi realm and finally started his cultivation path. The next day, when he arrived at the training field at dawn, his grandfather noticed him and was shocked to see him already 1-star Douqi with just a day of practice. He must have learned a martial art to break through this quickly. Shen'er, you're already 1-star Douqi after only a day. You're certainly a genius, even your sister took a full week to do it. Seeing his grandpa very happy, Hao Shen the next explained him that he had picked 2 Dou skill of low-level Huang, which shocked his grandpa because he didn't think that a 4-year-old kid would think about his foundation and not choose the strongest martial skill. After that Hao Shen demonstrated his 2 skills and shocked his grandfather once more due to his mastery after only a day. His grandfather was elated and after the training finished went to see his father who happily told the news to the clan. The atmosphere of the clan once more became joyful. Comma 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 comma. 2 months passed since then and thanks to his continuous cultivation, Hao Shen was already at the peak of the 1-star Douqi realm and could break through at any moment. He had mastered his 2 Huang low-level Dou skills so it was time to go and choose more powerful one, so he went once more to the clan library. When he arrived he paid his respect to the third elder and saluted all of the other warrior present in the library. He didn't have much contact with other people of the clan since he was the sole male of his age. He went to the Huang level skills once more but this time he wanted to choose high grade 1. He read through the library and suddenly stopped at the book he had in hand. This book was a Huang peak level skill. It could even rival Zan low level skills. It was a skill that permitted to fortify the body and the foundation by external pressure. He chose to take it and left the library immediately after. Hao Shen didn't go back to his courtyard but went to the waterfall at the back of the Hao estate to observe a little and find a spot where he would be able to train his new Dou skills, the body external reforging Dou skills. The limit of this skill was that once he became a 5-star Doujie or more the results of using it would be minimal so he wanted to start practicing it as soon as he could. He found a boulder where he could sit at the edge of the waterfall and sat down a little apart from the waterfall to read the book. 2 hours after, he put the book on the floor and went to sit under the waterfall. At first the pressure was insane, he couldn't even stand straight, but when he started to use the body external reforging, he could stand the pressure. As he was under the waterfall, the effect of the skill were simply awesome. His body started to become stronger and stronger and he felt that he would soon break through the 2-star Douqi Chi. 1 hour later he heard a sudden explosion within him and felt his body refreshed. He didn't feel the same amount of pressure anymore from the waterfall. He just broke through 2-star Douqi Chi. After he calmed himself and he went out of the waterfall, he dried himself and departed the palace to return to his courtyard to sleep. On his way back, he met his sister who came running toward him. "Shanur, where have you been? I searched you everywhere," she said with a big smile. She came to brag about the fact that she broke through, was what Hao Shen tough immediately. "What is it, big sister?" he responded with a cute expression. "Ha ha ha, I just broke through this morning and wanted to share the big news with you," she said proudly. "Big sis, I broke through too, I'm already a 2-star Douqi Chi. If you don't hurry I'll catch up to you," told back Hao Shen. At this moment his big sister froze and turned around running to go back training. Chapter 4 Insane Training Speed, Little Spar. After seeing his sister, Hao Shen went back to his courtyard to sleep as he was exhausted after the harsh training he had today. As Hao Shen was resting in his bed, he was thinking about his alchemy knowledge. "I can't become an alchemist before becoming a doujie since I can't produce any dou qi flame before I start cultivating using the dou method I asked God for, and since there's no alchemist above 2nd rank in the clan I won't use any medicinal pill before I reach doujie. Thanks to that, my future cultivation would be smooth as I would have a very deep foundation." He was actually 4, so he had 11 years before the start of the main plot. If everything went well he estimated that by the time he reached 9 years old, he would already be a peak 9-star Douqi Chi and he could probably break through the doujie realm by the age of 11. After that he would go out and explore the magical beast mountain in hope to gain something and to train himself against magical beast. He would then come back for his adult ceremony and pass the recruitment of the Jia Nan Academy, but he wouldn't go there immediately. He wanted to meet Xiao Yan while he was training in the magical beast mountain. After making his plan, he drifted away sleeping till the next day. 4 months later, Hao Shen was currently training under the waterfall of the Hao Clan estate. After practicing here for 6 months he was extremely familiar with the place. Thanks to this fact, he remarked that to reach the center of the waterfall he would have to reach the peak Douqi Chi realm. Hao Shen was currently already a 3-star Douqi Chi. He broke through this level the last night and went to tell it to his father, who was once again surprised about his insane training speed. His father also told him about Xiao Yan from the Hao Clan, who was a genius recognized in the whole Jia Ma Empire because he was also at the 3-star Douqi Chi at the young age of 5. At this moment Hao Shen understood that he was born 8 months after Xiao Yan. His father asked Hao Shen if he wanted to tell other about his breakthrough, but he refused as he was still too weak to protect himself in case someone with evil intention wanted to assassinate him. After that he directly went back to the waterfall to train his dou skill. His strength was currently above the other 3-star Douqi Chi thanks to his body external reforging. The skill conferred him the strength a star above him for the moment, but once his mastery of the skill it would confer him 3-star of strength above his cultivation. This skill was abnormally powerful, but it was not very practiced by the kids as it inflicted pain, and by the time they were old enough to understand the benefits of it they were already in the late stage of the Douqi Chi rank, which mean that they would be unable to cultivate it to the peak, thus it was not a popular skill. This day he finished cultivating under the waterfall at noon. He then went to eat. After he finished eating, his father told him to go practice with the other young disciple in the training field arena. As he arrived here he could see tens of youth practicing their martial skill and some were sparring. He saw that the most talented disciple of his age group just broke through the 2-star Douqi Chi and was being fawned upon by the other. It was his cousin Hao Wei, the young master of the first branch family. His father was the blood brother of Hao Shen's father, so they were relative. As the crowd saw Hao Shen had just arrived, they looked toward him with surprised expression, as it was known that Hao Shen often trained alone. Hao Chen nodded at them and went to train on his own in a corner of the field. His cousin seeing this was surprised and went towards him. "Brother Shen, why do you stay on your own?" asked Hao Wei. "It's nothing, the people here seems to know each other, so I don't want to intrude," replied Hao Shen while smiling towards Hao Wei. Hao Wei and Hao Shen were pretty friendly to each other since they were young and were just born 10 days apart from each other. Hao Shen is the oldest. Seeing that his cousin was training alone, Hao Wei decided to stay and practice with him. After some more talk and some training, they decided to spar with each other. The idea was first proposed by Hao Wei. It made Hao Shen unable to refuse, so they went to the arena at the center of the field. Since the two of them had important position in the clan, the other youths let them pass. The crowd was excited to see the fight. The two were genius of the clan, so of course it was to be expected. The youths didn't remark that two 30-something years old men were looking at them from afar. They were the two most powerful people of the clan, Hao Tian and his little brother Hao Jian. The two of them were also excited to see the fight. Ha 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 ha, big brother, you have to be prepared, my Wei is very strong, said proudly Hao Jian. He, you will be surprised by what you will see in some moment, replied Hao Tian. As the two were speaking, Hao Shen and Hao Wei were already facing each other on the arena. The spar started as Hao Wei directly rushed to Hao Shen and delivered an round kick towards his head. The power of his 2-star Douqi Chi exploded towards Hao Shen. Unfortunately for him, the body of Hao Shen was hard as steel, so when Hao Shen blocked with his arm, he took no damage. After blocking the kick, Hao Shen gave a punch. He used the strength of a 2-star Douqi Chi towards Hao Wei's chest, and as Hao Wei blocked the strike, he slid back on 3 meters, surprised and shocked. The winner was already obvious, so the fight stopped and they saluted each other. Big brother, how come Shen'er is this strong? Asked Hao Jian, full of uncertainty. Hao Tian smiled. He had a breakthrough yesterday, and he also cultivate the body external reforging skill, so he obviously is stronger. He could even fight with someone of the 4-star Douqi Chi if he wanted to. Hao Tian was very proud of his son and how dedicated towards becoming stronger he was. After the little spar, Hao Wei and Hao Shen went back to their training spot and finished training for the day. Hao Shen then went back to the waterfall to cultivate. Should I do a time skip till peak 9-star Douqi Chi or continue with his childhood story? He will be 9 years old when he reached this stage. Chapter 5 to 9-star Douqi Chi, Luck Under the Waterfall. It was a rainy day, in the Jia Ma Empire, Hao Clan town. Hao Clan estate, near the border of the estate was a waterfall. Hao Shen was actually under the waterfall cultivating the body external reforging Dou skill. He was now 9 years old and would soon break through the 9-star Douqi Chi level. His appearance changed in the 5 years that had passed. He was taller, and his body, forged by the harsh training of his Huang high-level Dou skill, had made his body as hard as steel. He had long black hair falling all the way to the lower part of his back, and he could be considered handsome. As the hours passed, he could feel that the breakthrough was very close, but he didn't get impatient as sat under the waterfall for 3 more hours before, all of a sudden he heard an explosion coming from his body. He had finally reached it, the last stage of his training is a Douqi Chi, the 9-star Douqi Chi. He was very happy and considered himself very lucky to be born with a talent above that of Xiao Yan, who would reach this stage at the age of 10. His body foundations was extremely deep as he never used any medicine since he started training. It means that he would have no probleme to cultivate to the higher realm later on his journey. He sat 1 more hour to stabilize his cultivation, and after that he got up to move towards the center of the waterfall. As he has estimated when he was younger, he was able to go there, and to his surprise, behind the center of the waterfall, there were a little hole large enough to let a human pass. He was shocked. Did I got myself a fucking plot armor? As he shook his head, he made his way towards this hole and entered it. As expected, this was a cave. In the cave there was 6 chests, some herbs and a black ring in the center of the cave. Fucking hell, did I really got one? Hao Shen made his way towards the first chest on the left hand, inspected it. It was a black metal-like material and it didn't seem to be locked. He didn't know a thing about trap but decided to bet it all and opened it. When he did so, he quickly retreated away from the chest, but nothing happened. He went back to the chest. Inside the chest was a scroll. He took it out and began to read the content. It was a Zon low-level Dou skills, and it contained the skills, Tempest Kick, which permitted the user to kick as fast as lightning. When trained to the maximum level, it was comparable to a Zon mid-level skills, and it made the legs of the user so fast that they couldn't be seen when he kicked. Hao Shen was very happy to get a kicking skill, because in the last 5 years he had practiced the beginner skills method of kickings, sword and concealment. He didn't get any skills in the library after that, because none took his attention. Now that he had a profound kicking skills, he would be able to make full use of it to increase his personal strength. He went to the second chest and opened it. Once more there was no trap, so he estimated that there would be none in the whole cave. In the second chest was a pill. He recognized it immediately as it was the Meridian Rising pill, a rank 2 pill suitable for the Fire Douqi user, which could strengthens the Meridian's toughness below the Dou Wang realm, can completely recover damaged veins and could increase Fire-type Douqi. It was very useful for him since it could help him gain time as to not search for the ingredient to refine one by himself once he had a breakthrough to the Douji realm. Before taking it out, he went to where the ring was situated and took it, as he expected it was a storage ring, and after he bound it to himself, he was able to observe the gigantic size inside. It could be of use to him as he would be able to stock a massive amount of things inside it. The storage ring was empty. He went back and stocked the chest where the pill was conserved inside his storage ring. After this was done, he continued to open the chests one after another, but till the fourth one the only things he found was some rank 2 herbs which were useful to refine antidote or healing pill. In the fourth chest he found an herb that he was going to search for when he had his breakthrough, the fire accumulation grass. It was a rank 3 herb that grew in fire Douqi filled place. To mature it had to absorb fire Douqi for 10 years and digest it for another 10 years. After this process was over, it would bloom one petal and 10 years later would start the process once again. The number of petal was equivalent to the number of cycle accomplished. This fire accumulation grass had 10 petals, so it was extremely rare. To refine the fire boosting pill he needed a 10 petals one, which mean he was extremely lucky. He would be able to raise the purity of his fire Douqi affinity with it. The fifth chest contained a nature supporting root, which had the same cycle repetition as the fire accumulation grass. He was actually surprised since it means that he would also be able to raise the purity of his wood Douqi affinity. He was sure that the person who let these things here was an alchemist. In the last chest was a scroll. It was a Zanhai rank Dou method suited for training lightning Douqi affinity. It was named Clear Thunder and it was noted that it had the highest Douqi purity for Thunder Douqi in the Zan rank. Chapter 6: A Gift to the Clan. Hao Shen was overjoyed since he would be able to make the clan stronger. It has to be known that most of the Hao clan people had lightning Douqi affinity, and that was one of the things that had made them one of the strongest clan in the Jia Ma Empire. The problem with the lightning Douqi affinity was that it was very rare, so the Douqi method suitable for it were limited. For example, the Hao clan was the strongest lightning affinity-based clan in the Jia Ma Empire, but the strongest Douqi method of the lightning type they had was only Zan class mid-level, so even if it was the strongest Zan class mid-level Douqi method, it was a lot less powerful than the strongest Zan class Douqi method who can even approach THD class level. It was obvious that now that they had this Douqi method the clan would grow at a much faster pace. For example, Hao Shen's grandfather had reached the peak of the 9-star Dou Huang and was prepared to make a breakthrough in the next years, but since he had found this method, his grandfather would break through the Dou Zong realm this year and become the second overlord of the Jia Ma Empire. Hao Shen was aware that in the surrounding of the Jia Ma Empire this type of strength was considered the peak of power. For example, the head elder of the inner court section of the Jia Nan Academy was currently at this rank. Since his grandfather was only 56 this year, he would become the youngest Dou Zong in the surrounding of the Jia Ma Empire and would permit the clan to develop outside of it. After Hao Shen took all the chest in the cave, he started to harvest the other medicinal plant but found nothing very useful to him, so he planned to gift them to the clan. After touring the cave one last time to see if he didn't miss anything, he departed from the cave, went outside of the waterfall and departed towards the main hall of the Hao clan. At the same time, Hao clan main hall. The patriarch and the elder were currently discussing the affair of the clan and the news of the Jia Ma Empire. Patriarch, have you heard of the genius of the Shao clan? Asked an elder. Yes, he seemed to be named Shao Yan or something like that. He reached the peak 9-star Douji Qi realm at 10. He surprisingly is even more talented than Jinger. Replied the patriarch, Hao Tian. Speaking of this, how is the cultivation of nephew Shen? Asked Hao Jian. Shenur is already at the peak of the 8-star Douji Qi realm and should soon break through the 9-star. He is at least as talented as the brat from the Shao clan. Replied proudly Hao Tian. At this the elder of the clan started discussing again excitedly. At this time a steward came in. Patriarch, elders, the young master want to enter the hall to discuss about something with you. He said politely. Surprised Hao Tian replied, ask him to come in. The steward bowed respectfully and went out. Hao Tian was extremely respected in the Hao clan as he was already at the peak of the Dou Wang realm and would soon break through to the Dou Huang realm and become another powerhouse of the Jia Ma Empire. After less than 10 minutes, the steward came back in company of Hao Shen. Once he brought Hao Shen here, he bowed and went out of the hall once more. "Father, elders," said respectfully Hao Shen. "Shen'er, I heard you wanted to talk to us," asked curiously Hao Tian. "Yes, father, I bring good news." "What news?" "Father, I just had a breakthrough to the 9-star Douqi Chi realm, so I wanted to tell you the good news," replied Hao Shen excitedly. The hall suddenly went silent. The shock that the elders of the clan felt at this moment was incomparable. It had to be known that the number one genius in the clan, Hao Jinjing, the big sister of Hao Shen, had reached the 9-star Douqi Chi realm. Xianxia was 11 and it was a sensation though the Jia Ma Empire. The same year, the Shao clan young master Shao Yan reached the Smae realm at the age of 10 and now, Hao Shen reached it 4 months after his 9th birthday. It was a shocking news. "Ha ha ha ha, the young generations will surpass the old," exclaimed Hao Tian. He was very proud of Hao Jinjing and Hao Shen as they were genius of the empire. They were destined to become very strong, even stronger than the Hao clan old patriarch Hao Lei. After some times the laughs in the all stopped. "Father, I have another good news," said Hao Shen. "What is it, Shen'er?" replied Hao Tian. "I've found an inheritance site and I got a Zon class lightning affinity top level Do Chi method who is said to be comparable to some weak D class method," exclaimed Hao Shen. "Quote. Can you repeat what you just said? I don't think I heard you correctly," said Hao Tian calmly. "As I said, father, I got a Zon class lightning affinity top level Do Chi method." At this time all the sound in the hall stopped. "What?" all the elders and the patriarch shouted out at the same time. After some time they recollected their spirit and Hao Shen went towards his father and gave him the scroll where the Do Chi method was recorded. Hao Tian opened the scroll and started to read it. His expressions alterned between shock and joy as he finished reading it. "It's truly a Do Chi method of the lightning affinity. What's more, it's said to be the best Zon rank Do Chi method," told a shocked Hao Tian. At this moment the rest of the elders couldn't help but to exclaim in joy that the clan will rise. Hao Shen then poured the resources he didn't have use for out of his storage ring and gave them to his father, who joyfully accepted them and told him that he would store them later. After all this ended, the news spread to the rest of the clan and joy ensued. Hao Shen even heard that his grandfather was rushing back to the clan. Another day ended and Hao Shen went back to his courtyard to sleep. "If I can, I'll do another chapter today, but not sure to be able to. If you have any idea for a name for his fire chi method, tell me." Chapter 7 Grandfather Breakthrough, Rise of the Clan. 1 week after he gave the Do Chi method to his father, his grandfather came home. He had rushed home from the capital of the Jia Ma Empire where he was spending time with his god friend Hai Bo Dong. Once he arrived back home he rushed to see Hao Shen's father, who explained him the situations. You're saying that Shen'er has already reached the 9-star Douqi Chi realm at the age of 9. Yes, father, I was as shocked as you when I saw this, replied Hao Tian. Ha 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 ha, this little guy is good. Aside from being a super genius, he is very lucky, but I still can't believe that an inheritance ground was hiding just under our eyes at the back of our estate. What's more, this inheritance is what will make us rise above the rest in the Jia Ma Empire. Hao Lei was filled with joy as his dream of youth will finally become true. He will finally become a Dou Zong, and since he was relatively young, he had the chance to even become a Dou Zun after that to become the overlord of the whole zone surrounding the Jia Ma Empire. Hao Lei was the top genius of the Hao clan 2 generations before. He was deemed as the most talented person in the last 200 years. He started training at the age of 4, he arrived at the peak of the Douqi Chi realm at the age of 11. Became a Doujie at the age of 15, he then began to travel around the Jia Ma Empire and become more and more powerful. At 19 he became a Dou Shi, at 25 a Da Dou Shi. At this time he already began to be known as an expert of the younger generation. When he became 27, because of a fortunate encounter, he became a 7-star Dou Ling from a 7-star Da Dou Shi. At 35 he was already a Dou Wang, and 7 years later at the young age of 42 he became a Dou Huang. Thus he became a powerhouse of the empire and the youngest Dou Huang to exist in it. Since then he had continued to practice, and finally after 15 years, he would break through in the Dou Zong realm. He was so excited that after he got his hands on Clear Thunder he didn't even go to see his wife and directly went into closed cultivation, saying that it would take him less than 6 months to break through. Learning of this, the whole clan began a period of excitement and the message spread across the whole Jia Ma Empire: a new overlord would be born in the Hao clan. The whole empire was sent into a frenzy because of this news. It was said that even Yunshan came out of his closed-door cultivation to arrange the things in his sect. As the news spread, Hao Lei became the role model of a lot of people, thus increasing the popularity of the Hao clan by an enormous amount. At the same moment, the news about Hao Shen and Hao Jin Jing cultivations was also spread and become another hot topics. The Hao clan became known as a clan filled with prodigy. There were of course tons of ill-intentioned people trying different things to weaken the Hao clan, but they didn't dare to go overboard since they knew the large amounts of friends Hao Lei had made during his travels. The news about Hao Shen was without a doubt the most spoken of. People speak of the two geniuses of the Jia Ma Empire, they Hao Shen and Xiao Yan, who were born the same year and already reached the 9-star Douqi realm. This made a lot of people incredibly excited because the two of them could cause the Jia Ma Empire to rise above the other factions surrounding it. Another news which caused shock across the whole empire was the disappearance of the Ice Emperor Hai Bo Dong without a trace. This news sent the Mitre family in a frenzy. The biggest support they had just disappeared without a trace. 4 months after these events, an enormous pressure suddenly covered the Hao clan estate but disappeared just as soon as it came. Grandfather seems to have succeeded Hao Shen happily. The moment the pressure disappeared, the whole clan was sent into a frenzy. Every member of the clan rushed to the main hall to congratulate the old master. At the same time, Yunshan disappeared from the Yun Lan sect and arrived at the Hao clan estate. All the Dou Huang expert of the kingdom moved after having sensed the reaction caused by the breakthrough and went towards the Hao clan to offer their congratulations. Hao Lei went out of his meditation room and teleported in the sky at the same moment to meet with Yunshan. To think the young brat from back then already reached this level, said Yunshan with a serious expression. Hee, you old things took many more than 100 years to reach the point you're at, so I understand that you're quite mad about it, replied jokingly Hao Lei. Hao Lei and Yunshan always disliked each other. They were not enemies, but cretinely not friends either. To Hao Lei's surprise, he discovered that Yunshan had actually already become a 2-star Dou Zong and was thus stronger than him. Well then, congratulations young brat. After saying this, Yunshan disappeared and went back to the Yun Lan sect. Phew. This old thing is still as sinister. After this little encounter between the two overlords of the Jia Ma Empire, the congratulations party started and all the influential and powerful Dou Huang of the Jia Ma Empire came to congratulate the old master. Chapter 8: Brother and Sister Breakthrough. Since the breakthrough of his grandfather to the Dou Zong realm, a year passed. Hao Shen was now 10 years old and had reached the peak of the Douqi realm and would break through in another year or so. It was at this time that the Jia Ma Empire received a surprising news. The young genius of the Shao clan Xiao Yan lost all his cultivation and was unable to accumulate Douqi anymore. The fall of this genius made great disturbance because many people liked to talk about this sort of things. When he heard this, Hao Shen chuckled. Seems that the track of the story was not disturbed. Thanks to his grandfather breakthrough, many people of the clan were motivated to cultivate, thus a lot of breakthrough happened one after another. Hao Shen's father Hao Tian broke through the Dou Huang realm at the age of 40, his mother reached the 3-star Dou Wang realm and his grandmother the 5-star Dou Huang realm. The elders of the clan promoted their cultivation by 1 star and his uncle the first side branch head elder become a peak Dou Wang expert. The younger generations was also motivated and most of the children started to train very seriously, which made the elders very happy. Hao Shen was still cultivating under the center of the waterfall. His body allowed him to fight with opponent of the 2-star Dou J realm equal to equal, and he also started cultivating the Tempest Kick. Since it was a Zon class Dou skill, the time needed to cultivate it was longer, but in consequence it was very powerful. 8 months later, Hao Shen turned 11 some months ago and his sister turned 14 in the last months. The two of them were at the very peak of the Douqi realm and could break through at any moment. The third most powerful person of the younger generation was Hao Wei, who was a 7-star Douqi at the age of 10. It was considered pretty good, and he was also a very talented kid of the Jia Ma Empire. Hao Shen was sitting under the waterfall circulating the body external reforging skill to the extreme, and under this conditions he was sure that he could break through the Dou J realm today. If I can endure 3 more hours, the damage done to my body should suffice to propulse me directly through the bottleneck of the Doujie realm. Hao Shen was very excited about this, because once he became a Doujie, it would be the true start of his cultivation. A Douji Qi realm practitioner was not considered a true practitioner because he couldn't use his Qi externally. When Hao Shen become a Doujie, he will receive the cultivation method he wished for, thus beginning his alchemy path. Alchemy had piqued his curiosity since he was young, and he was extremely excited at the idea of being able to practice it. In the Douqi Continent, alchemist was the most respected profession and was way above the fighter of the same rank. A rank 9 alchemist like Yao Lao could cover the sky with one of his word. The problem he faced was the fact that the Hun clan of the 8 ancient clan was the one after him. If not, he wouldn't have died once. Becoming an alchemist would also allow his clan to grow stronger, since he would be able to concoct everything that had existed or was going to exist. He had absolute knowledge of alchemy. 3 hours later, a big explosion resonated inside of his body. It was as if a volcano erupted inside of him. His Douqi surged wave after wave inside of his body, strengthening his bones, muscle and every fibers of his body. His Douqi was purified and become more dense and more potent. He could also feel that he could control it much better, but since he didn't have a Douqi method, he was unable to move his Douqi out of his body. I did it, I'm finally a true practitioner, Hao Shen said while clenching his fist. He wanted his family to know, so after calming down he went to the Hao Clan estate main hall where his father and grandfather were actually. On the path towards the main hall he met his sister. Ha ha ha, little Shen, it seems that your big sister is really the best. I already became a Doujie and surpassed you. As proud as a peacock was singing while walking with Hao Shen. But big sister, I also just had my breakthrough, said Hao Shen innocently. What? It's true, I had my breakthrough just 10 minutes ago. After hearing the true, Hao Jing was depressed but soon came back to normal. When the two of them arrived in the hall, their father and grandfather were present chatting about some issues. Shen'er, Jinger, why have you come? Gently asked their father. Did you two have a fight? This time it was the grandfather. No, we just came to tell you that we already had our breakthrough and became Doujie. Now in the next recruitment of the Jiannan Academy we will be able to go there to cultivate so that we can become stronger. As Hao Jing said this, Hao Tian and Hao Lei stared speechless at the two youngsters. I don't even know what to say anymore, but this is good news, congratulations, sighed happily their father. The four people chatted for a while longer before separating. The father-son duo were still in the main hall. Father, I think the future of the clan is now assured, said Hao Tian. Yes, you did a good job, Tianer. The duo then left towards the Hao family main mansion. This concludes the first part of the first arc. Chapter 9, Growth Fire Type Douqi Method, Star Fire Revolution Mantra. When Hao Shen arrived back in his room, he directly went to sleep to receive the memory of the Fire Douqi Method. With this Douqi method, as Fire Douqi will increase in power and purity proportionally to his strength, his foundation would be deeper than his peer in the Soul Douqi method, which will rivalize with his Wood Beta Flame mantra, as in terms of potential they were the same. He went to sleep and had a dream. In this dream he was traveling through space Kachikli. He saw countless worlds and countless stars. Among all of the stars he was stopped before the most mysterious. This star radiated an aura of nobility. Like a dragon born among the men, this star was solitary and above all the others. The heat of this star was not the strongest, but the potential that could be felt in it was boundless. It seemed as if the entire universe would be covered by its might when it'll reach the peak of his power. After flying around the star for a while, his body and the star started to fuse and blend together. At this moment a mystical mantra imprinted itself in his mind like it had always been there. Hao Shen suddenly woke up shocked about the dream that he just experienced. The dream seemed so true that he wouldn't be shocked that somewhere in the boundless space above him, this star existed hand was slowly gathering her power so that one day it could give birth to a consciousness and began its rule above all. The things that he didn't know was that the moment his soul fused with the essence of the star, the being that was supposed to be born would never see the light, as the nobility of the star was absorbed by the soul of Hao Shen. The Fire Douqi method he received was called Star Fire Revolution Mantra. It had the ability to make his own Douqi flame stronger with the help of the stars. The more energy of the stars he absorbed, the more his flame would become potent. The thing was that he couldn't absorb this energy without limit, as the level of the Douqi method was too low. Being currently only a Huang class medium rank Douqi method, he had a limit to the amount of star energy he absorbed. The things that excited him the most was the fact that once he became a Douqi, the Douqi method would become a Huang class high rank method and would double the amount he was able to store. The same would be done for all rank increase, but a rank increase would increase the energy he would be able to stock by much more. After washing up and dressing himself, he decided to found a new spot to cultivate. To the east of the Hao Clan estate was a mountain. The summit was very high and he wanted to go cultivate up there. He started to walk towards the summit and arrived at his destination before the sun had even began to rise. Once he arrived up there, he sat cross-legged, calming his mind to prepare himself to cultivate real Douqi for the first time. 1 hour later, the sun began to rise and he immediately activated the Starfire Revolution mantra. The surrounding flame Douqi began to gather around him, and as he was at the highest place in the surrounding hundreds li, he absorbed the energy from his surrounding at an extremely fast pace. 3 hours later, he stood up. With this one cultivation session he was able to become a true Doujie. He was now able to make a flame of Douqi naturally. His flame was light yellow in color, which signified that he was cultivating a Huang class medium rank Douqi method. The Huang class method were the most appropriate to cultivate as a Doujie. It allowed the user to have a strong foundation without any risk. Hao Shen continued to cultivate till the night fell. At this point the fire Douqi was at his lowest, so he had to stop the cultivation of his Douqi. Without stopping for too long, Hao Shen started to try to attract star energy. The sky was clear and there was countless stars visible. The stars' energy started to gather slowly towards him. It was a very slow process, but he could feel the intensity of his fire Douqi increase little by little. Based on the informations Hao Shen received from the dream and his current absorption speed, he calculated that he would need at least 9 months to fill the fire Douqi to the max of his current limitations. He estimated that in 9 months he would be approximately a 3-star Doujie if he didn't refine any pill, but since he would be able to deepen his foundation in 9 months, he decided that he would start making some pill. He wanted to be at the peak of the Doujie realm when the recruitment of the Jia Ma Academy started. With this as an excuse, he would be able to not go there and ask for a leave to go train in the magical beast mountain. Since this was the case and that he had 4 more years before the test to enter the Jia Ma Academy, he'll use pill till the star energy was filled and would cultivate normally to have a deep foundation after the 9th months. After having made his plan, Hao Shen went back to his room as he was exhausted after this day of non-stop cultivation. His soul was now that of a 15-year-old youth, so he was more mature than other of his age, but even then non-stop cultivation was not the best way to improve while being under the Dou Huang realm. So yeah, one more chapter. This one is more an explanation of the Douqi method and other little things in the start of his cultivation path. Chapter 10, Start of the Trip, towards the outer region of the magical beast mountain range. It has been 3 weeks since Hao Shen became a 1-star Doujie realm practitioner. He had finished to prepare for the trip he was about to make. For his destination, he decided to go to the outer region of the magical beast mountain range, since the strongest magical beast in this region was just a rank 2 beast. Sigh, it was very hard to make father and mother allow me to make the trip. 1 week before, Hao Shen was currently eating with his whole family. Even his grandfather was here. Father, mother, I want to make a training trip in the outer region of the magical beast mountain range, said Hao Shen suddenly. Not allowed, calmly snapped back his mother. But mother, if I want to grow stronger, I don't have any other choice. You're only 11 years old this year, so you can go there when you're older. Mom, I only want to go in the outer region. I won't be in any danger as I'm now a Doujie. The strongest magical beast in the outer region is only of rank 2. You're not allowed. Shuiye, let him go, interrupted Hao Tian before Hao Shuiye could finish her sentence. Hao Shen's mother looked surprised at the fact that her husband said that. It was in general him who was the most protective of their childs. Shenur, you know that even in the outer region there is danger, and I don't speak about magical beast. The viciousness of humans is far more dangerous than any magical beast, said Hao Tian seriously. Yes, father. I know what could happen, but I still want to go to become stronger, replied Hao Shen seriously. Good, that's how the men of the Hao clan should live. A life as a coward would let a bitter taste in our mouth. After all, you can go, come back at least once every 3 months. Thanks, father. Hao Shen then stood up happily and went to prepare his trip. He had many things to get. Flashback end. Hao Shen was fully prepared. He had bought a rank 3 cauldron at the auction house. It was bronze-colored and seemed pretty simple. The advantage was the fact that he discovered that the cauldron was never used before. He also bought a sword as he decided to use the sword in this life. Sword was named the king's of weapon in his last life. It was the most profound weapon. His sword was just a rank 1 sword made of dark steel. He practiced the sword with a wooden sword since he was 7 years old, so he was familiar with the weapon in general, but he still did some move with it to adapt to the steel's W height. After an hour he was ready to depart. He said goodbye to his family member and moved out. His destination was already set and he would take approximately 3 weeks to reach the entrance of the forest. After a couple of days, Hao Shen had already moved very far from the Hao Clan town and entered the Iron Bull town. The Iron Bull town was a little town with less than 2,500 people living there. The overlord of the city was Tai Niu. He was the leader of the Iron Bull mercenary and was a 4-star Do Shi realm martial artist. The Iron Bull mercenary was a mercenary group specialized in protecting merchant during their travel, and they rarely failed. It was a town near the magical Beast Mountain range. It was slightly over a week away from the destination of Hao Shen. He decided to stop here as it was the nearest city from where he wanted to enter the magical Beast Mountain. After booking an inn, he went to tour the town and see if he could buy some interesting things. When he asked the directions to some people in the district, they told him that the biggest market was the one under the rule of Tai Niu. He went in the direction they directed him to and soon arrived to the said market. There were a lot of people and the atmosphere was lively. It was said in the region that Tai Niu was a very upright person and he treated every citizens of the town well as he was born and had grew up here. Hao Shen started to tour the marketplace to search for rare herb he could use to make the 2 affinity boosting pill. The ingredient he lacked were not too rare and could be found here. After he bought them, he went to the inn he stayed at and asked the shopkeeper to not disturb him for the next few days. He closed himself in his room to learn alchemy. Hao Shen was born with supreme alchemy talent, which mean that in theories, he could comprehend anything alchemy based hundreds of times faster than ordinary people, but this was just theory. It was maybe true for the theory behind the different ingredient used and the knowledge about the different property, but he still needed to practice his flame control. Thanks to his practice from the past 3 weeks, he was able to control his flame very well. With this type of control he could at least rivalize with peak rank 1 alchemist. Since he got all the ingredient needed to refine the fire boosting pill and the wood supporting pill, he would be able to refine them after some time. So to refine his first medicine, he chose to refine some healing pills. He failed the first 3 attempts but succeeded on the 4th. After some hours he had 10 bottle of 3 low healing pill. It was a rank 1 pill made for beginner and was not considered of high quality as it didn't have any effect after becoming a Do Shi. Now that he had experience about alchemy, he decided to try to refine the wood supporting pill. Wood supporting pill contains the nature supporting root which need to be burned a long time at a low temperature, and the other ingredient are no problem either, as those 2 pill receipt won't exist for at least another thousands years. In this current timeline, the 2 pills he was about to refine were completely unknown. The fire accumulation grass and nature supporting root could boost their respective elemental affinity if they were eaten, but the effect was minimal, so it was not considered a precious treasure and most alchemists didn't want to lose their time studying them. But 1,000 years from now, these 2 grass would shock the world. At this time an overwhelming prodigy of alchemy who reached the peak of alchemy at the age of 70 would found that if these 2 herbs were mixed with another cheap ingredient, they would have an enormous effect on the affinity of the person who ate the pills. At that time these 2 plants were already quasi-extinct, so the production of the pills were quite low, but now these 2 plants were just very rare, not extinct, so he could make them and profit of their effect without too much difficulty. The sole problem with these pills was that one person could only consume it one time in their life, as it wouldn't have any effect after that. What's more, one had to be under the Dou Ling realm to consume them, if not the foundation would already be too deep to be changed. Once he calmed down he started the refining process. He started to melt the ingredient one per one, and after some time he melted all the ingredient, with the nature supporting root being the last one. The last was also the most difficult, so he didn't panic and took a big inspiration. He started to melt the nature supporting root slowly at a slow temperature, and after some time it finally started to melt. Once the process was started, it could never be stopped, so once he had started the melting he poured all his soul strength in the cauldron and surrounded the nature supporting root to spot the slightest change it could have. Maybe by luck he succeeded in the end. Sigh, even if this was luck I succeeded, so I can be proud of myself, was thinking Hao Shen. After the melting process, was the condensation process, but it didn't pose any problem to Hao Shen since this process was more theoretical than practical. And so after 6 hours of refining, his first true rank 1 pill was created. At least he started his travel hehe. For those who want to know, he won't have any woman before the Jianan Academy because the first woman I want him to have is they're so sorry for you guys. Also, should the next alchemy refining be more short or do you like longer version? Chapter 11 Second Refining, Extreme Luck. After the melting process and the condensation process were over, Hao Shen knew that he had successfully completed his first rank 1 pill, the wood supporting pill. The wood supporting pill alone had no use for Hao Shen, but if he coupled it with the fire boosting pill he would be able to once more upgrade his affinity with alchemy. It still took me 6 hours to refine it, I better refine all the pill I might need before departing from this town. Hao Shen opened the cauldron lid and then saw a magnificent green light. As Hao Shen saw this he couldn't help but smile since this was the very first rank 1 pill he refined in his life and it also marked the start of his journey. After this, Hao Shen went to sleep for 6 hours since he was exhausted by the refining. When Hao Shen awoke, he decided to go downstairs and order something to eat. When he arrived downstairs, he saw that it was the evening and that the restaurant of the inn was full of people and the atmosphere was quite joyful. After he went to take a private room of the restaurant, someone took his order and went back towards the cooks to have it prepared. Hao Shen was observing different people in the restaurant. There was a group of warrior-like men who seemed a little drunk. They should be one of the squad of the Iron Bull mercenary. A slightly fat man was also in the restaurant accompanied with 2 servants. He was dressed richly and seemed a little travel-worn. Maybe one of the merchant that the Iron Bull mercenary escorted here. After some time his food came back and he started to eat. Hao Shen currently was 11 years old, but thanks to the body external refining skill he looked more like a teen of 14 or 15. He had long black hair falling on his back and his face was considered very handsome. His face also seemed a little profound thanks to his eyes who seemed to be very deep. This was thanks to his powerful soul as an alchemist. When he went back to his room it was already the night. He prepared himself to refine the fire boosting pill. The fire boosting pill and the wood supporting pill had a similar refinement process as they had the same secondary ingredient. The sole difference was the main ingredient. The nature supporting root had to be melted slowly at a slow temperature, but the fire accumulation grass had to be melted quickly with high intensity. After preparing himself mentally, he started the refining process. He quickly completed the first step and started to melt the fire accumulation grass. The melting process of this one was quick but very intense. After successfully melting it, he could finally start the condensation process. This was quickly completed. The refining only went for 4 hours, but he was even more exhausted than the last night. After having completed the pill he went to sleep and awoke in the morning. Now I can eat them and boost my affinity. As Hao Shen woke up he took out the 2-glass bottle with the pills inside. He sat in meditative pose and swallowed the fire boosting pill. As he did that he also swallowed the wood supporting pill. Since the 2 pills were wood and fire attributed and that wood supported fire, it means that the potency of the pills will be boosted once they were taken together. As he swallowed them, he felt surge of fire and wood dou qi flowing in his body wave after wave as if cleaning him. It was very intense as the 2 type of dou qi started to aim at his soul after flowing through the meridian of his body. After 2 hours he finished refining the 2 pills. He could feel the surrounding fire dou qi and wood dou qi much clearly. It was like he had a close relationship with them. He tried to circulate the Fire Star Revolution mantra and was surprised to see the absorption speed had been accelerated. After some calculation, he found that his current absorption speed was comparable to a Huang class high-level dou qi method. Other than that, he could also feel a large amount of fire dou qi remaining in his meridian. He couldn't keep the wood dou qi excess since he cultivated a fire dou qi method, but he could keep the fire dou qi and this would allow him to break through a lot faster than a normal person. In 9 months he should be a 6-star doujie thanks to the benefices of these pills. He should be able to be a douji the moment the Jianan Academy came to recruit student. After having calmed down he chose to leave the inn to go explore outside. When he had explored for an hour or so he overheard a conversation between 2 people. Hey, did you heard? The son of Tai Niu has been poisoned by an unknown magical beast and it's say that the one who can cure him will be able to choose any item he want from the Iron Bull mercenary treasury. Since they have been around for more than 20 years it should have plenty interesting items. Hao Shen was at first surprised but quickly regained his composure. Hey, this brother, can you tell me more about this story? After some time the man told Hao Shen where he had to go to cure the son of Tai Niu. Hao Shen stood in front of a gigantic manor. The place was heavily guarded, most of the guard were in the Doujie realm. Hao Shen approached a guard standing at the entrance of the place. "Excuse me, I came to see if I could heal the son of your boss. Is it the right place?" The guard was surprised to see someone so young, but since it was the order of Tai Niu to guide the one who came with this purpose, he brought Hao Shen inside of the manor. After they entered it, he brought Hao Shen to a room and told him to wait for him to inform his boss. 10 minutes later he came back in company of a giant man. He was at least 250 centimeters high. "Hey there, I'm Tai Niu. You came to see if you could cure my son, and for that I'm already grateful, but what can show me that you have the ability to cure my son?" "My name is Shenhao Leader Tai. You don't need to worry, I'm sure I can cure your son since I have antidote pill." Hao Shen chose to take a fake name as to not be recognized as a member of the Hao clan, since he didn't want his statue as an alchemist to be discovered so soon. Tai Niu was shocked when he heard this. The antidote pill was one of the most difficult pill to refine for a rank 1 alchemist, so it was not something a doshi like him could hope to get his hand on. After this, Hao Shen was brought by Tai Niu to see his son. The son of Tai Niu was named Tai Zhu and was a normal youth in his 20s. He was poisoned in the Magical Beast mountain range by a rank 2 magical beast. He himself was a 4-star doji and he was actually 27 years old. After Hao Shen feeded him the antidote pill, his complexion improved quickly and a purple gas slipped out of his body and disappeared in nothingness. After the healing was done, Hao Shen was brought to the Iron Bull mercenary treasury as promised by Tai Niu. "I hope there will be something useful. Let's see if my legendary luck really exists." When he looked around to see if there was something useful, he suddenly saw something who seemed to be here for a long time since it was covered in dust. But when Hao Shen saw it, he was shocked. "Isn't this thing a fucking peak-grade storage stone? Should I really got myself a plot armor?" The stone was actually an extremely rare storage stone, and now that it was here before him he couldn't help but be surprised. He pretended to look around a little more and then choose the peak-grade storage stone. "Are you sure, Brother Shen? This stone is really not worth as much as your antidote pill." "Don't worry, Leader Tai, it has been some times that I wanted to forge myself a weapon, so I will take it." Shen pretended to want to forge a weapon since he didn't want Tai Niu to ask more question. After some time, Hao Shen exited the manor and went back to his inn to pack his things, and he calmly walked out of the city. "Hehe, if I'm lucky I will get an acceptance soul and I will be able to fuse with an heavenly flame." Hao Shen was ecstatic about this news. The acceptance soul was something extremely rare, so it was his luck to have found it in this little city. Chapter 12 First Real Fight, Rank 1 Blood Devouring Python. Hao Shen was currently standing at the entrance of the Magical Beast mountain range. He was very excited to go inside to start his training, and he was sure that the next time he would be standing here he would be much stronger than he actually was. Hao Shen rushed all the way here from Iron Bull Town, thus he didn't have the time to cultivate along the way, so he found a little secluded spot to cultivate for one night to regenerate his Do Chi. It would be his first time cultivating using the remaining fire Do Chi present in his body. He would be able to at least break through the 2-star Doujie realm once he finished his session. He sat in meditative stance and started to slowly revolve his Do Chi following the Star Fire Revolution mantra. The fire Do Chi present in the surrounding rushed towards him and began to infuse inside of his body. Each time a strand of Do Chi passed inside his meridian, the remaining of the medicine he had taken previously fused with it, thus improving his cultivation speed by a lot. After cultivating for 2 hours, he opened his eyes full of vigor and stood up. "Ha ha ha, I'm now a 2-star Doujie practitioner. It was fast. It has only been 3 weeks since I became a Doujie. If what I have calculated is correct, the remaining fire Do Chi should suffice for me to become a 7-star Doujie. I should be able to consume it all in 6 months of normal cultivation, but if I expand my Do Chi in a fight it should be a lot quicker and I would be able to reach the 7-star Doujie in 5 months. After having cultivated for 2 hours he was full of energy and was ready to enter the outer region of the Magical Beast mountain range. He directly went in without hesitation. He didn't fear the magical beast in the outer region since he had info of them all that he got in the library of his clan. After walking for 1 hour he still hadn't seen any magical beast, but he was sure that he was starting to get in the inner part of the outer region and he would soon be able to see rank 1 magical beast. Just as he was thinking of it, he heard the sound of water splashing a little ahead of him. Hao Shen became serious all of a sudden and started to move very slowly towards the sound. While moving towards the sound he stayed hidden behind the trees that were around him. When he became able to see the things that created the sound he was shocked speechless. a 6 meters long snake was lazily floating in the water. This snake was called the blood-devouring python and was one of the low-leveled rank 1 magical beast present in this forest. The blood-devouring python had the ability to become stronger while absorbing the blood of creatures it had killed, but even with this overpowered ability the strongest blood-devouring python couldn't surpass the rank 4. It was because the blood-devouring python race had a limit to their potential imposed since their birth, and the only way for a blood-devouring python to break this limit was to absorb the blood of a Dou Zong cultivator, which was practically impossible because of the cap there existed between their strength. That's why the blood-devouring python were not able to become one of the true strong magical beasts in the Douqi Continent. The blood-devouring python also had a medium potency venom that they could apply to their target with the help of their fang, but it could be expulsed without danger by an antidote pill, so Hao Shen wasn't scared of the blood-devouring python. Hao Shen began to wait for an opportunity to kill the blood-devouring python without taking too much damage, but luck seemed to not be on his side this time since the blood-devouring python discovered him and attacked him instantly after. Hao Shen dodged the blood-devouring python attack. He then slashed out with his sword that left a deep cut into the blood-devouring python's body. This strike left a bloody wound on the blood-devouring python body. The blood-devouring python was furious and loudly hissed before shooting out towards Hao Shen. The ground trembled, and the ground around the blood-devouring python started to crack. Hao Shen threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the magical beast, and seeing that the blood-devouring python had finally stopped attacking, he sent all of his power into the next strike. Fire Douqi exploded from his body as the sword slashed towards the body of the blood-devouring python. The massive power of the fire Douqi slashed right into the blood-devouring python and began to burn the flesh of the magical beast. SSS's. The blood-devouring python went berserk, and there was now a 1-meter deep wound on its body, causing blood to continuously flow out. Within the dust, blood-devouring python reared its heads and opened its mouth, as he tried to crawl towards Hao Shen with eyes full of hate. Hao Shen, seeing the blood-devouring python practically dead, decided to end it now. He moved quickly towards the magical beast and slashed 3 consecutive sword strikes on the body of the blood-devouring python. The blood-devouring python breathed his last and died while in the dust created by his massive body while he moved. Sigh, it was a pretty quick fight, but I can't become arrogant. This was just a low-level 2-rank magical beast, so I should stay on my guard. Hao Shen dissected the body of the blood-devouring python to search for its magical core but didn't find any. After doing this, he sent his Douqi flame and burnt the blood-devouring python to nothingness before departing from his current place. Short chapter. I'll try to do one more in the next few hours. I want him to have a magical beast, but I don't know what, so tell me some idea. For those who compare his cultivation speed to Xiao Yan's 1, Xiao Yan had a rank 9 alchemist with him. Hao Shen is a rank 1 alchemist with the knowledge of a rank 10 but not the soul power. Xiao Yan become a rank 1 alchemist after 8 months or so, Hao Shen after 3 weeks. Chapter 13, Training in the Magical Beasts Mountain Range. Hao Shen has been in the outer region of the Magical Beasts Mountain Range for a week already. During the period he stayed there, he found a small natural cave dissimulated under a waterfall and made his camp there. He had already hunted some mid-level rank 1 beasts and he was close to have his breakthrough to the 3-star Doujie rank. If all went according to his planning, it would happen in less than a week. During his stay in the Magical Beasts Mountain Range, he had planned to learn a sword Douqi skill that he had selected previously in his clan library. The name of the sword skill was Flash Slash. It was a Zon class low-level sword skill which allowed the user to send lightning fast slash at the same time. The maximum number of slash was 9. Once one arrived at the 5th sword slash, one would be able to send a slash of sword light. It was considered quite powerful and could rock like it was nothing. Hao Shen had already reached the 3rd sword slash and thanks to that was able to fight someone of the 6-star Doujie realm while being only a 2-star Doujie practitioner. This was quite good considering that his best skill was a Zon class low-level Dou skill. His body also became more and more strong thanks to the body external refining. This Dou skill was quickly reaching the peak and would soon be unable to progress further. Hao Shen was currently exploring the outer region. Since he had good memory, once he visited a place he wouldn't forget it, so he was able to quickly make a mental map of the region surrounding the waterfall cave. He had delimited the territory of the different rank 2 beasts in the outer region and was able to avoid them. After some time he decided to go back towards the waterfall as it was quite late in the night and he wanted to cultivate in the morning to maximize the effect. While he was running towards the waterfall, he heard the sound of a fight. it seemed to be not too far from his current position, so he went towards the noise. When he neared the fight he couldn't hear anything anymore, so he slowly made his way there. The moment he arrived he was shocked. Human body were lying everywhere with some having part missing. There were also a large raven-like bird heavily injured on the floor. Hao Shen recognized the raven-like magical beast as one of the strongest rank 2 beast in the outer region of the magical beast mountain range, the night raven. It was a strongly territorial beast and was considered to chase anyone who came in its territory till the target was dead. The night raven was a fire-attributed magical beast and the flame it used were dark purple. The night raven suddenly seemed to see Hao Shen, and started to look at him focusedly. Hao Shen knew that this magical beast couldn't even move and he was not afraid of it. After some time, the night raven seemed to look somewhere else with a gentle light in its eyes. Hao Shen was surprised and then understood what was happening. These men came to steal this mother night raven offspring while it was away from its nest, but they failed as the night raven came back before they had expected and thus chased them to their death. After a long fight the group of men were killed by the night raven, but the night raven itself was dying due to the fight. Hao Shen looked at the night raven. "You don't have to worry, I'll take your offspring away from here and I'll take care of it." When the night raven heard this it seemed to relax and it finally died. "Sigh, this was unexpected. The overlord of the outer region is dead. I should take its offspring and go away as quickly as I can." After taking the night raven magic core in its head and the storage ring of the group, Hao Shen went towards where the night raven was looking and sped up towards its nest. The nest quickly came in his vision. It was at the edge of a mountain peak. He quickly made his way up to where it was and looked inside of it. At the middle of the nest lied an egg which seemed about to break. It should be the offspring of the night raven. He took the egg in his arms and looked around to see if he could found something of use. At the edge of the nest lied a stone. Having read the original novel, Hao Shen remembered the Dou skill that Xiao Yan found in the stone he brought at the wooden market, so Hao Shen took the stone in his storage ring and rushed away from the night raven territory. After 1 hour, Hao Shen finally reached the waterfall and directly went inside of the cave. He had used a large amount of Dou Qi since he rushed at top speed from the night raven territory to the waterfall cave. Hao Shen secured the egg in the cave and sat down in meditative stance to absorb Dou Qi. After an hour, Hao Shen had recuperated enough Dou Qi and went outside to see if something had discovered the waterfall cave, but he saw nothing. It seemed that I'm safe. When he looked at the sky he saw that the sun started to rise, thus he went to the top of the waterfall and entered meditation on a boulder situated there. Like this 4 hours passed. During this time Hao Shen hadn't moved and was quietly cultivating. Suddenly a wave of energy discharged inside of his body and he had his breakthrough to the 3-star Dou realm. Oh, it was a lot quicker than I expected. It's possibly due to the fact that I overused my Dou Qi last night. Hao Shen was happy about his breakthrough and went back to the cave to see the egg. It was about to hatch last night and it seemed that it was even closer now. Hao Shen took out some fire Dou Qi plant and his alchemy cauldron. He started refining a liquid known as fire hatching liquid. It was a liquid that existed for every element, and it could make an egg about to hatch in an instant. After a little time refining the fire hatching liquid, he extracted it from the cauldron and dropped it on the egg. Chapter 14 Mutated Night Raven, Skill Hidden in the Stone. When the fire hatching liquid dropped on the egg it started to shine weakly. How is this possible? Hao Shen was very surprised that the egg didn't hatch even after receiving the fire hatching liquid. There is only 2 possible reasons as for why the egg didn't hatch. The first is that the egg is still in incubation period, which is impossible since there is some little crack on it, and the second reason is that this magical beast will have an affinity with more than one element. If this is really the case, I got the jackpot. After some time passed, the weak light grew stronger and stronger. Hao Shen had used his soul power to inspect the little egg change the whole time. After his observations, Hao Shen could tell that the magical beast inside the egg still had a primary fire affinity and the second affinity came from an external cause. It had to be known that magical beast with 2 type of Dou Qi affinity were extremely rare. After another 2 hours passed, the light reached its peak and cracking sound came from the egg. Suddenly a little explosion happened in the egg and the shell fractured. A little head came out of the egg. It was a little raven bird, but it had really strange feathers. Normal night raven were fully black, but this one had some purple luster inside of his black feathers. After the little bird managed to crack the shell of his egg enough for him to go out of it, it started looking around. When the bird saw Hao Shen looking at him, his eyes showed happiness and dependence as he tried clumsily to make his way towards Hao Shen. Hao Shen seeing this went towards the bird and took it in his arms. The bird was very happy about this and started to cry to Hao Shen. It seemed that he was hungry. Hao Shen couldn't help but chuckle seeing this and took some low-grade fire plant which he melted quickly and gave the drop of it to the baby raven. After the baby raven had eaten, he closed his eyes and fell asleep to digest the energy present in the drops of fire plant. After putting down the bird, Hao Shen began to think. Now that I can't leave the cave for sometimes, I should see if the stone I found in the nest of the night raven was really a Douqi skill. Hao Shen sat down cross-legged and took out the stone from his storage ring. After taking it out, he inspected the stone with his soul power and suddenly felt some informations directly transferring in his brain. It seems that my luck is quite good, a rare movement Dou skill, and what's more, it's a Zan class high level 1. It had to be known that in the whole Jia Ma Empire only the imperial family and the Yunlan sect were currently in possession of a D-class Douqi skills. Even the Hao Clan only had some Zan class high-level skill, but they didn't have any D-class. As for movement Douqi skills, these were even more rare. The highest leveled one in the whole Jia Ma Empire was only of the Zan class medium level. It means that actually Hao Shen possessed the strongest movement skill in the whole Jia Ma Empire. The skills was named 1000-step whirlwind, and is said in the name of the skill it could be practiced till the user reached the 1000-step limit. When one reached this level, he would be able to create gigantic whirlwind. Once practiced to the 100th step, one could form small air current which would boost the speed of the user. When practiced the 500th step, one could ride the air current for a small moment, thus allowing someone under the Dou Wang realm, and once practiced to the 1000th step, one would be able to fly at the same level as a Dou Wang. It was pretty similar to a flying type Douqi skills, but more useful as it could accelerate the movement on the ground. Without delay, Hao Shen started practicing it and managed to reach the 15th step in less than an hour. He then stopped practicing as he had exhausted his Douqi, so he sat in meditation and began to recover the consumed Douqi. After an hour, he finally recovered his used Douqi and had stabilized his cultivation in the 3-star Douji realm. When he got up, the little raven also awoke, so Hao Shen went to pick it up. Since it was black in color, he decided to name it Xiaohe, and he seemed to like his new name. Xiaohe was not a rank 1 magical beast as he was just born, so Hao Shen could only spend the next week in the cave while training his Douqi skills and cultivating to wait for Xiaohe to grow. The magical beast were actually growing up very fast in the first week of their life. It was due to the danger present in the wilderness where they were born. To prevent them from dying, the magical beast evolution made them grow up very fast. A week later, Xiaohe had consumed a lot of fire-based treasure and he already became a rank 1 magical beast. He had grown from less than 50 centimeters to approximately a meter. The second element that Xiaohe possessed was the lightning Douqi affinity. Being a rank 1 magical beast, he was able to fire some small fireball, and when Hao Shen saw them for the first time, he was shocked. These fireball were not like normal one. Xiaohe's fireball had lightning flowing in them, thus increasing their attack power, but it also made them able to slightly paralyze the enemy. Hao Shen had successfully practiced the 1000-step whirlwinds to the 100th step, and W is able to speed up thanks to the small air current created by it, but after reaching this step his training became more slow and he only reached the 106th step. He had reached the 4th slash of the flash slash skill and was pretty close to being able to perform the 5th and thus being able to create sword light. Chapter 15 Continuous Breakthrough. Hao Shen had been away from home for 5 weeks. He had to leave the magical beast mountain range in 7 weeks to come back home in time for the 3 months limit. Hao Shen's strength had increased quickly since he arrived in the magical beast mountain range. He went from being a 1-star Douji to a 3-star Douji in less than a month. He also was very lucky as he got a rare double elemental pet Xiaohe. With all the new Douqi skill that Hao Shen had practiced, he was able to fight a 9-star Douji realm practitioner currently. He couldn't fight a Douqi realm practitioner as they were able to form a Douqi cloak to protect themselves, so he couldn't pierce their layer of protection quickly. This was the difference between the realms. The sole thing which would allow him to fight a realm above himself was a D-class skill, as the power it contained was gigantic. Unfortunately, it wasn't so easy to find one. Hao Shen had been in the magical beast mountain range for about 5 weeks, but he only had 2 magical core. One was a water attributed one and the other was the fire core of Xiaohe's mother, but Hao Shen had already planned to give it to Xiaohe once he grew up a little more. The alchemy practice of Hao Shen had made him a high-tier rank 1 alchemist, and he was at the very peak of this rank. If he practiced for another month or so, he would become a low-tier rank 2 alchemist and would be able to quickly increase his cultivation with rank 2 pills. Hao Shen suddenly remembered that he had the rank 2 Meridian Rays pill that he got at the secret cave under the waterfall of the Hao Clan estate. This Meridian Raise pill was able to strengthen the Meridian's toughness for someone below the Dou Wang realm, to completely recover damaged veins no matter the degree of the injury, but the other important aspect was that it was able to increase fire-type Douqi of a practitioner. If Hao Shen consumed this pill, he would be able to reach the peak of the 4-star Douji realm, but he would also be able to control a bigger quantity of Douqi thanks to his strengthened meridian. Hao Shen also knew of a method to stock the medicinal property of a pill inside of his body. This method was invented by a little rank 3 alchemist 400 years before now, but was a secret method that a few people knew. The principle was simple to grasp. It was just to form a space of Douqi inside of his dantian to store the medicinal property for later use. Thanks to that, if Hao Shen vein were injured during a fight, he would be able to heal them pretty easily. Hao Shen decided to consume it before going out of the cave. He sat in meditative stance and swallowed the Meridian Raise pill. A sudden burst of fire-type Douqi erupted in his body and circulated to his meridians. Hao Shen started revolving the Star Fire Revolution mantra, and the fire-type Douqi was circulated towards his dantian, completing cycle after Sills of Revolution process while fusing with the remaining fire-type Douqi inside of his body to become more potent once more during the process. The first breakthrough occurred after 1 hour of cultivation. Hao Shen became a 4-star Douji realm practitioner, but a lot of fire-type Douqi remained inside of his body. After another 2 hours he broke through once more. He became a 5-star Douji realm practitioner. Hao Shen was surprised of this multiple breakthrough, but he had forgot to calculate the remaining fire-type Douqi that was present in his body after he swallowed the 2 precedent pills. Hao Shen was surprised since when he left his clan he was thinking of becoming a 6-star Douji after 9 months, but he was already close to this stage after only 1. His would not consume pill in the next months and cultivate to make his foundation more solid, as the 2 breakthrough had made it a little fragile. With Hao Shen estimation, in 8 months he would be a 8-star Douji realm practitioner, and when the Jianan Academy recruitment happened he would be a 3-star Douji practitioner if nothing unusual happened. Now that he was a 5-star Douji, he was able to fight magical beast of the peak rank 1 and 9-star Douji practitioner on equal ground, so he only needed to be careful as to not go inside of the rank 2 beast territory, and he would be safe in the magical beast mountain range. After some time he stabilized his cultivation at the 5-star Douji realm and stood up. It was time to prepare Xiao He meal since he was still a baby and couldn't go out to hunt by himself yet, so Hao Shen took out his cauldron and remarked that it was starting to get old. Cracks started to appear here and there on the cauldron. It was pretty normal since it was only a rank 1 cauldron and was one of medium quality. I should buy a new cauldron when I go back to the clan. After thinking for some time, Hao Shen decided to change Xiao He meal. Habitually, he would give Xiao He some refined fire plant as a meal, but he now wanted to try to mix fire attributed plant with lightning attributed one to see if it would help Xiao He's growth. He took out a fire essence plant and a lightning struck wood. They were rare rank 1 medical plant, and he started the refining process. Since it was a mix of different attributed plant, Hao Shen couldn't concoct a liquid and had to concoct a pill. But in his memory there was no pill that were brewed with these 2 plant, as they were of opposed property. But Hao Shen could do it because of his knowledge. He knew that if he melted them with a certain method he would be able to fuse them into a pill, and he decided to name his pill with the name of the 2 ingredient used to brew it, the Lightning Fire Essence pill. This pill could be considered a rank 1 peak tier pill. After he brewed it, he opened the cauldron's lid and a light medicinal fragrance escaped from it. Xiao He, who was sleeping nearby, suddenly stood up excitedly and went towards Hao Shen with a look of yearning inside of his eyes. Ha ha ha. This was a success, I knew it. Take it, Xiao He, it's for you. After saying this he tossed the pill towards Xiao He, who swallowed it and went back to sleep to digest it. Chapter 16, Fighting a Peak Rank 1 Magical Beast. After Xiao He swallowed the pill and began sleeping, Hao Shen continued the training of his Dou skills. The body external refining didn't have any effect anymore, as Shi cultivation had reached the 5-star Douji realm, so he didn't practice it. After 4 hours, Xiao He was still sleeping, so Hao Shen decided to go out to hunt. He sealed the cave with a boulder to prevent other magical beasts from entering it and departed to the west. The western part had many peak rank 1 magical beasts. They were the target of Hao Shen this time. He wanted to test the increase in his strength after jumping 2 stars in his cultivation. According to Hao Shen prediction, his strength was currently comparable to the peak level 1 magical beast, which means he stood at the top of the Douji realm, but he wouldn't be able to fight a Douqi while being in the Douji realm if he didn't get a D-class Douqi skill, so he was still in danger if he encountered a rank 2 magical beast, but even if it was dangerous. Now that Hao Shen had cultivated to the 100th step of the Thushan Whirlwind Step, he was confident in his ability to flee while using the air current if he encountered a Douqi realm practitioner or a rank 2 magical beast, as the sole advantage they had over him were their Douqi cloak. After an hour of running towards the western part of the outer region, he finally found a peak rank 1 magical beast, and he couldn't find a better opponent than this one to test his new strength. The magical beast was the Earthwater Tortoise. It was reputed to be a strong rank 1 aquatic magical beast due to its enormous vitality, endurance and defense, but it lacked in attack power and speed. The Earthwater Tortoise was at least 3 meters tall, and it was currently eating the rest of a weak rank 1 magical beast it seemed to have killed before. These magical beasts were considered to be extremely territorial, so if an unlucky weaker magical beast entered their territory, they had a big chance of death. Hao Shen chose to face the Earthwater Tortoise head-on, so he came out of hiding behind the Earthwater Tortoise and made some noise. The Earthwater Tortoise turned around, and when it saw Hao Shen in its territory, it became enraged. A trash magical beast had the guts to enter its territory, and after it had killed it, it was a human that came in, which made it feel extremely angry. The Earthwater Tortoise coldly looked at Hao Shen, and in the next moment, water balls that were 2 meters wide suddenly rushed up from mouth of the Earthwater Tortoise, flying towards Hao Shen. Hao Shen quickly dodged, but the water balls did not stop flying at him. The water balls were not very powerful, and he would just be lightly injured if he was hit, but if it was a weaker magical beast that was hit by a water ball, it would be smashed to death. Hao Shen jumped very high and was finally able to avoid the continuous assault of water balls. The Earthwater Tortoise continued to coldly stare at Hao Shen and did not move as countless traces of water gathered, forming 3 water balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The water balls shot towards Hao Shen, leaving faint air waves behind them. Hao Shen was forced to use the 1000 Whirlwind Step to dodge, and he started to continuously slash out with his sword using the Flash/Douqi sword skill, destroying the incoming water balls. Right after dealing with that wave of attacks, in the next second, the Earthwater Tortoise started rushing towards Hao Shen. The Earthwater Tortoise was a water-type magical beast, thus it had some control over water. As Hao Shen dodged its attacks, he considered how to deal with it. Hao Shen rushed at the Earthwater Tortoise. Seeing Hao Shen approach, the Earthwater Tortoise once again gathered 3 water balls and shot them toward Hao Shen. Hao Shen continuously dodged as he charged forward, and when he was close to the Earthwater Tortoise, he slashed out 4 slash of sword towards the Earthwater Tortoise. A trace of panic appeared in the Earthwater Tortoise's eyes, and it continued to gather water around itself to form more water ball. Roar! The Earthwater Tortoise condensed a big water ball that seemed a lot faster and more powerful than the previous one, and it rushed towards Hao Shen. Hao Shen coldly harumphed and sent his Douqi, his sword, and slashed out. When Hao Shen slashed out, he suddenly had a breakthrough and was able to form the 5th slash, and thus sent a wave of sword light towards the Earthwater Tortoise. Slash! The sword light and the big water ball collided with each other, but the sword light easily destroyed the big water ball and continued its way towards the Earthwater Tortoise. The Earthwater Tortoise immediately pulled its head into its shell, and as the sword light hit the shell, it passed through it like it was silk and killed the Earthwater Tortoise in a single strike. This made Hao Shen feel quite happy. It seemed that the power of the sword light was a lot stronger than he had expected, and it had killed a peak rank 1 beast in a single strike. After Hao Shen had killed the Earthwater Tortoise, he went to its corpse and extracted the magical core from its head. After that, he went back towards the waterfall as he was a little worried about Xiaohe. He rushed all the way back and reached the waterfall after half an hour. The boulder blocking the access to the cave was still there, so Hao Shen relaxed. He went towards the boulder and pushed it aside. After pushing the boulder aside, Hao Shen was extremely surprised to what he saw inside the cave. Xiaohe had grown once more. It had reached approximately 1 meter and 20 centimeters, and he seemed more powerful as well. Hao Shen could feel the fire Douqi inside Xiaohe's body thanks to his peak level affinity with fire-type Douqi, and Xiaohe seemed to have reached the low level of rank 1 magical beast, which made him officially a magical beast. Hao Shen speculated that thanks to his double affinity, Xiaohe should be able to fight opponent with 1 level stronger than himself, so he was currently as powerful as a mid-level rank 1 magical beast. Chapter 17 Xiaohe First Fight. Hao Shen had been in the magical beast mountain range for 7 weeks already, and his strength was becoming stronger and stronger. In only 7 weeks, he jumped from the 1-star Doge realm to the 5-star Doge realm. This cultivation speed was considered quite fast, but Hao Shen was feeling that he had weakened a little bit the foundation that he had worked so hard to create in the Douqi realm, and since the ingredient needed to concoct the foundation stabilizing pill were extremely rare, he chose to cultivate normally to the 6-star Douji realm. If he calculated it right, it should take him a month. After that he would be able to break through to the 7-star Douji realm with the help of pills in less than 2 months, and he would cultivate to the 8-star Douji realm using the remaining time before his Douqi flame reached saturation of star energy, which would purify his Douqi and make his Douqi flame more powerful. During the last 2 weeks, Xiaohe didn't grow, but he started to practice his control over the Douqi inside of his body. The advantage that magical beast had over human was the fact that they didn't need a Douqi method and were thus able to use all the Douqi type they had in their body. For example, Xiaohe could use the lightning type Douqi and the fire type Douqi separately, but he could also fuse them to gain a stronger attack power. After a week passed since Xiaohe had started his practice over Douqi, he wanted to go out to fight another magical beast, so Hao Shen took him outside and they went together in search of a low-level rank 1 magical beast. After some time of travel they found a ferocious wind wolf. It was a low-level rank 1 magical beast and was quite a good opponent for the first fight of Xiaohe. Xiaohe began to grow excited at the sight of this wolf, and before Hao Shen could even react, Xiaohe rushed to the ferocious wind wolf while condensing some fire-type Douqi around himself. The ferocious wind wolf sensed something rushing towards it and jumped away from where it stood before. The moment it jumped away was the moment the flame-covered Xiaohe crashed onto the last position of the ferocious wind wolf. The ferocious wind wolf was quite surprised and became slightly afraid, as it had nearly died before even knowing how. Xiaohe flew up from the dust and eyed the ferocious wind wolf with a calm gaze. The ferocious wind wolf did the same, but his gaze contained a slightly angry expression. The ferocious wind wolf seemed to see that Xiaohe was born just recently, as he was quite small, and this fact made it angry. The ferocious wind wolf were a weak race among the magical beasts, and the strongest ferocious wind wolf who was ever seen was a low-level rank 3 magical beast. It was only equivalent to a Dadoshi practitioner. Compared to them, the Night Raven were a race who had a slight trace of the rank 7 magical beast, the Desolation Raven, so the ferocious wind wolf felt quite jealous about Xiaohe, as it seemed that he had an enormous potential. After some time looking at each other, Xiaohe finally made the first move. It launched a little lightning bolt towards the ferocious wind wolf. The ferocious wind wolf was surprised. It was thinking that Xiaohe only was a fire-type magical beast, but made a mistake, so he was unable to dodge the lightning bolt completely and was hit on his front leg. The odor of burned flesh permeated through the air and the ferocious wind wolf howled in pain. Xiaohe, seeing that the ferocious wind wolf had difficulty moving after being it, covered himself in flame and rushed towards the ferocious wind wolf, hitting it with full force and killing it. After killing it, Xiaohe began to dug out the wind core inside of the ferocious wind wolf brain, but just as he got it, an arrow flew in his direction, nearly penetrating his head. Hao Shen, who was watching the fight between Xiaohe and the ferocious wind wolf, was shocked and then angry. The arrow nearly killed Xiaohe and Hao Shen wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Hao Shen really liked Xiaohe, as he had watched him grow up from the day he came out of his egg. Xiaohe seemed to slightly panic and flew away from where it stood. "Don't let him run. If I'm not wrong, it's a baby night raven. We could sell its body for quite a bit of money." Some voice sounded out of the surrounding. Hao Shen catched Xiaohe after he passed near the tree where Hao Shen was hiding, and he remarked that Xiaohe was slightly trembling, so he started to pat his head without making a sound. He looked over to where the voice came from and saw a group of 6 men. They seemed to be mercenary, as they all wore the same armor. After Hao Shen observed them, he saw that the strongest among them was a 1-star Douqi realm practitioner, so if a fight broke out, Hao Shen will be in difficulty. Aside from the Douqi realm practitioner, the rest of the group were all Douji. The weakest was a 2-star Douji realm practitioner. There were also 2 4-star Douji, and the last one was a 6-star Douji. For Hao Shen, the sole method he could use to kill them all was to assassinate the Douqi using the 1000-step whirlwind and the flash slash with the sword light power. He should be able to kill him in one strike if he didn't have the time to activate his Douqi cloak. After thinking for a while, Hao Shen found out that it was the only possibility, so he started to concentrate his Douqi towards his legs and his sword. Sword started to lightly shine, meaning that the sword light could be released. After the group of men who had chased Xiaohe couldn't find him, they decided to go search in multiple directions. The Douqi realm practitioner was coincidentally the one who came towards where Hao Shen was hiding. "I should thanks the god who sent me here for my plot armor the next time I see him." The Douqi practitioner seemed relaxed since he didn't think any beast near the spot he stood could pose him any problem. It seemed that this man got arrogant after becoming a Douqi and viewed himself at the top of the world. Hao Shen was waiting for the moment the Douqi practitioner passed in his attack range. The moment Hao Shen waited for finally arrived, the Douqi realm practitioner passed under the tree where Hao Shen was hiding. The moment the Douqi practitioner entered Hao Shen range of action, Hao Shen shot out with all the speed he could exert and slashed his sword light at the back of the Douqi realm practitioner. The Douqi realm practitioner heard something and turned around only to see a wave of sword light in front of his face. It was too late for him to dodge and the sword light pierced through his body, cutting his body into two different parts. I just killed a man, but I don't feel bad about it. So it seems that the fact that I grew up in this world really changed me from my previous personality. After he killed the Douqi realm practitioner, Hao Shen was feeling strangely calm. He took the storage ring of the Douqi practitioner and went on his way to kill the other members of this group. Since they had tried to kill Xiao He, he wouldn't show them any mercy. Chapter 18 Xiao He's Revenge, Exterminating a Small Mercenary Group 1. After killing the one-star Douqi realm practitioner, Hao Shen did not relax and rushed toward his second target. It was the 6-star Douji realm practitioner. Hao Shen shouldn't have any problem while dealing with someone with this type of strength, but he didn't dare to relax his focus because nobody can predict the result of a fight before the fight had come to an end. Hao Shen was not an arrogant person because he knew that his strength was nothing special in this world where some people could control the existence of the whole population of the continent with only a bit of strength. Hao Shen knew that before he reached the Dozun realm he would still be considered a nobody in the eyes of the truly powerful ones, and even then they would still see him as an ant. The sole thing he could do to surpass these people was to never stop training, and one day he would finally stand equal to the powerful people in the world, and then he would surpass them all and become the first person in the last 1,000 years to ascend to the great thousands worlds situated above the little world he was actually in. Hao Shen was quickly approaching from the 6-star Douji realm practitioner. When he arrived at a spot where he could see the man, he saw him searching carefully his surrounding. It seemed that this guy was quite careful. Hao Shen began thinking about how to avoid an head-on fight with him, but it seemed impossible as the guy was currently inspecting a big plane with no hiding spot. Hao Shen then decided to come out and take him head-on. Hao Shen rushed towards the man without stopping and placed his hand on the handle of his sword. The Douji practitioner suddenly turned around with a surprised expression and a hint of fear, but when he saw that Hao Shen was only a 5-star Douji realm practitioner and that he looked very young, his fear disappeared and was quickly replaced by a small grin. "Brat, I don't know why you are attacking me, but this daddy won't let you flee. Now that you have attacked me, I'll kill you." The Douji practitioner took out his saber from its scabbard and slashed out a wave of Douqi toward Hao Shen. This guy seems to have some good perception to be able to detect me while I was using the 1,000-step whirlwind. I should stay focused. Hao Shen avoided the saber slash and slashed out with his sword without using sword light, as it was still quite taxing to use with his current cultivation. The 5-sword slash collided with the saber of the mercenary, and the power behind the strikes made the mercenary take 5 steps back. How is this possible? You are a 5-star Douji realm practitioner. How could you be stronger than me? The hint of fear that had disappeared before emerged from the guy's eyes once more. You dared to attack Xiao He, so you should just die. That was the sole thing that Hao Shen said before slashing out once more with his sword. You can't kill me. My boss is a Douqi. He also is in the forest and he will kill you if you touch me," said the mercenary cowardly. Hao Shen then understood that this guy was not overly prudent. He was just a spineless coward, and thus he was not a worthy opponent of his. After tens of strikes were exchanged, Hao Shen's sword cut through the guy's throat and the head of the mercenary flew in the air, leaving only an headless body on the ground. Hao Shen took the storage ring of the guy and burned his body and head to ash with his Douqi flame. Hao Shen then rushed towards the weakest member. It was the 2-star Douji realm practitioner. While rushing there, Hao Shen heard a small sound coming his way and saw Xiao He, who seemed to have recuperated his energy and seemed to want to avenge himself. The sole person with a bow was one of the 2 4-star Douji practitioners, so Hao Shen would let Xiao He fight him while he fighted the other. After some time they saw the weakest member of the small mercenary group. He was alone, searching aimlessly among the bushes and the trees. Xiao He seemed to want to fight, so Hao Shen gave him the permission, but he still focused his sole strength on their surrounding to avoid another surprise attack. When Hao Shen made sure there was no one in the surrounding, he allowed Xiao He to attack the mercenary. Xiao He was a low-level rank 1 magical beast, but thanks to his double affinity he could fight magical beast and practitioner 1 level above him. It was to say he could fight practitioner of the 6-star Doujie realm at most. The one before him was just a 1-star Doujie realm practitioner, so he was confident to be able to crush him in one hit. Xiao He used lightning Douqi to boost his speed and covered himself in a dark purple flame cloak and rushed towards the mercenary. This dark purple flame cloak was an ability that came from Xiao He's memory. It was derived from one of the Desolation Raven's skills and was very powerful. It very hot and could melt an ordinary metal like it was nothing. The mercenary didn't have time to react when Xiao He beak passed through his body, followed by Xiao He's body, creating a hole inside of the weak mercenary body. After Hao Shen took the storage ring of the mercenary, they began to go towards the remaining 2 mercenary. While on running towards the last 2 guys, Hao Shen began to think about Xiao He's father and mother. His mother was obviously a peak level rank 2 magical beast and seemed very close to have a breakthrough to the rank 3. This lineage of the Night Raven could allow them to go up to rank 5. Never had anyone seen one who was stronger than that, but as for Xiao He's father, Hao Shen could only speculate as he had never seen it. Firstly, it was probably a lightning-type magical beast and should be able to fuse its gene with the gene of the Desolation Raven because it had mutated them, so it should also have a strong bloodline, or it was like the Night Raven having a hint of rank 7 or higher magical beast in its bloodline. It had to be known that a rank 6 magical beast was able to take human form, so once a magical beast surpassed this level, it was quite rare for them to mate with other magical beasts under their own level. So Xiao He's father probably wasn't one of them. It should be a magical beast from the inner region of the magical beast mountain range. So based on what he knew, Hao Shen found 2 beasts that could have given birth to Xiao He. They were the rank 5 giant lightning eagle and the rank 4 lightning crow. The 2 of them satisfied the criteria to be Xiao He's father. There was only 1 giant lightning eagle and 1 lightning crow in the magical beast mountain range. The giant lightning eagle possessed a bloodline that could help him evolve in the king lightning eagle. The king lightning eagle was a rank 8 magical beast, so basically a Dou Zun realm practitioner. As for the lightning crow, it was a very rare species, and it was said that in the Douqi Continent there was only 100 of them. Their rarity was due to the fact that they supposedly possessed the bloodline of the high-level rank 10 magical beast, the divine sun golden crow, so they were hunted to make experiment out of them. With my divine plot armor, Xiao He's father should be a lightning crow, but I don't care too much, as even if his potential was limited to rank 5 I would still be able to bring him to the peak level rank 10 and make him ascend to the Dou Di realm with me. Chapter 19 Xiao He's Revenge, Exterminating a Small Mercenary Group 2. Hao Shen and Xiao He were currently approaching of the last 2 mercenary. They were separated by only a small hill covered by a little forest. Hao Shen and Xiao He quickly became able to see the 2 mercenaries. Xiao He's eyes seemed a bit bloodthirsty when he saw the bow on the back of one of them. These 2 guys seemed to be twins as they looked exactly alike, even their clothes were identical. The sole difference between them was the weapon they carried. One of the 2 mercenaries was carrying a bow and the other seemed to use a spear. Hao Shen eyed the spearmen seriously and started to prepare a plan to kill them without expending too much Douqi, and chose to assassinate them since they were currently in a forest. Hao Shen made Xiao He land on his shoulder and started approaching the 2 mercenaries while making as little noise as possible. The 2 mercenaries were still chatting. It seemed that they didn't notice Hao Shen approaching them. Hao Shen reached a tree near where the mercenaries stood, and just as he was about to hide behind it, he felt an arrow shooting straight to his heart. He hurriedly dodged to the left and thus exposed his position. This little guy is a 5-star Doujie at such a young age. It's pretty sad that we have to kill him, right, big brother? Laughed one of the guys while taking another arrow from his back. The spearman looked coldly at Hao Shen without uttering a word. How did you find me? Asked calmly Hao Shen. Even tough, you were pretty discreet while approaching us. You forgot that I'm an archer, thus aside from a good eyesight I also need to have good ears. So it was the case. Seems that I was too arrogant after I managed to kill the Douqi practitioner by surprise. Seeing that Hao Shen wasn't speaking anymore, the duo of mercenaries twins started their assault. The spearman rushed to Hao Shen while the archer was covering him from behind his back. While the archer was prepared to fire another arrow towards Hao Shen, he suddenly felt danger from above him. He looked up and saw Xiao He rushing towards him using his lightning Douqi to increase his speed while being covered in his dark purple flame cloak. It was the sole killing move that Xiao He had for the moment, so he used it pretty often. The archer tried to dodge but was too late. Xiao He managed to rip his right arm apart from his body, thus crippling his ability to use the bow. Ah, my arm, my arm! The archer screamed in terror as he saw his arm on the soil while blood was flowing from his now empty right arm. The scream of the archer distracted the spearman, who looked back only to see his little brother screaming in terror while clutching his empty right arm. The moment he turned around was the moment Hao Shen moved. He used his full power 1,000-step whirlwind and seemed to disappear from where he stood previously. The moment he reapered, he was slashing the throat of the spearman, making his head fly into the air while his body was burned from the fire Douqi Hao Shen had infused his sword with. Xiao He also quickly finished his opponent and killed the archer using flame to pierce through his brain, killing him. Hao Shen burned the corpse of the archer and took the storage ring of the two men with him and went back to the waterfall cave. When Hao Shen and Xiao He arrived at the waterfall, the night was already starting to fall, so they went inside of the cave and blocked it with the giant boulder. Once inside of the cave, Hao Shen took out the 5 storage ring he got and inspected their content. He found nothing interesting in the rings of the 6-star Douji and the 1-star Douji, but got some precious plant in the storage ring of the twins. In the ring of the spearman he got a bone-shrinking plant and a lightning condes drop. The bone-shrinking plant, just as its name implied, was used to make the bone of a creature smaller. Hao Shen wouldn't use it on Xiao He like it was, but he would concoct a bone transform pill which could allow Xiao He to control the bone of his body to shrink to the size of his wish and come back to his natural form at will. The lightning condes drop had a very little chance of forming since it was created by having lightning struck a drop of rain multiple times before it touched the ground. It was the main ingredient in the lightning circulation pill, which was used to increase the affinity of a practitioner with the lightning type Douqi. He could gift this to his sister to help her cultivate. In the archer storage ring he found multiple books. It seemed that the twins had robbed quite a few practitioners, as all the books were Douqi skills ranging from Huang class low level to Zan class mid level. After storing all the useful things of these 2 rings in his own storage ring, Hao Shen opened the storage ring of the Douqi realm practitioner. It was the ring that had the less items. The sole interesting things it contained were a map and a book. Otherwise the ring was filled with ration and survival NECE city. The map seemed to lead toward the inner region of the magical beast mountain range. On the map was a precise destination. The map also contained a lot of information about the beasts and their territory. Hao Shen even saw where the nest of the amethyst-winged lion on the map. The book was a Zan class high-level finger Douqi skill named Sword Finger. It allowed the user to use his finger like one used a sword. The Douqi skill was separated into 9 levels, and it was said that once one reached the 9th level the skill would be comparable to a D-class low-level Douqi skill. It was considered extremely rare, and Hao Shen was surprised that a mere Douqi was able to get his hands on it. The book warned about the difficulty of training the skill. One could cripple the meridian in his finger if he wasn't careful enough, so it was advised to be practiced slowly to be sure to not make a mistake. Hao Shen was shocked when he read this part, but he wasn't afraid as there was nothing that a pill couldn't cure, so he still chose to practice it. Chapter 20 The Sword Finger, Xiao He's Small Breakthrough. Hao Shen chose to practice the Sword Finger Douqi skill since it was said to be able to rival a D-class Douqi skill. In other terms, this means that the Sword Finger Douqi skill one of the 3 strongest Douqi skill existing in the whole Jia Ma Empire. This fact was true only when one had practiced it to the 9th level, but it was an undeniable fact that this was still the reality, so even if there was risk, Hao Shen still chose to practice it. Hao Shen was not very afraid of the backlash since it could at most damage his finger's meridian, but he had the medicinal property of the meridian rays pill stored inside of his dantian, so even if the meridian of his finger were completely destroyed, he would be able to restore it instantly. That was why the meridian rays pill was a very rare pill. After finishing the transfer of the important things from the mercenary storage rings to his own, Hao Shen sat cross-legged and started to circulate his Douqi using the Starfire Revolution mantra. Since he had used a lot of his stored Douqi he started to cultivate, and it had brought him a lot of benefits. He was able to feel that he was close to reach the peak of the 5-star Douji realm. He should reach it in 1 week, and after another 3 weeks he would have his breakthrough the 6-star Douji realm. Since Hao Shen left his clan, 7 weeks had passed, so while calculating the time he took to reach the magical beast mountain range he would have to leave in another 5 weeks. By the time he had to leave he should have stabilized his cultivation in the 6-star Douji realm, and he would be able to rush back in 2.5 weeks. After taking all this in consideration he decided to strat training Sword Finger Douqi skills. 3 weeks later, before a waterfall in the outer region of the magical beast mountain range one could spot a youth training. The youth seemed to slash through the air like he had a sword, but all he used was his fingers. This youth was obviously Hao Shen, who was practicing the sword finger. He had trained it to the 4th level already and he was able to use his finger to shoot a slash of sword light, but he was unable to do it repeatedly, so he still used his sword most of the time. Hao Shen had successfully practiced from nothing to the 4th level of the sword finger Do Qi skill in only 3 weeks. This was considered very fast as it was a high-level Zan class Do Qi skill and one of the one who nearly reached the D class. He also practiced his others Do Qi skills in these 3 weeks. The 1000-step whirlwind had reached the 164th step. It was a very difficult skill to practice, but Hao Shen was not discouraged. He was able to feel his progress getting faster and he mastered the step more easily after familiarizing himself with the air current he used while using the skill. His flash slash had reached the 7th slash and Hao Shen discovered that the sword light consumed a lot less of his Do Qi while being more powerful, so he was able to send more than one sword light in a fight. He could now slash at least 5 sword lights slash before using up his Do Qi. Xiao He also made some progress. Since Hao Shen had started feeding him the lightning fire essence pill, his progress became a lot smoother and he was close to reach the mid-level rank 1. At the time when he'll have his breakthrough, he should be able to fight against high-level rank 1 magical beast. As Hao Shen had calculated, he reached the peak 5-star Do J realm 2 weeks ago and he still needed another week of cultivation to break through. Okay, I should stop for now. Hao Shen was drenched in sweat that came from his hard practice, so he jumped in the water and started to clean himself. After a bit he came out of the water and dressed up. After having dressed up, he went toward the cave and entered it. Hao Shen had decided that he would concoct the bone transform pill for Xiao He so that he could come out of the magical beast mountain range. He took 4 hours to concoct it and stocked the bone transform pill in a jade bottle since Xiao He was away from the cave. Xiao He has started to go away from the cave on his own since a week ago. He seemed to want to hunt some magical beasts, so Hao Shen let him do it. He sometimes came back with magical core, but all the fire type and lightning type Do Qi 1 were eaten by him. The sky was starting to get more and more dark as the night started to fall, and like usually Xiao He came back at this hour, but this time Hao Shen was shocked when he saw him. Xiao He was now close to 1.50 meters. It seemed that Xiao He had his breakthrough while he was away from the cave. Seeing Hao Shen outside of the cave, Xiao He proudly landed on his shoulder and seemed to show off the fact that he had a breakthrough. This thing, you are proud of yourself while being only a rank 1 magical beast. Stop showing off for nothing," said Hao Shen jokingly, but Xiao He seemed quite displeased, so he started to peck Hao Shen's head for a while, but since Hao Shen had completed the external reforging of his body, the pecks didn't feel painful at all, so Xiao He stopped. Hao Shen went back toward the cave with Xiao He, and after they went in he gave him the bone transform pill. Xiao He swallowed it and his body size began to change for a while before stabilizing to where it was before, but Xiao He was now able to fully change his body size as he wanted. Just 2 more weeks and I'll leave this forest. Chapter 21 Breakthrough 6-star Do J Realm Practitioner, starting the trip toward home. Hao Shen slashed his finger through the air using the sword finger Do Qi skill. A slash of sword light was fired from the tip of his finger and killed the peak rank 1 magical beast in front of him. The sword finger is really powerful. I have only reached the 5th level, but I can already kill rank 1 magical beast with only a wave of my fingers. 6 days had passed since the breakthrough of Xiao He. Hao Shen had trained the sword finger Do Qi skill up to the 5th level, making the power of his sword light stronger than the one he could slash out while using his sword, but he could only fire 2 sword lights slash before exhausting his Do Qi. It was due to his current cultivation. Since he was still a 5-star Do J realm practitioner, he had a small reserve of Do Qi. Xiao He was currently lazily on a tree some meters away. He seemed bored to death while watching Hao Shen kill weak magical beasts to test his power. Hao Shen trained for a few more hours before deciding to go back to the waterfall cave. Once he arrived, he sat cross-legged and started his daily cultivation. He started to use the Starfire Revolution mantra and circulated his Do Qi while absorbing some from outside of his body. Hao Shen had calculated that he should break through today, so he concentrated and made use of the last bit of remaining fire Do Qi inside of his body and fused it with the Do Qi he absorbed from the outside and started to fuse them little by little. After an hour, the remainings of fire Do Qi were completely absorbed and the Do Qi inside of Hao Shen's body started to move frenetically. Pulse after pulse of fire Do Qi erupted inside of Hao Shen's body and suddenly pierced through the bottleneck of the 6-star Do J realm. Hao Shen finally became a 6-star Do J realm practitioner. He sat there without moving for 3 more hours. During this time he stabilized his cultivation. After the 3 hours passed, Hao Shen opened his eyes suddenly and stood up. Comma 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 comma. 1 week later, Hao Shen was standing before the waterfall looking at the cave. He whistled one time and some instant later a dark bird came flying from far away. It was Xiao He. He had gone hunting some weak beast once more last night and didn't come back before Hao Shen had called him. Xiao He landed on Hao Shen's shoulder and snuggled his head with Hao Shen's. Xiao He, we're leaving. For now, I have to go back home. Xiao He seemed to understand, so he nodded his head. Xiao He's intelligence was really far more developed than any beast of his age. Hao Shen suspected that this fact came from his interaction with a human that was speaking to him, but it could also be due to his bloodline. Hao Shen started to walk slowly towards the exit of the magical beast mountain range. While walking, he passed by the spot where he had killed the rank 1 magical beast, the blood-devouring python. That was the first time that Hao Shen had ever killed a living being, so it was quite a strong memory. After more than 2 hours of travel, he reached the entrance of the magical beast mountain range and stepped outside for the first time in 9 weeks. He looked back one last time and resumed his trip. Xiao He was currently sleeping on Hao Shen's shoulder. He had shrunk his body to the size of a normal adult raven. During their trip back home, Hao Shen and Xiao He's met with several groups of people. They were merchant, mercenary or practitioner that went towards the magical beast mountain range or towards another place such as a surrounding city. Hao Shen even recognized some merchant caravan that often came to the Hao Clan city to do business. Comma 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 comma. 1 week later, Hao Shen stood far away from a little town and looked at its entrance. I came back to Iron Bull Town quicker than I expected since I walked all the way back. Let's go get something to eat and I'll resume my travel. When he arrived at the entrance of the Iron Bull Town, the guard that he had met at the entrance of Tai Niu's manor was currently giving orders to the guard standing at the town entrance. When Hao Shen approached the town entrance, all the guard looked at him since he was the sole person entering it at this moment. The guard of the manor turned around since he saw all the other guards look towards the same direction. When he saw Hao Shen, he was shocked and he then recovered and walked towards Hao Shen. Benefactor, you finally came back to our little town after so much time. It's a pleasure to have you. Hao Shen was surprised at first, but he didn't show him on his face. It's been a while, you don't guard the manor anymore. The manor's guard was surprised that Hao Shen had remembered him and he smiled. It's thanks to Benefactor Grace, since I was the one who brought you in when the little boss was poisoned. Boss promoted me to leader the city patrol. Hehe. Good for you, work hard, I'll see you next time. Yes, have a good time inside Iron Bull Town. After that, Hao Shen went to the inn where he had stayed and commanded some things to eat. He shared a meal with Xiao He and departed from the inn after paying. He exited the town without interruption and continued his trip to the Hao Clan city. Comma 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 comma. 1.5 weeks later, Hao Shen stood at the entrance of the Hao Clan city. The city was bustling with people and the city guards were diligently surveilling the entrance. Hao Shen went towards the highest-ranked city guard. Ji Yu Bo, can I enter the city now? At first, Ji Yu Bo was surprised by who was speaking to him like that, but when he lifted his eyes. Young master, you are back, obviously you don't need to queue up. After that, Ji Yu Bo donned some soldier to open the city door and Hao Shen went in. I've finally arrived, I'm back. Chapter 22 Reunion, Revelation. I'm finally arrived, I'm back. Hao Shen was currently standing at the city entrance while he was looking towards the Hao Clan estate. The crowd parted around him since they saw that he was permitted to enter without waiting. This was the advantage that only someone with a high position could enjoy, even more so in the Hao Clan city. The Hao Clan was considered the second most powerful clan in the whole Jia Ma Empire thanks to the Hao Clan old master Hao Lei that had breakthrough the Dou Zong realm. Aside from him, there were the 2 old ancestors that stayed in seclusion all year around. The 2 of them were 7-star Dou Huang realm and 8-star Dou Huang practitioner and were another deterrent force, and finally there was the current patriarch of the Hao Clan who had breakthrough to the Dou Huang realm. Considering the number of Dou Huang and adding the Dou Zong realm practitioner, even the Yun Lan sect wouldn't dare to launch an assault on the Hao Clan, much less the imperial family of the Jia Ma Empire that didn't even have a Dou Zong realm practitioner. Hao Shen started walking toward the Hao Clan estate. He felt happy to be able to see his relatives again. Hao Shen currently had the mentality of a 15-years-old youth while he himself being only elven, so he missed his family quite a bit during his training trip, but thanks to Xiao He he hadn't been lonely. Xiao He was currently awake. He was stating on Hao Shen's shoulder, looking around them curiously. It seemed attracted to the bustling atmosphere of the city as it was the first time that he entered one. While Hao Shen was walking in the street, he heard a conversation. Hey, have you heard it said that the Hao Clan and the Yun Lan sect will hold an amicable youth competition the day after tomorrow? Really, but I heard the current Yun Lan sect didn't have any strong disciple, compared to the Hao Clan young master and young miss that are already Doji realm practitioner at such a young age, and there is also the young master of the first branch family who reached the peak Doji Chi realm while being 11 years old. The Yun Lan sect doesn't seem to stand a chance. I agree with you, but apparently the Dou Zong practitioner of the two sides made an agreement that the competition was open only for those at the Doji Chi realm. So grandfather and Yun Shan had an accord like this. It's too bad that I don't get to fight anyone, but even the strongest of them is not a Doji, so I don't need to make a move. I'll let Hao Wei get the light spot this time, hehe. After walking slowly for some time, Hao Shen made it before the entrance of the Hao Clan estate and entered. On the other side of the entrance, Hao Shen was surprised to see some people waiting for him. They were Hao Shen's relatives, his father, his mother and his big sister. Before Hao Shen could say anything, his mother had already rushed towards him and took him in her arms. Welcome back, Shen'er. Hao Shui seemed to be quite happy to see her son. Yes, I'm back, mother. After the reunion with his family had ended, Hao Shen's big sister Hao Jinjing seemed to stare at something. Xiao Shen, what is this little bird on your shoulder? When Hao Jinjing said this, all the people present looked toward Hao Shen's shoulder. Xiao He was currently looking around timidly while hiding behind Hao Shen's head. Hao Shen was surprised that Xiao He could act timid like this, so he took it in his arms and positioned it before everyone. This thing, Xiao He, you're so proud of yourself when we are alone, but now that you get attention you hide like this, hehe. He is Xiao He, the little night raven that I found in the forest. I promised his mother to take care of him while she was dying. Mommy, Daddy, I want a pet too. Hao Jinjing didn't even wait for anyone to speak before asking. Little girl had tendons to like cute things, and Xiao He, even tough he was a raven, his purple feathers made it look cute when he was in his little form. Hao Shen's father and mother ignored her and took a closer look at Xiao He. It's strange, I have saw some night raven before, but none of them had a purple color in addition to their natural black one. Father, it's probably due to the fact that Xiao He's father was not a night raven, since Xiao He possesses a lightning Dou Qi affinity in addition of his fire one. His father and mother were shocked, since it was quite rare for a magical beast to have more than one affinity, and the double affinity magical beast often became overlord of their region. Hehe, Shen'er, it seems that you were blessed with good luck to get him. While Xiao He was proudly looking around after being praised, Hao Shen tote. If only they knew, haha. Father, mother, I got some things for the clan during my travel. Hao Shen then gave the storage ring of the mercenary to his father. Inside of it were the numerous Dou Qi skills book and the medicinal plant that Hao Shen didn't plan to use himself. After giving all that he had to his father, he asked to go to sleep since he didn't sleep much during his trip back home. Little Shen, can I take care of Xiao He? Asked Hao Jinjing. Hao Shen looked at Xiao He and he seemed to not be against it. Okay, but big sister, you have to take good care of him, replied Hao Shen, at which Hao Jinjing nodded her head vigorously. After giving Xiao He to his sister, Hao Shen went back to his little courtyard and went to sleep. Meanwhile, in the Hao Clan estate main hall, Hao Tian stood with a frown on his face. Xinghe, I want a report on what happened to Shen'er during his training in the magical beast mountain rage. Don't leave a single thing aside. A shadow suddenly emerged from thin air and kneeled down. Yes, Patriarch, Xinghe replied. Chapter 23 Report, Start of the Competition. The Patriarch, I shall start my report. During the first 2 weeks after his depart, the young master didn't do anything apart from going toward the magical beast mountain range. He then arrived at Iron Bull Town, where he bought some precious herbs on the market. I didn't enter the young master bedroom to respect his privacy, so I don't know what he did of these herbs, but they should still be in his storage ring. The next day, young master learned that the son of Tai Niu, the boss of the Iron Bull mercenary, was poisoned by an unknown magical beast, so he went towards Tai Niu Manor to see if he could cure his son. The strangest things start here. It seems that the young master succeeded. How is this possible? Shen'er is in no way a physician. Patriarch, I got the answer while I followed the young master in the magical beast mountain range. It seems that the young master is an alchemist. What? This is impossible. He don't even have a teacher. No one can learn alchemy alone, even more so while being as young as Shanur. Hao Tian was extremely surprised by this revelation. Patriarch, I didn't saw the young master concoct any pill, but I saw him control a Douqi flame to burn the corpse of the men he killed. His flame was completely mastered and moved like it was the extension of his body, thus I concluded that the young master knew of alchemy. We shall speak about this later. Continue your report. Yes, Patriarch. After the young master arrived in the outer region of the magical beast mountain range, he fought his first magical beast on the first day and killed it pretty easily. It was a rank 1 blood-devouring python. Then he quickly found a secluded cave under a waterfall where he established his camp. After a week, the young master spotted a dying night raven who had just fought with some human that tried to rob its nest. It was there that the young master found the egg of his pet. Aside from that egg, he also took a strange stone that was inside of the nest. He experimented these things in only a week. Good, continue. After this, the young master went back to the cave under the waterfall, and the next day he was followed by his pet when he came out of the cave. It's nothing surprising, Xiao He should have been just about to be born. After this, nothing's particular happened in the next 3 weeks. By then, the young master had started to practice a movement Douqi skill, I don't know, but it seemed to be very powerful. Then the young master went to hunt with his little pet. It was the pet that fought with a low-level rank 1 magical beast and killed it pretty quickly, but just as he had started excavating the core of the magical beast, it had just killed an arrow shot towards his head. I sent a wave of Douqi furtively to deflect the arrow trajectory, thus it ended up missing the little bird head. It was then that the young master became serious and he exterminated all the mercenary persons. He took their storage rings and burned their corpse, leaving nothing behind. He is still so young, but he already have blood on his hands. Hao Tian was a little sad about this fact. After that, the young master started practicing another Douqi skill. It seemed very powerful but also very dangerous to train, since the young master kept muttering about the damage it could create to the meridian in his finger. Luckily, the young master didn't suffer a single injury, and from what I saw, I assume that this skill is at least of Zon class peak level, but the young master doesn't seem to have mastered it completely, so there is a chance that this skill is a D-class Douqi skill. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I, Hao Tian, have a good son. He is the luck and hope of our Hao clan. After this, the young master started his trip back, stopping only to eat a meal in Iron Bull Town, and he came back to the Hao clan without a stop along the way. I also don't know about young master current cultivation. Thanks for the report, you can go. Yes, Patriarch. After this, Xing He disappeared in thin air while Hao Tian stood up and left the room. Xing He was a member of the Hao clan's secret pavilion. It was a group full of elite completely loyal to the Hao clan. They were orphan nurtured since they were young, and the weakest member of this pavilion was a 3-star Dou Ling realm practitioner. Xing He was the vice head of one of the 3 heads of the pavilion. He was an 6-star Dou Wang realm practitioner that nobody knew of. The Hao clan secret pavilion's 3 heads were all Dou Huang level practitioner, and only each patriarch knew of their name and could order them to move. They were the hidden force of the Hao clan. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today was the day of the competition. All the youth of the Hao clan went towards the arena. The Hao clan arena was a luxurious, enormous building. It was comparable to the sacred stage in the capital city. When Hao Shen arrived, he went towards the spectator area since he didn't have the right to participate. Once he arrived, he quickly spotted his family in the highest place of the arena, so he went toward his seat. His father saw him. You're finally here, Shanur. The guests from the Yun Lan sect will be there soon. Make yourself comfortable. After some time, it was his sister carrying Xiao He that came. The moment Xiao He saw Hao Shen, it was as if he saw his savior. He flew toward him and landed on his shoulder, not willing to go anywhere else no matter what Hao Jinjing did. 10 minutes later, a commotion broke out at the entrance of the arena. It seemed that the Yun Lan sect had arrived. Chapter 24, Yun Lan sect arrival, competition. When the commotion broke through outside of the Hao clan arena, all the spectator in the audience looked towards the entrance of the arena and waited for the Yun Lan sect to make their appearance. The doors opened and a flow of disciples entered the arena. Their age ranged from 10 to 15 years old. Their cultivations were all in the Douqi realm, and some of them could be considered slightly talented. There was a guy who had reached the peak of the Douqi realm at 12 years of age, but his Douqi seemed a bit chaotic. For this to happen, there were only 2 possible reasons. One, the practitioner had consumed too much pill, thus making his foundation unstable, and the other was if he had just had his breakthrough. The most eye-catching disciple present in the Yun Lan sect people was a young lady. She seemed to be 11 and had a stable peak Douqi realm cultivation. she didn't stand with the others' disciples and was standing at the same level as the elder. The young lady was definitely a future beauty. She was wearing a broad-sleeved, tight-body moon-white long robe. Her extremely huggable waist was tied with a silver-colored belt which exactly and perfectly revealed her narrow waist, and her small eyebrows revealed a faint otherworldly elegance as she smiled artfully. The smile was seemingly gentle, but it had an indifference seeping out that held everyone far away. So this is Nolan Yanran, she is indeed a beauty, was what Hao Shen was currently thinking while looking at her. After every people of the Yunlan sect were in place, a figure appeared from above the arena and landed on the head sit of the Yunlan sect. I didn't think I'd see her here. Hao Shen was currently very surprised by the presence of the person sitting opposite to his father. The lady was wearing a tight dress that covered her exquisite frame. Her black hair was held in place by a noble-looking phoenix accessory. The beautiful and moving face of hers was very calm, revealing not the slightest change even when faced with the audience. The woman lightly sat on the highest sit of the Yunlan sect. Her calm and beautiful face carried a gracefulness and nobility that the simple dress she wore could not hide. This woman was the current sect leader of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun. What a beauty indeed! This Douqi Continent really has a lot of beauty. When Yun Yun had arrived on her seat, Hao Shen's father stood up and looked at the crowd around the arena. I welcome our guests from the Yunlan sect, and I hope we will have a good time watching the young talent of our respective group. You are too courteous, Patriarch Hao. I thank you for accepting the competition that we proposed to you. Haha, you're joking, sect leader Yun. How could Hao Tian dare to refuse an invitation from the famous Yunlan sect? Since that the case, why don't we start the competition? Good idea. I, in my name of Patriarch of the Hao Clan, declare the start of the amicable competition. The rules are the following. The fighting method will be like a tournament in 1 versus 1 fight. Once one of the fighters surrender, the fight will stop. Don't hit too hard. If someone is crippled, the responsibility will lie with the one who caused it, and the responsible person will receive the same injuries as the victim. That's all for the rules. Let the participant enter the arena to draw their number. After the rules were announced, all the participants went into the arena to draw their numbers. Good. Since everyone knows when he had to fight, let me tell you something else. The competition will be divided into 2 parts. The first one will be today to determine the top 8 of the competition, and tomorrow will be the last day of competition where the final winner will be announced. The competition started, and soon some participants seemed to shine more than others. The 2 most powerful people seemed to be Nolan Yanran and Hao Wei, with the latter being a little weaker than the former. Aside from them, a member of the Hao clan became the biggest dark horse of the competition. He had hidden his cultivation at the 7-star Douqi realm while he was, in fact, a peak 9-star Douqi realm practitioner. This situation even shocked Hao Shen's father, as he didn't know of this beforehand. Seems that this guy got some lucky encounter somewhere. Hao Shen started reading the information about him. This guy was named Hao Li and was an external branch member of the Hao clan. He was nothing special all the while, but he seemed to have changed since he completed a mission in the north of the Jia Ma Empire. If I'm not wrong, he should have gotten the inheritance of a Dou Huang or higher, since he was able to rise by 4-star in less than a year. Hao Li was only 12 this year and he was already at the peak of the Douqi realm, but a year ago he was still struggling at the 5-star Douqi realm, so he had surely received something from at least a Dou Huang practitioner, maybe some pill or a Douqi method. But anyway, this secret didn't interest Hao Shen too much, as it was a good thing to have one more expert in the clan. Aside from Hao Li, Hao Wei and Nolan Yanran, nobody else really stood out of the crowd, so the competition was quickly finished. The 8 remaining participants were Hao Li, Hao Wei, Nolan Yanran, 2 others member of the Yunlan sect, Hao Mei, Hao Yu, and Hao Jin. All of the others aside from Hao Li, Hao Wei and Nolan Yanran were at the 8-star Douqi realm, since the youth with unstable peak Douqi realm had been defeated by Hao Li. The remaining participants stood on the arena, and after their name was announced they left towards their assigned residence. The people from the Hao clan went back towards their respective house, and the guests of the Yunlan sect went towards the remaining participant from the Yunlan sect went towards the guest houses inside of the Hao clan estate. These residences were very close to where Hao Shen's pavilion was situated. Chapter 25 Information about the Green Lotus Core Flame. After everyone had left the arena, the only people remaining inside of it were the high-graded member of both the Hao clan and the Yunlan sect. The Yunlan sect came with 5 elders who were in the late stage of the Dou Wang realm, and there was also the sect master of the Yunlan sect, Yun Yun, who was also the youngest Dou Huang realm cultivator of the Jia Ma Empire. On the side of the Hao clan stood the Hao clan patriarch, Hao Tian, Dou Huang realm practitioner, and his little brother Hao Jian, who was at the very peak of the Dou Wang realm. Aside from them there were another 3 elders who were also in the late stage of the Dou Wang realm. Of the young generation, the only remaining person was Hao Shen. He was interested in what was going on, so he decided to stay behind to listen. Before they started to speak, an elder of the Yun Lan sect looked at Hao Shen. "Leader, how are you sure we can speak about our issue with other people here?" Hao Tian looked lost for a second before he understood. "Haha, Elder Fan, you don't have to worry. This youth over there is my son, so he is not an outsider. Shen'er, come, greet the elders from the Yun Lan sect." Hao Shen went towards them and saluted. Hao Shen greets the elders and the sect master. The elders, hearing that the youth was actually the Jia Ma Empire #1 prodigy who reached the Doujie realm at the young age of 11, were a little surprised, since the youth before them resembled more to a teenager of 14 or 15 years old than a kid of 11. "Leader Hao, with all respect, the young master of the Hao clan should be 11 years old this year, but this youth seems older than this." Hao Shen replied before Hao Tian could. "Haha, Elder, you don't have to be so serious about it, since the confusion often happens due to my appearance. All right then, shall we start speaking about the important subject aborted in the letter I sent you earlier?" said Elder Fan. Hao Shen watched all of the people on the side of the Yun Lan sect, but he quickly lost interest and started listening to the conversations. "That's why we think that a legendary heavenly flame is currently in the Tager Desert, and the ranked 6 alchemist Lord Jiyu, he is hoping that you will help him with us. As a thank you gift, Lord Jiyu, he will refine pill for you free of charge after he got the heavenly flame." Ha ha ha, so that what it was. They discovered the existence of the Green Lotus Core flame some years before the story even started, but failed to obtain it before Queen Medusa. Haha. Other than Hao Shen, the other people present were shocked by this news. In the record of the Hao clan there was mention of the legendary heavenly flame, but it was a very little mention, since only a little bit of information were found about them. "If there is really the heavenly flame you talk about in the Tager Desert, I'll send a peak Dou Wang realm practitioner to help, since alchemist Jiyu, he made such a great proposition. But don't forget that there is a practitioner that no one wants to offend living there. It will become quite dangerous if Queen Medusa participate in the battle, so if this happens, my Dou Wang realm practitioner will back off from the operation. I don't wish to become enemies with a whole race for someone else's benefits." "We understand, Leader Hao. We will now take our leave." After they had left, Hao Tian looked at Hao Shen, who seemed pensive. "Shen'er, do you think we should agree to their proposition?" "I don't think this is a bad proposition, so there's no reason to not accept it, but you made the right decision to back off without having to fight Queen Medusa. This woman is dangerous, she will become even more dangerous in the future. Father, I don't think they know where the heavenly flame is inside of the Tager Desert, so this should still take some time before you have to send a practitioner there." "All right, I'll tell you when they ask me to send the practitioner." Without them knowing, a woman was currently listening to their conversation. She was above the ground, standing in the sky, and looked seriously at Hao Shen before departing towards the guest houses of the Hao clan estate. After speaking some more with his father, Hao Shen and Xiao He, who was sleeping on his shoulder, went back to the Hao clan estate. After they arrived at Hao Shen's pavilion, Xiao He went to sleep on Hao Shen's bed, while Hao Shen went out once more towards his private training field. After arriving at the training field, Hao Shen unsheathed his sword and started practicing the Flash/Douqi skills. He had managed to promote it to the 8th slash and nearly reached the last level. His Flash/Sword light consumed even less Douqi, and he was able to slash out 10 sword lights without being tired, and if he reached the next level, he wouldn't need to consume any Douqi to create sword lights, which mean he could slash as many as he wanted. While he was practicing, he heard some voices coming from behind him, so he turned around. He saw 4 persons entering the training field. There was a male who wasn't speaking and 2 females chatting with each other. What surprised Hao Shen was that amongst them was Nalan Yanren. These are the best disciple of the Yun Lan sect younger generation. While he looked at them, the trio also saw him. They stopped chatting and curiously looked over. The second female seemed quite shy with people she didn't know, since she was blushing a little. Hao Shen didn't know that the little female disciple was blushing because of him. He was not conscious that he had become quite handsome since the start of his cultivation journey. Hao Shen had piercing eyes that seemed able to see through one's soul. He had long black hair reaching his waist. Aside from his physical appearance, the Starfire Revolution mantra also blessed him with an aura of nobility. The male disciple of the Yun Lan sect was the first to speak. "Sorry to disturb you while you're training, Senior." Senior, me." Hao Shen pointed a finger at himself and the trio nodded. Chapter 26, Some training with the disciple of the Yun Lan sect. After being called senior by a guy 3 years older than him, Hao Shen was slightly speechless. I think you're mistaken, I'm only 11 years old this year, said Hao Shen seriously. The trio looked stunned but soon got back to normal. Please stop joking around, senior, it is not good to mock juniors. That was the little female disciple. But it's true, you can ask anyone in the clan how old I am, they will tell you. The 3 disciples from the Yunlan sect seemed to believe him a little more, so they started chatting a little. Oh, by the way, my name is Hao Shen, I'm a direct disciple of the Hao Clan. After having chatted a bit, Hao Shen decided to introduce himself. Alright, we forgot to introduce ourselves, I'm Ling Chen, I'm an inner disciple of the Yunlan sect. My name is Qin Yu, I'm also an inner disciple of the Yunlan sect, and this I. Before Qin Yu could finish her sentence, Nalan Yanran spoke. I'm Nalan Yanran, I'm a core disciple from the Yunlan sect. She didn't reveal her identity as the disciple of the sect master to Hao Shen. She choose to hid it ehhh, bah, it's not even important, what's more, I don't care about the Yunlan sect, the sole thing I care about is the Hun clan who support Yunshan in the shadow. These fuckers, patriarch will break through the Dou Di realm one day. What a surprised face he'll make once he realized that he is not the first to become one. Hao Shen didn't say anything after hearing what Nalan Yanran had said. So should we practice together? Is it not a problem since we will be opponents in tomorrow's competition? Asked Ling Chen. It's not a problem since I'm not even participating. Right, I saw you near the Hao clan patriarch today, so why aren't you participating? Asked Qin Yu. It's because I already had my breakthrough the Doujie realm some months ago. Stop joking, if you are 11 years old you can't be a Doujie realm practitioner since it would make you at the same level as the super genius of the Hao clan. Hao Shish. Qin Yu stopped in the middle of her sentence. What was your name again? I've already told you I'm Hao Shen. Hao Shen seemed oblivious to the strange atmosphere there was around them. Haha, so you are Hao Shen, I'm a big fan of yours. It was thanks to you that I had a breakthrough to the 8-star Doujie Qi realm this year, as I was inspired by you. It is said that you never stop training for even a single day, and thanks to your effort and talent you become the genius that you are today. This was Ling Chen that said this. He didn't seem bothered by the identity of Hao Shen and looked at him in awe. The rumors are quite exaggerated, I'm not training that much. Hao Shen was quite embarrassed to see the look of awe present in Ling Chen's gaze. He could tell that Ling Chen really respected him from the bottom of his heart, and this was a first for Hao Shen. I heard that you had already reached the peak of the Doujie Qi realm when you were only 9 years old, and at that time only the genius from the Shao clan, Xiao Yan, was your match. It's really impressive. Qin Yu was also looking at Hao Shen in awe. I don't know since I've never really met him. Hao Shen was assaulted by questions one after another by the two of them and didn't know how to respond certain of them. He also remarked that when the name of Xiao Yan was spoken, Nalan Yanran seemed to be in deep tough about something. Good, she still thinks of ending the marriage. It's good news for me, as if she don't do it my soul rival won't even have the strength to lick my shoes when I am stronger. In Hao Shen's view, only Xiao Yan was worthy enough to be his rival in the whole Douqi Continent, since he was the sole person of the same generation able to keep his quick cultivation speed. Xiao Yan also possessed ancient Dou Di bloodline and came from one of the 8 great clans and was originally the main character of this world. All of these facts made Xiao Yan the only person worthy enough to be his rival in their generation. After some time, Hao Shen managed to extricate himself from the series of questions of his 2 fans. We should start practicing since you have to fight tomorrow in the competition. Yes, you right, let's train. The 4 of them started practicing till midnight and then went a separate way. The next day in the morning the competitor came into the arena and once more drew numbers. The fights were as follows: Hao Li versus Ling Chen, Hao Yu versus Qin Yu, Hao Jin versus Nalan Yanran, and Hao Mei versus Hao Wei. Hao Shen was looking forward to the performance of his cousin. It was said that he had practiced a Zan class mid-level Dou Qi skill while Hao Shen was away. Hao Shen also wanted to see Hao Li fight since he was the biggest dark horse of the competition, and by seeing some Dou Qi skills that he would use, Hao Shen would maybe be able to discern the legacy of which expert he received. Hao Li was currently the one with the most chance of victory in the Hao clan, since he would fight Nalan Yanran or Hao Wei only in the last match, so if he didn't underestimate his opponent too much he shouldn't have any problem to reach the final stage. Let the competition start, Hao Tian said to the crowd. Let's see what can happen with the unknown factor, Hao Shen thought while looking at Hao Li. Chapter 27, Top 8 of the competition. Let's see what can happen with the unknown factor. The first match was between Hao Li and Ling Chen. No matter how one looked, the opponents were not equal. On one side stood Hao Li at the peak 9-star Douqi realm and on the other stood Ling Chen at the peak 8-star Douqi realm. In terms of talent, Ling Chen was probably better than Hao Li, but cultivation never relied only on talent. The best example was Hao Shen. Although he was one if not the most talented youth of the Jia Ma Empire, he wouldn't be able to raise his strength by 5-star in only 3 months if it was not due to his luck. Hao Li was another of such an example. He was not very talented originally, but he was very hardworking. Due to some luck he got the chance to compete with those more talented than him and become one of the powerhouses of the Jia Ma Empire in the future. So even if talent was important, it couldn't determine a person's whole future. Depending on the strength of the thing Hao Li received, he could even become as strong as a Dou Sheng. While originally having a trash talent for the martial way, he could also be stopped after reaching the Dou Huang realm. All of that depended on luck. This was why luck passed even before talent. Hao Li and Ling Chen stood face to face on the stage and waited for the start of the fight to be announced. Start. Hao Li rushed towards Ling Chen using weird footwork that made him faster than he was yesterday, surprising the audience once more. This guy is interesting. This should be a Zon class mid-level movement Douqi skill. To be able to train it in less than a year, he should have a fairly good comprehension ability. What's more, he possesses a Douqi skill on par with the 3 best movement Douqi skills of the whole Jia Ma Empire. While thinking of this, Hao Shen looked toward his father, who seemed to have recognized the level of the Douqi skill Hao Li used and was looking a bit shocked. Hao Shen also looked towards the elder of the Yun Lan sect and saw a different expression on their faces. 4 of them were surprised and shocked, but the last one, Elden Bu, was looking viciously at Hao Li. After looking at them, Hao Shen looked towards Yun Yun. She was standing above the elders and looked at the fight suspiciously. Feeling a gaze on her, she turned toward where it came from. Hao Shen and Yun Yun eyes made contact with each other. Hao Shen maintained a calm expression and slowly nodded. In his eyes one could discern a faint trace of warning directed toward the elder of the Yun Lan sect. Yun Yun was shocked when she saw this. This little guy just gave me a warning not to try anything. How could he be so confident while only being a Douji realm practitioner? Yun Yun also nodded her head and both of them looked back at the fight. Hao Li and Ling Chen had exchanged less than 20 moves, but Ling Chen was already being cornered by Hao Li. At the 25th move, Hao Li punched Ling Chen in the gut, sending him out of the arena. The match stops here. The winner is Hao Li. Hao Li won and advanced to the semifinal. The second match was between Hao Yu and Qin Yu. The two of them were 8-star Douji practitioner. The fight between two girls made loud cheering resound in the arena. Qin Yu and Hao Yu felt a little sighed, so they blushed. Start the fight. The two girls began their fight. The fight between the two of them dured quite some time and was finally won by Qin Yu after more than 100 blows were exchanged. The next fight was the one of Nolan Yanran, and she won it easily. Nolan Yanran was considered the participant who had the most chance of winning the competition before the apparition of Hao Li. The two were now at equal power, so nobody could tell who would win if the two of them fought. In the last fight of the top 8 was Hao Wei versus Hao Mei, but the fight didn't occur as Hao Mei decided to forfeit it since she had no chance to win against Nolan Yanran anyway. Nobody said anything about the forfeit since Hao Mei was only at the 7-star Douji realm and thus was the weakest remaining participant in the competition. The top 4 fight started an hour after the fight between Hao Mei and Hao Wei. Hao Li was standing before Qin Yu, who quickly chooses to surrender. She was still a 12-year-old little girl, so nobody said anything about it either. Hao Li, like his usual self, didn't say a word before going back towards the resting room that was attributed to him. The last fight of the semifinal was opposing Nolan Yanran and Hao Wei. One was the number 1 young disciple of the Yun Lan sect, while the other was one of the 2 strongest practitioners of the Douji realm in the Hao Clan. Hao Wei had cultivated some sort of Zon class mid-level Douqi skill during the time Hao Shen was away from home and was said to be the 3rd strongest youth of the Hao Clan. The fight started with Hao Wei charging towards Nolan Yanran straight. Nolan Yanran seemed ready to welcome him as she sent a palm toward him, but before the palm could touch him he had moved at a 90-degree angle on the right, easily dodging the palm. Hao Wei assault started at this moment. He used the Mountain Crush Fist, a Huang class high-level Douqi fist skill that could crush boulder easily, and sent multiple fists towards Nolan Yanran, but before the fists could make contact with Nolan Yanran, she seemed to disappear and reappeared behind Hao Wei, launching the supple palm Douqi skill, ejecting Hao Wei out of the stage. Winner, Nolan Yanran. So she can use the Zon class mid-level movement Douqi skill of the Yun Lan sect at her level. That's pretty good. it's a normal thing for Brother Wei to lose this match, but still he managed to reach the 4th level of the direction steps in only 3 months, that's already really good. The 2 finalists had been decided, they were Hao Wei and Nolan Yanran. Now that the 2 finalists stand on the stage, I'll announce the rewards of the competition. First place will get a peak rank 4 Doujie advancement pill that allow one at the peak of the Douji Qi realm to break through the Doujie realm with 100% chance. The pill was refined by alchemist Ji Yu. The second place will get a low rank 4 Do Qi boost pill that helps a Douji Qi practitioner enter the Doujie realm, augmenting his chance of breakthrough by 70%, and the third place will get a peak rank 3 Do Qi boost pill that can enhance the chance of breakthrough to the Doujie realm by 50%. Chapter 28 Hao Li Story, the final winner. Nolan Yanran and Hao Li were currently standing face to face on the main stages of the Hao clan's arena. The fight would begin at any moment, so they were very focused. Hao Li was currently thinking about what he had experienced in the last year. He was originally only an untalented disciple, but he was very hardworking since he didn't want to be stepped upon during his life, so despite his lack of talent he still trained very hard every day. He trained harder than anyone, but even while doing that he was not as good as the others who were the same age as him. Hao Li was very depressed when he saw that no matter what effort he made he wasn't able to catch up to the top of his generation. He felt a little bit of hatred for the one who was standing there because of his talent, but it was only till that one day who changed the vision he had of things. One day, Hao Li was walking around the Hao clan estate while being depressed because his cultivation didn't progress despite all he had done. This day, he felt hate for the first time. This hate was directed towards the one standing at the peak of the current generation in the Jia Ma Empire. It was the young master of the Hao clan, Hao Shen. Hao Li felt hate since he never saw Hao Shen train, but the later was still able to progress at a fast pace. While he was grumbling by himself, he saw something that completely extinguished the hate he previously felt. Standing at the center of the waterfall at the back of the Hao clan estate, the person he hated was enduring the water pressure while gritting his teeth and cultivating. Ha 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 ha, so I was just a fool thinking that talented people didn't need to train. In reality it was I that didn't train hard enough despite lacking talent. The young master, despite being the most talented youth in the whole Jia Ma Empire, still trained like a madman, but I still found time to hate others while I lacked talent. Ha 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 ha, it turns out I was just a fool. Hao Li felt enlightened, and all the hate he had felt towards Hao Shen was replaced by heartfelt respect. Sometime later he was sent to the north of the Jia Ma Empire to collect some herbs with other disciples, and while Hao Li was collecting a common rank 1 medicinal herb, he found the entrance of a cave that changed his life completely. Inside the cave he received the inheritance of a Dou Zong realm ancestor. This Dou Zong practitioner was named Xianxia. He was like Hao Li and practiced rock-type Dou Qi, so Hao Li was able to use his Dou Qi method. It was a D-class low-level Dou Qi method named Impassable Boulder Heart, and it permitted the user to have a stable state of mind no matter what the situation they found themselves in were. The Impassable Boulder Heart also greatly enhanced the physical defense of the practitioner and made their rock-type Dou Qi as hard as rock. Inside of the cave, he also found a lot of medicinal pills and ingredients that allowed him to reach the peak of the Douji Qi realm in less than a year. He also found 3 Dou Qi skills manual ranging from the Zan class mid-level to the Zan class peak level. These skills helped him boost his strength in a short time and made him what he was today. He had accomplished his desire to fight with the peak practitioner of his generation and swore to himself that he won't let himself be distanced again. Start the fight. Hao Li rushed towards Nolan Yanran using his weird movement skill and unleashed his Dou Qi for the first time in the competition. When his Dou Qi erupted, everyone except Hao Shen was shocked. Ha ha ha, I knew it, this guy is interesting, he got himself a fucking D-class Qi method. Nolan Yanran still reacted pretty quickly and used her wind-type Dou Qi to dodge the continuous attack of Hao Li. The fight continued for a long time but finally ended when Hao Li depleted all of his Dou Qi. He dropped towards the ground unconscious, but before he could reach the ground a hand stopped his fall. The whole audience was surprised. A young man had appeared on the stage while the fight was still going on. The youth was Hao Shen, who decided that he would do a favor to Hao Li before the Yunlan sect could cause any trouble for him due to the level of his Dou Qi method. To the audience, there was no peculiar message in this gesture, but the elders of the Yunlan sect were speechless while they looked at Hao Shen. He. Try to touch him now, a bunch of old farts. The Yunlan sect elders understood his message and gritted their teeth in defeat. On the other hand, Yun was shocked. She had observed Hao Shen burst of speed and managed to catch a glimpse of his current cultivation. She couldn't tell the exact level, but she was sure that it was above the 4-star Doujie realm. it means that Hao Shen had cultivated from the first star to the fourth in less than a year. This was a never heard of speed in the Jia Ma Empire. The competition end here. The victor is Nalan Yanran from the Yunlan sect. Congratulations, the pills should be given to the winners in the following year when alchemists Gu take the time to refine them. You'll be able to get them from me at this time," said Hao Tian. After the congratulation ceremony ended, the disciple of the Yunlan sect started the trip back towards the Yunlan sect. And it was also at this time that Hao Li awoke from his coma. Chapter 29 Decision. Hao Li looked around him a little surprised and finally sighed. "Seems that I still lost in the end." Hao Shen and Hao Wei were sitting close to the wall so Hao Li hadn't seen them. "Yeah, you lost in the end." Hao Wei said this without a hint of sarcasm. Shocked, Hao Li turned around and saw the two of them standing against the wall. "Hehe, even if you lost, the fight was interesting. What's more, she is the top genius of this generation in the Yunlan sect, so of course, she is stronger than the other opponents you fought before." Hao Shen laughed. "Haha, yeah, even I lost against her, so it's not shameful for you," said Hao Wei. "Sigh, maybe you are right, but I still wanted to win. One day I'll take my revenge." "Then you two guys, what do you want to do after that?" Suddenly Hao Shen asked. Hao Shen asked since he was not sure if they will be able to become stronger. "I don't know yet," Hao Wei and Hao Li replied directly. "Then you two should come with me to the Jianan Academy. I don't think there is a better environment to grow quickly, but to enter you have to reach the Doujie realm at least. The examination I'll take part in is in 4 years, so you have time, but I have to tell you something first. They're the people who study are mostly genius of their clan, so the competition is really rough. You shall be prepared since you'll need the strength of at least mid-level Doujie realm to enter the inner part of the Jianan Academy where the real geniuses are." Hao Shen decided to tell the two of them the requirement to enter the inner part of the Jianan Academy since he believed that they would be able to make it. "Haha, brother Shen, I Hao Wei will follow you in the Jianan Academy. I'll join you too then." Hao Shen was very happy since the two of them agreed to join the Jianan Academy. "I didn't misjudge the two of you. Let's bring glory to the clan while being there." After some more chatting, Hao Shen and Hao Wei decided to let Hao Li rest and went back to their respective courtyards. "So now I only need to wait for the Jianan Academy to start their recruitment and I'll join in, but I still want to do some other things in the Jia Ma Empire, so I'll go there only after a few more years. Bah, it's not yet the time to think about this. I should be able to have my breakthrough to the 7-star Doujie realm in less than 2 months thanks to the pills I'm now able to concoct, and I'll take 4 more months to have my breakthrough to the 8-star Doujie realm after that. After that I'll take approximately a year to have my breakthrough to the 9-star Doujie realm and at least another year to reach the peak of it. After that I'll concoct a Douqi break pill to directly break through the Douqi realm." When Hao Shen was thinking about his future plan, he entered his courtyard and saw Xiao He in his normal form sleeping on his bed. He took Xiao He away from his bed and started sleeping. The next day, Hao Shen awoke before the sun rose and went outside. Xiao He seemed to have already departed since he was not in the courtyard anymore. "I should go to train." Hao Shen thus went to his private training ground. He started his training by cultivating when the sun was barely visible in the sky. He did that so that he could maximize the effect of his cultivation since Douqi was more present at dawn. After 4 hours of cultivation, Hao Shen stood up and started practicing the 1000-step whirlwind Douqi movement skill. After an hour of practice he started his sword training and finally his sword finger training. When Hao Shen finished his morning training, it was already lunchtime, so he went towards the main hall to wait for his father to exit. A few minutes after he arrived, the elders came out of the hall and nodded toward him with a smile, and the last one to come out was his father. "Shenur, is there something that is bothering you? It's quite rare for you to come and see me here." Hao Tian was surprised to see his son waiting for him since it had only happened 1 or 2 times in the last 5 years. "Father, I wanted to speak to you privately." Hao Shen seemed quite serious, so his father brought him into the main hall for them to speak and created a soundproof Douqi barrier around them. "You can speak now. Aside from someone of your grandfather level, nobody in the clan is able to hear what will be said here." "Alright, Father, I wanted to tell you that I became the apprentice of an alchemist when I was young and I am currently already a peak rank 1 alchemist." Hao Shen has been thinking about this for quite a long time and he finally decided to tell his father that he was an alchemist since it was the only method he could use to be supported by the clan resources. So what Xing He was saying was true, Shenur has become an alchemist. Hao Tian was shocked since alchemist was the most revered occupation in the whole Douqi Continent. Sigh, Shenur, you should have told me earlier, I would have been able to provide you with resources. But I didn't want it to be discovered by others since I want to keep it secret from some more time, so I didn't tell anyone, but now that I came back in the clan I can't keep it a secret if I don't rely on you to get me the medicinal plants. I also need a new cauldron since mine is practically broken, so it would be found out that I am an alchemist if I went to buy them myself. Alright, you don't have to worry about it, I'll get you a cauldron and the plants you need to practice alchemy. I send them to your courtyards when I get them. Alright, here is the list of the things I need. Hao Shen gave a list to Hao Tian and went back after thanking him once more. After Hao Shen went out, his father stayed in the main hall. Xinghe, yes, patriarch. Xinghe appeared to the side and knelt on the ground. I want all these herbs to be quickly gathered, but I don't want anyone from the clan or the others' clans to know about it. Send some people of the secret pavilion to do it. Also, I don't want anyone aside from us two to know about the fact that Shenur is an alchemist. You'll go personally to buy a cauldron, take the best no matter what the price is. Hao Tian ordered. I'll do it immediately, patriarch. And after that Xinghe disappeared like a ghost. Sigh, Shenur, I don't know how much all of this will cost me, hehe. After that Hao Tian exited the main hall and went back toward his residence. Chapter 30 Broken Alchemy Cauldron. 1 week had passed since Hao Shen told his father that he was an alchemist. During this week Hao Shen had started to refine some peak rank 1 medicinal pills. He had refined enough pills for him to reach the peak of the 6-star Dou realm and started refine the pills he needed to break through the 7-star Dou realm. He started refining some accumulation Douqi pills, but when he started the refining of the first ingredient the cauldron cracked and crumbled on the ground. Sigh, I knew that this would happen. Hao Shen sighed and stood up. He looked outside of his room and saw that it was already morning, so he went outside to cultivate. While cultivating, Hao Shen started thinking about his future plan. I will stay in the clan till I have my breakthrough and become a low-level rank 2 alchemist. After that I'll go explore the Jia Ma Empire to see if I can use my plot armor to have some lucky encounter that will boost my cultivation speed and allow me to reach higher than 3-star Douqi realm when I participate to the test of the Jia Nan Academy. Father should have finished collecting the ingredient in a month or so. By that time I should have reached the very peak of the 6-star Douqi realm. And I will probably break through rank 2 alchemist a month later, so I will stay in the clan for another 2 months. During this time I should also train my current skills to the maximum so that my battle power reach another level. Currently, Hao Shen Douqi skills were as following. The /Douqi skill had reached the peak of the height / and Hao Shen should be able to form the 9th / under a month. The 1000-step whirlwind was at the 300th step. Hao Shen found it really easy to practice recently since he had fully comprehended the use of the wind current he used to boost his speed, and lastly his sword finger Douqi skill reached the 5th level. Hao Shen felt that he should start his training by fully mastering the /, so he planned to focus on training it before resuming his practice of the 2 other skills. After / had been mastered he would reach the 500th step of the 1000-step whirlwind, which would allow him to float in the sky for a small moment. Hao Shen was pretty excited about this since in his previous life this was the dream of many people. When he finished making his training plan it was already lunchtime and the sky was standing brightly in the sky, so Hao Shen went back towards his courtyard to fetch Xiaohe before going to eat with his mother, big sister, and grandmother. Xiaohe was still sleeping lazily, but he was still growing since he ate a lot of magic core when they were in the magical beast mountain range. Xiaohe, come, we're going to eat. Xiaohe suddenly stood up and modified his size before landing on Hao Shen's shoulder, seemingly looking forward to what he would eat. You lazy pig, don't you have any shame? If it continues like this you will become as fat as a cow and you won't even be able to fly. Joked Hao Shen. Xiaohe seemed to not think the same since he proudly opened his wings like he was showing off his body. Ha ha ha, yeah, you're very handsome, come let's go eat. Hao Shen and Xiaohe arrived at his family residence after some time. Hao Shen opened the door and saw his grandmother sitting at the table. It has been a while, grandmother, how are you feeling recently? Shenur, you finally have time to see your grandmother. Hehe, I've been quite good recently, but your grandfather is rarely home since his friend disappeared. Sorry about that, grandmother, I was too focused on my training and didn't come to see you. It's normal for grandfather to worry about elder Hai Bo Dong. They are friends since they were young and he even saved grandfather's life once. Hao Shen felt a little bad about Hai Bo Dong since he knew where he currently was, but Hao Shen was sure that Hai Bo Dong would rather die than having his grandfather see him in this kind of state. After being injured, Haibo Dong was reduced to a mere 6-star Dou Ling practitioner. For this Dou Huang realm practitioner, this was a great humiliation, so Hao Shen didn't tell anyone about the location of Haibo Dong. After chatting some more with his grandmother, steps resounded in the courtyard and Hao Jinjing soon entered the dining room. She seemed to be surprised to see Hao Shen here. It had to know that Hao Jinjing came here to eat every day. "Hello, grandmother. Little Shen, you came to eat with us. Did you bring Xiao He?" Hao Shen's grandmother smiled gently while nodding her head while Hao Shen sighed. "Sigh, this big sister of mine, she could make me cry." "Hi big sister, yeah, I brought him, he is standing the." Hao Shen pointed toward the spot where Xiao He liked to rest, but when he looked there, Xiao He had disappeared. Holy shit, Xiao He disappeared the moment big sister entered the room. What has she done to him? "Big sister, Xiao He seems to have gone back to my courtyard alone, sorry." It doesn't matter, it's quite rare for you to come to eat with us." "Hee, I train a lot so I don't have much time." "Oh, I see, by the way, I already reached the 2-star Doji realm, what about you?" Hao Jinjing seemed very proud of her accomplishment. "Shit, why did she ask me about my cultivation? Even grandmother seems interested now." "Good job big sister, I'm currently at th." Before Hao Shen could finish his sentence, his mother walked in followed by her maids and was surprised to see him here. "Shenur, you finally found time to come to see mother. Good, you have to eat with us today." "Sorry mother, Shenur was busy training so I couldn't come before now." "Don't worry about it, mother, understand," Hao Shui said while looking at Hao Shen with a gentle smile. After some chatting, they started to eat. An hour later, Hao Shen went back to his courtyard with a full belly. His mother had refilled his plate every time it was empty, not even caring about Hao Shen's hunger, so he had to eat enough to feed 2 persons. When Hao Shen arrived at his courtyard, he saw the once more sleeping Xiao He. Hao Shen looked toward the sky. "It's really good to have a family. I'll protect them and make them the most powerful clan in the whole Great Thousands world." Chapter 31 Grandfather Return, Father's Gifts. Hao Shen was currently training his flash/do chi sword skill. It had been a month since he came back to the clan. "Father should call me to the main hall in the next few days to give me the ingredient I asked him to buy. I also asked for a new alchemy cauldron, but I don't know what level of cauldron he'll be able to find. It will already be pretty good if he manages to get a rank 3 cauldron, since I won't need to change it before next year when I'll become a rank 3 alchemist." While he was thinking, a maid entered the training field and knelt down respectfully. In the Hao clan, all the servant respected Hao Shen a lot since he was the one who was the nicest. "Young master, your father is calling you in the main hall." Hao Shen was surprised by this before lightly smiling. "It seems that father was faster than I expected." "Good, Xiao Kui, you can go receive 5 gold coins since I'm in a good mood today. Thank you for informing me." "Thank you, young master." After Hao Shen departed towards the main hall, Xiao Kui looked stunned. "The young master actually remember my name." Hao Shen quickly arrived before the main hall of the Hao clan estate where his father had called him and entered it. He went toward the main room, and when he arrived he saw his father alone sitting on the highest place of the room. "Father, you called me?" Shenur, yes, I called you to tell you that I had collected all the things you needed." Hao Tian came down from his sit and gave a storage ring to Hao Shen. "Thank you father, without you I don't know how much time it would take me to collect all of these things." "Haha, why are you thanking me? No matter what happens, I'm still your father, so you don't need to worry about something as little as collecting medicinal plants," Hao Tian said proudly while gently patting Hao Shen's shoulder with his hand. Hao Shen was quite moved by what his father had just said. "Thanks, for all the things that you did for me father," was what he wanted to say, but he knew that this will displease his father, so he said simply, "Yes, good, now take a look at the new cauldron I got my hands on." Hao Shen did as he was instructed and suddenly became stunned. Inside of the storage ring that his father just gave him stood a rank 5 alchemy cauldron. This thing could fetch an enormous price even outside of the Jia Ma Empire, so his father had surely spent an enormous amount of money to get it. Father, this Hao Shen didn't know what to say anymore. Ha, you don't have to say it, I know what it is, you better take good care of it since it was quite difficult to get." "Yes, don't worry father." "Good, now that you have everything you need you can go." Hao Tian still smiled after Hao Shen left the main hall. "Patriarch, are you sure that it was the right thing to do? You used your personal money to buy it and you have nearly nothing left." Suddenly Xing He's voice resounded in the hall. "Haha, Xinghe, am I Hao Tian someone who would be stingy with my own son? Don't mention a mere rank 5 alchemy cauldron. Even if Shanur asked me to find him a D-class skill, I would have used all my money to get him one, so you don't have to worry. Yes, patriarch. After that, Xinghe presence disappeared. Hao Shen just arrived at his courtyard and began to inspect the storage ring that his father just gave him. Good, there is the ingredient I need to concoct the blood lotus pill. The blood lotus essence, the ice spirit blazing grass, and the magical core of a rank 4 ice magical beast. With the ice spirit cold fountain inside and the acceptance soul I got, I can refine a heavenly flame if I found one. Aside from that, there is this rank 5 alchemy cauldron. It's called the myriad concoction cauldron. I see, so this cauldron is basically unbreakable since it's already more than 500 years old and is still as good as new. Hao Shen continued to inspect the other things inside of the storage ring. I should be able to complete the lightning circulation pill for big sister. After seeing all the things inside of the storage ring, Hao Shen found out that his pill supply won't be used before at least 4 more years. Hao Shen wanted to start refining some pill, but before he could even start, a maid entered his courtyard. Young master, the old master has come back and he is asking for you. Grandfather came back. All right, I'll go see him. Good work. Hao Shen stood up and went toward his grandfather's residence. When he arrived, he heard the people inside speak. It seemed that he was the last one to arrive. Hao Shen entered the courtyard and saw the people inside. They were his father, mother and big sister, his grandfather and grandmother, and his uncle, aunt and cousin. They all looked toward him at the same time. Sorry, I'm late. Welcome back, grandfather. Don't worry about it, Shanur. It doesn't matter if you are late, you're the main character today. Hao Lei said while smiling gently at Hao Shen. Grandfather, did you manage to find Elder Hai Bo Dong during your travel? Sigh, no, I didn't find Brother Hai while I was traveling, but I got something nice for you, hehe. For me? Hao Shen was a little confused. Hehe, you little guy is quite lucky, you got yourself engaged with one of the most beautiful girl in the Jia Ma Empire. His grandfather joked. What? Hao Shen stood there shocked by the news he had just heard. Chapter 32 Surprise, Breakthrough. What? Ha ha ha, Shanur, you don't have to worry, grandfather assures you that she is beautiful. Hao Lei seemed delighted to see the surprised face of his normally cool-faced grandson. But I'm only 11 and I don't want to get married yet. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry, the marriage will happen when you reach 16, the girl is 3 years older than you, so you should be happy. What's more, her background is also top-notch. But grandfather, I don't even know her. Hao Shen still insisted. Hehe, she also doesn't know you yet. She accepted it quite easily. Like she wouldn't accept, I'm the youngest prodigy of the 3 strongest clans in the Jia Ma Empire, her elders would have forced her even if she didn't want to. Was what Hao Shen was thinking, but he didn't dare to say it. Haha, I know what you are thinking, Shanur, she wasn't forced. I can assure you of this, since she is the granddaughter of an old friend of mine, I would never let anyone force her. Hao Lei seemed to have seen through Hao Shen. Sigh, can I at least know her name? Finally asked Hao Shen. Of course you can, she is Yafei, the granddaughter of the actual head of the Mitre family, who is also Brother Hai's younger brother. Hao Shen stood there dumbly without saying anything. Grandfather, did you just say Yafei? Asked Hao Shen to make sure he didn't mishear. Hehe, yes, she is very beautiful despite being so young, so you're one lucky guy. Laughed Hao Shen's grandfather. After some more chatting, Hao Shen's grandfather told everyone to go back to their own activity and told Hao Shen to stay behind to talk a little more with him. Shanur, your father told me about you. I asked the Mitre family to get their hand on the strongest beast essence flame they could for me, and they got me a black inferno flame. I bought it for you, take it. Hao Lei said gently to Hao Shen. Also, you better take good care of your little fiancée since she is such a good girl. She even calls me grandpa, so I won't let you off if you make her sad. This one was said jokingly. Sigh, yes grandfather, was all Hao Shen could reply. Good, you can go now. I need to spend some time with your grandmother since she seems quite pissed that I left for such a long time. Good luck, grandfather. Hao Shen then left the courtyard and went back towards his own with an additional storage ring. 10 minutes later he arrived at his courtyard and entered it only to saw the lazy pig Xiao He still sleeping. Okay, I should take a look at this black inferno flame to see if it can be useful. Hao Shen took out the container where the beast essence flame was stocked of the storage ring and looked at it. While looking at it he felt a flow of information directly entering his brain. It came from the Starfire Revolution mantra, and it said that the Starfire Revolution mantra could devour the beast essence flames and take their power and property to add them to itself. Hehe, it seems that this Starfire Douqi method possesses more hidden features than I tough. If I use the star energy to refine my own flame and I later devour beast flames, my flame can grow exceptionally strong. Hao Shen then took out the black inferno flame from the container and swallowed it. He felt a burning sensation everywhere inside of his body, but it also seemed that the black inferno flame possessed a slightly corrosive property. Hao Shen started to revolve the Starfire Revolution mantra to calm the flame. One had to know that beast flame possessed extremely savage nature that made them even harder to tame than heavenly flame, but this didn't affect Hao Shen as he wasn't taming them but devouring them. So in less than an hour the black inferno flame was devoured and an insane amount of fire Douqi was sent inside of Hao Shen Meridian. Using the Starfire Revolution Douqi method he quickly refined it and directly had his breakthrough the 7-star Douji realm. Hehe, I was slightly faster than I expected. Hao Shen slightly opened his hand and a black flame with some red spot flickering every now and then emerged from his palm. I can even use the beast flame and the Starfire flame separately. It's quite useful if I ever want to disguise myself. Hao Shen then closed his hand and thus stopping the flame. He took out his new alchemy cauldron and started by refining some easy pill using the fusion of the Starfire Revolution mantra and the Black Inferno flame to refine the ingredients he had to use. He started by refining some easy low-grade rank 1 pills to make himself more familiar with the new flame. It's surprisingly easy to control. It should be thanks to the fact that the beast flame was completely devoured and not just tamed. The Black Inferno flame was very powerful since it came from the rank 6 beast the Hellfire Giant Snake, so the refining was extremely quick. Okay, I should start to refine the lightning circulation pill for Big Sister right now so that I can give it to her tomorrow. Hao Shen took out the necessary ingredients and started the refining. The whole process took him 4 hours and he was slightly exhausted after the refining. Hehe, no wonder the lightning Douqi affinity is considered to be the rarest. Even though it was a rank 1 pill I had to use all my Douqi to refine it. I shall go to sleep now. Hao Shen took away Xiao Wei from his bed and went to sleep. He awoke the next day before the sun rose and stood up. He directly went towards the training field and sat cross-legged since the sun would soon appear in the sky. I should use this opportunity to stabilize my Douqi since I just had my breakthrough yesterday. Chapter 33 Training Continue, Another Breakthrough. A month had passed since Hao Shen's grandfather Hao Lei came back from his trip to search for his good brother Hai Bo Dong, and Hao Shen learned of his engagement to the number 1 beauty of the Mitre family Yafei. Hao Clan City, Hao Clan Estate. One could see a youth training his sword skill endlessly. He repeated the same movement, again and again, slashing his sword through the air. This youth was obviously Hao Shen. He was currently training his flash/Douqi skill, and suddenly a sword light formed and slashed through the air. Haha, I finally made it. I mastered the 9th slash of the flash/Douqi sword skill and I'm now able to continuously fire sword light. My battle power increased once more. After I train the 1000-step whirlwind I should be invincible in the Douji realm. Hao Shen seemed very happy about this fact since invincibility among one's own realm was what made you a true prodigy. Hao Shen then came back towards his courtyard to rest for a few hours. When he arrived he began to think about the things that happened the last few weeks. I gave Big Sister the lightning circulation pill 3 weeks ago, and coupled to her Zan class high-level Douqi method she should be able to have her breakthrough to the 3-star Douji realm in the next few days. I'm now engaged with Yafei, so I have already changed things from the original main plot of this world before it even starts. While I don't care too much about it anyway and my objective is still the same, I will reach the peak of this world and go to the world above, where I will once more reach the peak and I will become one of the great ruler stage practitioners and stand above all the people in the universe. A week later, Hao Clan City, Hao Clan Estate. Hao Shen was currently practicing alchemy in his room. He had calculated that the best moment to make his breakthrough the rank 2 alchemist was tonight, so he started to refine the rank 2 pill, the energy recovery pill. He started to melt one of the red spiritual recovery fruit that his father gave him and started the refining process. After an hour he had succeeded in making his first batch of energy recovery pill and he officially became a low-level rank 2 alchemist. It seems that I will leave the clan to travel around the Jia Ma Empire to train in a week or so. I should start making my preparation and go to tell father and mother about this. Hao Shen was a little sad to leave the clan since he really enjoyed being there, but he knew that if he wanted to become more powerful, staying in the clan wouldn't help him. Hao Shen thus went towards his parents' residence. It was lunchtime when he arrived and all the family was present. His grandfather and grandmother were already seated with his father while his big sister and mother weren't here yet. "Ho, what a rare sight, Shen'er, you came to eat with us." Hao Shen's grandmother was the first to speak. "Hee, yeah, I came to eat with everyone since I need to tell you something." "Ho, what is it?" asked his Hao Shen's father. "Yes, father, I want to travel around the Jia Ma Empire to train myself, so I came to ask you if I can go," replied seriously Hao Shen. "So you want to go outside to train once more?" "Yes, since staying in the clan only slowed down my cultivation as I don't encounter any danger." What a big tone. What is your current cultivation? You big sister just had her breakthrough to the 3-star Doge realm while she was just staying in the clan, so I don't think it slowed down your cultivation so much." Tian'er let him go. This was Hao Shen's grandfather Hao Lei, who had stayed silent since the beginning of the conversation. He is already far stronger than Jin Jing. "What, Shen'er, what is your current cultivation?" Hao Tian asked, a little shocked. One had to know that once one reached the Dozong realm, no one weaker than themselves could hide their cultivation from their eyes, so Hao Lei wasn't lying. Sigh, "Yes father, I'm at the 7-star Doge realm right now." Hao Shen sighed since he knew he couldn't keep it secret anymore. Hao Shen's father and grandmother's eyes widened in shock before Hao Tian started to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, I Hao Tian have a genius son." Hao Tian laughed proudly at the news but was interrupted by another voice. "What are you laughing so loud for? Shen'er is also my son." That was Hao Shen's mother Hao Shui, who just entered the room. "Ha ha ha, right, I'm just too excited. Our Shen'er is a genius, a real prodigy. He went from the 1-star Doge realm to the 7-star Doge realm in only 5 months. What your father saying true, Shen'er?" Sigh, "Yes it is mother, but please don't tell anyone about it, especially big sister, since she would say that she also wants to go out to train." Hao Shen was the most worried about this. His big sister was very beautiful and the outside world was not a safe place, so he didn't want her to be in danger. "Haha, don't worry Shen'er, if anything goes outside of this room, grandma will spank their bottom like when they were 2 little kids," Hao Shen's grandmother said while smiling gently at him. "Yes grandmother, I'm assured with your words. So, mother, I want to go to train once more," said slowly Hao Shen while looking at his mother. "What? But you just came back from the magical beast's mountain range." Hao Shen's mother looked quite sad since she knew that her child would be gone for a long time once more. "I'm sorry, I want to grow stronger. I will be back in maximum a year, I promise." "All right then, but you have to come back in a year, not a day more." "I promise you mother." Chapter 34 Departure. While everyone inside of the dining room was talking, Hao Jin Jing suddenly arrived. What are you all talking about?" she asked innocently. Oh, Jin Jing, you came. We were talking about the next trip of your little brother. He will depart tomorrow," replied Hao Tian. "What? Little Shen, you're going to the outside world once more?" Yes, sorry about this big sister," replied Hao Shen. Don't worry about it, I'll take good care of Xiao He while you're away from home, you can rest assured." "BBU, but big ceased." Don't worry, it doesn't bother me at all." Hao Jin Jing patted her chest while saying this. "No, it's not because of that, it's just that Xiao He will come with me for my trip," said sadly Hao Shen. "This big sister of mine is probably the only person able to make me cry without willing it in the whole universe. She didn't even tell me to be careful but want to keep Xiao He." "What? No, I refuse. I don't want Xiao He to go with you. I'm sure he would prefer to stay in the clan with me." Hao Jin Jing said this as a matter of fact. "But big sister, he will come with me to become stronger. He also needs to train, if not he'll only stay a rank 1 magical beast during all his life." "I don't care since he is cuter this way. But I care. I promised his mother to take care of him before he was even born, so of course, I have to make him strong enough to protect himself," was what Hao Shen was thinking, but he didn't dare to say it because his big sister was the only person that he didn't want to anger. "Jin Jing, let Xiao He decide where he wants to go, that way we'll know what he wants, so it'll be for the best," said Hao Shen's mother Hao Shui. "All right, I'll go fetch him." "Wait big sister, you don't need to, I'll call him." Hao Shen whistled toward his own courtyard, and sometime later one could see a black silhouette flying towards them in the sky. It was obviously Xiao He who had responded to Hao Shen's call. So you can also call Xiao He like that. After Xiao He approached, he saw Hao Jing looking at him. He became a little scared, so he landed on Hao Shen's shoulder and stayed there looking around himself to see who was in the room. His eyes first landed on Hao Lei. Magical beasts were quite sensitive towards Douqi, so Xiao He could feel an immense power hidden inside of Hao Lei. So, Jing, aren't you going to ask him what he wants to do? Ah, you're right, Xiao He, isn't it right that you prefer to stay with me in the clan than to go out to train with little Shen? Xiao He looked a little confused. He seemed to understand the question, and without hesitation, he shook his head and started laying down on Hao Shen's shoulder. Hao Jing seemed devastated seeing this and looked like she was going to cry. Big sister, I told you, it's not because Xiao He doesn't like you, it's because he wants to become stronger. I'll try to find you a pet during my travel. Hao Shen said to calm her down. You better find me a cute one then. Yes, if I bring one back it will be the cutest one, I promise. Hao Jing then smiled. You promised me, so you better find one, and went to seat at the table. Sometime later, the maids brought the dishes and everyone started to eat. The meal was very long and everyone laughed together. Xiao He seemed to like the human food since he ate most of Hao Shen's meal. After the meal was finished, Hao Shen came back to his courtyards with Xiao He sleeping on his shoulder. I curse you, Xiao He, why did you have to eat my meal? I'm starving now. I should start to concoct the pills I'll need during the trip. Hao Shen started to refine the pills he would need. The process was a lot quicker now that he had become a rank 2 alchemist. Most of the pills Hao Shen chose to refine were rank 2, as they were a lot more effective than the one of rank 1. When Hao Shen finished concocting all the pills he wanted, it was already the morning of the next day. His trip would start in less than 3 hours, so he sat down and started to cultivate to reach his peak condition. Hao Shen could feel the surrounding Douqi getting more and more powerful as the sun started to appear in the sky, and after 3 hours of cultivation Hao Shen had reached his limits of Douqi, so he stood up. The next time I will be able to cultivate this peacefully will be in a year. My trip this time will be the most dangerous since my opponent won't be magical beasts but humans. Hao Shen went towards the entrance of the Hao clan estate and looked around himself. When he walked, most of the people in the clan were still cultivating at this time of the day. The younger one was sleeping as they didn't start cultivating yet. In general, the clan seemed quite peaceful. Sigh, no matter what, I need to become stronger. Only then would I be able to lead a peaceful life without having to bother about a thing. Hao Shen finally arrived at the entrance of the clan. He had already said goodbye to his parents and grandparents yesterday. Xiao He was quietly laying on his shoulder. Hao Shen looked behind him once more. Sigh, then let's go. I will have reached at least the 9-star Doji realm when I'll come back here next time. Hao Shen then exited the city without alerting anyone and started his trip around the whole Jia Ma Empire. Chapter 35 Fight in the Northeast. Hao Shen had left the clan for 4 months already. He had reached the peak of the 7-star Doji realm a week before and was about to have his breakthrough the 8-star Doji realm. Hao Shen was currently in the northeast of the Jia Ma Empire. This place was covered in snow all year round and was considered one of the most dangerous spots of the Jia Ma Empire due to the large presence of strong magical beasts. Here any magical beast under the peak of the rank 1 was a rarity, which made this spot one of the best one for Hao Shen, as he was already unparalleled under the Douqi realm. Hao Shen had already mastered the Flash/Douqi sword skill before leaving the clan 4 months ago. During his trip he reached the 500th step of the 1000 steps whirlwind, and he could actually maintain himself in the sky for a little time. The first time he experienced it, Hao Shen was extremely excited but ended up crashing on the ground since he didn't have any control of it at first. After some time he found that the principle behind his ability to stay in the air for a short moment was actually very similar to the one he used to boost his speed with the air current, so he made rapid progress and in a month he reached the 658th step. He approached the 1000th step quickly and would soon be able to fly using the air current as a medium to maintain himself in the air. When he reached the 1000th step he would also be able to use his movement Douqi skill as a mean to attack using the whirlwind he formed, once more raising his strength. Hao Shen was currently cultivating since it was early in the morning. After some time he stood up and looked around him. It seems that Xiao He once more went out to hunt for some magical core. Xiao He was currently a peak mid-level rank 1 magical beast, and he was able to fight with late-level rank 1 magical beast thanks to his double affinity for Douqi. he should soon have his breakthrough and become a late-level rank 1 magical beast, which will allow him to fight peak rank 1 magical beast. Hao Shen started to walk towards the west to see if he could find any magical beast to fight, since he felt that he would soon be able to have his breakthrough. When he had walked for approximately an hour, he suddenly saw a beast charging at him. It was a large python known as the giant 3-headed snow python, a peak rank 1 magical beast. Hao Shen dodged the giant 3-headed snow python's attack. He slashed out a sword light using his flash/Douqi sword skill that smashed into the python. This strike left a large wound on the body of the giant 3-headed snow python, but it seemed to only be more enraged because of it. The giant 3-headed snow python was furious and loudly hissed before shooting out an ice beam right towards Hao Shen. The ground where the beam passed was instantly frozen while the beam continued towards Hao Shen. Hao Shen threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding this ice beam, and seeing that the giant 3-headed snow python had finally stopped attacking, he sent all of his power into the next strike. A 5-meter-long sword light slashed out towards the giant 3-headed snow python. Boom! The power from the sword light sent the gigantic python flying back 5 or so meters before crashing to the ground, sending a lot of dust into the air. SSS's. The 3-headed python went berserk, and there was now another deep wound on its belly, causing blood to continuously flow out. It had never been injured like this before, and this was the reason as for why he was enraged. Within the dust, the giant 3-headed snow python reared its heads and opened its mouth, shooting out 3 ice beams, 1 for each of its mouths. These rays of black light flashed through the air towards Hao Shen. Hao Shen dodged in time and slashed out with his sword. The sharp sword light rushed toward the giant 3-headed snow python heads. Bang! The sword light slashed through the 3 heads at once, instantly killing the giant 3-headed snow python, and sending its 3 head flying in the air. When Hao Shen killed the giant 3-headed snow python, he suddenly felt his Douqi becoming restless, so he immediately sat down cross-legged and started to use the Starfire Mantra Revolution to move his Douqi toward his Dantian. After an hour, a big quantity of Douqi was absorbed by Hao Shen's body. Hehe, I had my breakthrough, the 8-star Douji realm. Sigh. If I was only a little less careful, it could have ambushed me and I would have been in danger. Hao Shen inspected the 3 head and found a level 1 ice magical core in one of them. Bah, since I got this magical core in addition of my breakthrough, this fight was worth my time. Hao Shen then burned the corpse of the giant 3-headed snow python and started to go back towards where he installed his camp. Midway to his destination, he heard a cry above him, so he looked toward the sky surprised. It was Xiaohe that was flying toward him excitedly. As soon as he arrived, he landed on Hao Shen's shoulder. What is it, Xiaohe? Did you find something that you like? To Hao Shen's question, Xiaohe nodded his head in answer. You need my help to get it? When Hao Shen asked this, Xiaohe once more nodded his head. Okay, where is it? Xiaohe started flying, so Hao Shen followed him. After some time they arrived at the edge of the mountain where they had been since a week ago, and Xiaohe landed on Hao Shen's shoulder once more and looked down toward a certain direction. When Hao Shen looked in the same direction as Xiaohe, he saw a big ape sleeping at the entrance of a cave. The thing that you want is in this cave. Once more Xiaohe nodded. Alright, I'll help you get it, but do we need to kill this frost ape? It's a mid-level rank 2 magical beast, it will be quite hard to kill it. And once more Xiaohe nodded. He seemed to be very attracted to the thing that was inside of the cave. Chapter 36, Fighting a rank 2 magical beast. Hao Shen looked at Xiaohe's eyes and saw them shine brightly when he looked inside the cave guarded by the mid-level rank 2 magical beast. Sigh, this will be the toughest battle I fight since the start of my life in this world, but it can also be an opportunity that will allow me to fight stronger opponents in the future. Bah, no matter what, a mere rank 2 magical beast is not strong enough for me to surrender. I'll kill it. Hao Shen looked at Xiaohe. Xiaohe, don't worry, I'll kill this frost ape for you and I'll get you the thing inside of the cave. Let's go, I've got a magical beast to kill. Xiaohe nodded and flew in the sky above the frost ape. Even tough Xiaohe was only a mid-level rank 1 magical beast. He wasn't afraid of the stronger magical beasts. Hao Shen tough that this was due to his pride as one of the descendants of the Desolation Raven. Desolation Ravens were known as extremely prideful magical beasts since they were one of the only species that possessed an inherited beast flame, and it was also quite a powerful one. Any Desolation Raven possessed the Desolation Corrosive Flame since they were born, so even tough Xiaohe wasn't a Desolation Raven. the slight trace of bloodline he possessed in his body was enough for him to be unafraid of any magical beast under the rank 7, so a mere rank 2 magical beast was not something that could cause him to feel fear. After some time Hao Shen arrived at the cave and saw the frost ape. It was a 3-meter-high magical beast and it seemed to be sleeping. Ape-type magical beasts are known to be quite intelligent, but they also are easily angered, and when that happens they quickly go berserk, losing all their thinking ability, but they become a lot more powerful. Hao Shen then decided that he would make the frost ape angry, since it would be a lot easier to kill if it didn't focus on defending itself and only attacked. To make it angry I just have to cause him important damage, and now is the right moment since it's sleeping. His Douqi cloak isn't activated, so I should send a powerful sword light right in its chest where its heart is situated. After finishing his strategy, Hao Shen began his assault. He charged a lot of Douqi in his sword and sent a 5-meter-long sword light directly towards the frost ape chest. Boom! The sword light inflicted a deep wound to the frost ape, who directly stood up while roaring. Hao Shen didn't stop his attack. He used the 1000-step whirlwind to rush towards the frost ape and slashed 9 times with his sword, damaging the frost ape once more. The frost ape sent a fist toward Hao Shen without Hao Shen being able to react on time. Hao Shen could only throw himself to the side to avoid the magical beast's fist. Shit, if I was hit by this I'll be heavily injured. Hao Shen focused and started displaying the full power of the 1000-step whirlwind to reduce the distance between him and the ape, but the frost ape also charged towards Hao Shen without thinking about its defense, since it was already in a berserk state. Hao Shen dodged the incoming magical beast and slashed 2 sword light, who barely managed to scratch the skin of the frost ape. Shit, who made this fucking Douqi cloak so hard? But Hao Shen didn't lose his calm. The Douqi cloak protection covered the body and didn't protect the inside of it, so he still had one more chance to kill the frost ape. The frost ape stood up from where it was and resumed his charge toward Hao Shen. Hao Shen looked at the frost ape and covered his sword in black inferno flame and sent his Douqi directly inside of it to fuse the Starfire Revolution flame and the black inferno flame, thus creating a much more powerful flame, and sent a sword light fused with it right to the frost ape. A 10-meter-long sword light erupted from Hao Shen's sword and rushed towards the incoming frost ape, and just as it was about to land on it, flames erupted from within the sword light, completely burning the Douqi cloak of the frost ape. The sword light once more reached the frost ape chest and pierced through it. This sword light was 2 times more powerful than the first one he fired, so it directly passed through the frost ape body. Hao Shen had used the same principle as the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame from the original novel. He fused his own Douqi flame with the Black Inferno flame and sent it directly toward the frost ape. It was a dangerous move, since if he failed he would most likely be heavily injured, but Hao Shen chose to take the risk and he succeeded. Ha ha ha, I did it, I killed this mid-level rank 2 magical beast. Even though I mostly relied on luck, I still did it. Hao Shen was lying on the ground while panting, exhausted after his fight. He sat in a meditative stance and started to absorb Douqi to restore a little of his energy. After some time he stood up. Sigh, I nearly died here. After this Hao Shen went toward the corpse of the frost ape. Since it was a mid-level rank 2 magical beast, if Hao Shen got his magical core it would be quite useful for him to refine pills later on. After searching through the brain of the frost ape, he found the magical core. This was a rank 2 ice magical core and was considered quite costly. If Hao Shen sold it he should be able to obtain some money, but obviously, money was the last of Hao Shen's preoccupation. Hao Shen whistled to the sky and soon Xiao He descended and landed on his shoulder. See Xiao He, I told you I will kill it for you. Let's go get what you found inside of this cave. Hao Shen and Xiao He went inside of the cave. Chapter 37 Ancient Beast Corpse. Hao Shen and Xiao He entered the cave. Hao Shen was still quite exhausted after the previous fight. Despite being only an 8-star Doujie realm practitioner, he had killed a mid-level rank 2 magical beast which already depleted most of his Douqi. Even after the short meditation he had after he hadn't reached his actual peak condition, so he took an energy recovery pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. A sudden burst of Douqi erupted from the dissolved pill and filled his nearly empty dantian, bringing it back to full capacity. Good, now that I am ready, let's go where you want, Xiao He. Xiao He nodded and started to fly toward the deeper part of the cave. After 10 or so minutes, Hao Shen and Xiao He reached a wall where they couldn't go forward anymore, but Xiao He still seemed to be looking toward the same direction. Xiao He, should we try to break the wall? Hao Shen wasn't sure of what was behind the wall in front of them, but since it seemed to be useful to Xiao He, he decided to get it no matter what he had to do. Xiao He nodded his head. Alright, I'll do it. Hao Shen took his stance and launched a full-power attack using his sword finger Douqi skill. A 20-meter-long sword light shoot out from his fingertips and instantly destroyed the wall in front of them, bringing to them the sight of the other side of the wall. It seemed to be an extremely ancient cave with no one going inside since at least a century. Xiao He, let us continue. Hao Shen and Xiao He started to go deeper and deeper inside of the ancient cave, and after 10 or so more minutes they saw a long crack at the end of the cave. The crack was not very deep, so Hao Shen bent to see what was under them. Suddenly Hao Shen's eyes widened. In the crack an enormous beast skeleton was present. It had the appearance of a giant bird. When Xiao He's eyes landed on the giant skeleton, they couldn't help but to flash with a frantic light. It seemed that this skeleton was the most precious things in the world in Xiao He's eyes. Hao Shen tried to identify the magical beast whom the bone belonged to, and after some time looking carefully he couldn't help but to exclaim, "Holy shit, Xiao He, isn't this the bone of a desolation raven?" One had to know that Hao Shen was currently on the weakest part of the Douqi Continent. Here a Dou Zong realm practitioner was already considered as an overlord, but the thing in front of him when alive was a rank 7 magical beast. This means that this was a magical beast which was the equal of Dou Zun realm practitioner. In the whole Douqi Continent, a Dou Zun realm practitioner was considered as someone strong. Some example of this were Yao Lao or Feng Zun Jie Feng Xian. With only these two people they established the Falling Star Pavilion, who was renowned even in the middle plane of the Douqi Continent. Seeing this desolation raven's bones, Hao Shen understood what had happened to Xiao He. The faint trace of desolation raven in his bloodline should have resonated with those bones and called him here. If Xiao He refined this thing into his own bone, he should become a desolation raven and his body will have the potential to reach the rank 7, but I shouldn't let him refine them yet. I should concoct the bloodline separating pill first and collect his other bloodline in case it contains some powerful lineage. The bloodline separating pill was, like its name implied, able to separate the bloodline of a being from each other. With this, if Xiao He really possessed the bloodline of the divine sun Golden Crow in the lineage of his father, Hao Shen will be able to fuse them with his new bloodline as a desolation raven, creating a whole new species of magical beast. Xiao He, you can't refine this skeleton yet. Wait till I concoct the bloodline separating pill for you and you will be able to keep the second bloodline inside of your body even if you discard your current bones. Xiao He seemed to understand, so he nodded his head. Hao Shen stored the rank 7 desolation raven skeleton in his storage ring, but just as he wanted to go back, a dark gray blood drop floated up from where the head of the desolation raven was before. What is this blood drop? Before Hao Shen could inspect it any further, Xiao He rushed straight toward the blood drop and swallowed it. His body instantly started to change. The black part of his feather grew even darker and his aura also seemed to change. It grew more ancient and also seemed more profound. While the changes were happening to Xiao He's body, his cultivation had a breakthrough and he became a peak level rank 1 magical beast from a mid-level one. It seems that this blood drop was the actual root of the desolation raven's bloodline. Since it fused with Xiao He, it seems that his night raven bloodline was completely overridden and he was now a mix between a desolation raven and another bloodline. If I can purify his second bloodline when I become a high-level rank 7 alchemist, Xiao He will be able to become a magical beast species progenitor. Hao Shen was quite excited about this fact since he would be able to see the development of a whole new species of magical beast and be the origin of it. After an hour passed, Xiao He's body change seemed to stop and he started to fly around to see the change that happened in his body. After some tests, Xiao He finished to test his new ability. Hao Shen was quite surprised since all the skills that Xiao He knew derived from his desolation raven bloodline memory had become the original one. Chapter 38, Arriving in Wutan City. It had been 3 months since Hao Shen killed the mid-level rank 2 magical beast the Frost Ape and found the bones of the rank 7 magical beast the Desolation Raven. Hao Shen was previously in the northeast part of the Jia Ma Empire and he had chosen to go towards the west after departing from there. Hao Shen went through multiple difficult situations. He once fought a peak level rank 2 magical beast the Cloud Wolf. This magical beast was reputed for his incredible speed. Hao Shen experimented its speed since he wasn't even able to touch it once with his attack. He was only able to flee thanks to the fact he could fly using the 1,000-step whirlwind. Another time he fought with a bunch of mercenaries. The strongest amongst them was a peak 9-star Dou J realm practitioner. Individually they weren't very strong and didn't pose any danger to him, but they seemed to use a mysterious skill that amplified their strength while they were fighting together. Hao Shen suffered some injuries but was able to kill one of them thanks to the assistance of Xiao He, who supported him from the sky. Immediately after the mercenary was killed, their skill broke and their strength came back to normal. it wasn't very hard for Hao Shen to finish them off after that. After having killed them, he took possession of their storage rings and found the mysterious Douqi skill. It was a Zan class peak level skill, but it was incomplete, so they weren't able to maintain its effect after one of the users died. Hao Shen also fought against some bandit. They had tried to rob him while he was traveling, but they ended up being killed by him. Hao Shen was pissed off since they had tried to kill him just after he fought against a magical beast. It was quite a dangerous situation for him, so Hao Shen found their camp and fought against all of the bandits by himself. He neared dead at multiple times inside of the camp, but finally killed the leader and all of his subordinates. Inside of the camp, Hao Shen found multiple bodies. All of them belonged to women who should have been kidnapped by the bandits. Hao Shen was even more pissed off after this, so he chased the bandits who had fled from the scene and killed them all. After he massacred every one of them, he made his way towards their treasury. Inside he found a lot of gold. He also found some rank 2 magical core. It was the advantage they had since they were a lot of bandits. They were able to easily kill weak rank 2 magical beasts. After some time he found a weird stone like the one he had found in the nest of Xiao Hei's mother. He inserted his Douqi inside and was shocked by the pieces of information that entered his head. The Douqi skill inside of this stone was actually a D-class Douqi sword skill named the Tyrannical Cloud Splitting Wave, and was a D-class mid-level Douqi sword skill. This skill was very simple to explain. The user only had to send his Douqi towards certain spot in his body and then send it toward his sword, and an enormous Douqi wave would slash out toward the opponent. This skill used a lot of Douqi, but the power of the Douqi skill was also enormous. The skill was split into 3 levels. They were Cloud Separating Wave, Tyrannical Cloud Splitting, and Tyrannical Cloud Wave. Once the user reached the second level, the user Douqi would create a certain pressure on the opponent, making it difficult for him to move. Hao Shen had acquired this skill 2 months ago, but he was still at the first level. Hao Shen actually got his hands on the strongest Douqi skill in the whole Jia Ma Empire inside of the treasury of some small bandit group. With the help of this skill, Hao Shen was now able to fight Douqi Realm Practitioner head-on. Hao Shen was now standing in front of a small city. So this is the Wutan city. I read about it multiple times in the original novel, so seeing it, in reality, is actually making me feel a little weird. Hao Shen was currently standing before Wutan City entrance gate. In this city, the 3 power that stood at the peak was the Hao Clan, the Aoba Clan, and the Jia Clan. The strongest practitioner here were at the Douqi realm, but considering the location of this city, it was already quite good. In this city, the second prodigy of the Jia Ma Empire lived. He was Xiao Yan, but he was already considered a fallen genius. Now that I think about it, maybe Yafei is actually already here. How should I face her when I see her? I don't even know her, but she is actually my fiancé. No matter what, I'm not the type of person who flees before a woman. Maybe only before big sister. Let's go, I shall enter the city. Hao Shen then started to walk in direction of the entrance of the city. When he arrived at Wutan City entrance, he saw that the guards were actually wearing the Hao Clan guard uniform, which means he actually entered the city in the Hao Clan part. After the guards asked him some question, he was allowed to enter the city without too much delay. Now that I think about it, I should have left home for 7 months already. I should send a message to father to tell him that I won't be coming home after a year has passed, since I want to train some more. I should send the message to him using the Miter family auction house. They should be providing this kind of services. Now then, let's go, I've got things to do. Chapter 39, Meeting the Youths of Wutan City. Hao Shen entered Wutan City and began to stroll the street in search of the market. He knew that there was one since he read about it in the original novel back in his previous life. After some time he finally found it, but he saw something that he hadn't expected. There were multiple youths present in the market and they seemed to be in conflict about some things. You the Hao Clan people are only a bunch of trash, none of you is as powerful as me. A luxuriously dressed young man who looked to be only a little bit older than 20 years old and appeared to be quite handsome, said while trying to adopt an elegant attitude. Ha ha ha, Jia Bai, don't you have any shame? You're already over 20, we're younger than you by more than 5 years, but you still brag about being stronger than us. If the 2 young masters of our clan didn't depart from Wutan City, you wouldn't even dare to say a things to us. A youth wearing the Hao Clan said while standing up weakly from the ground. So what? The 2 young masters of yours are not even in Wutan City anymore, and the third one already became a cripple 2 years ago. Who can do anything to me if I bully you? Don't forget that my father is a Douqi expert and also the Jia clan patriarch. Jia Liao seemed quite proud about this fact. Hao Shen, who was quietly observing till now, decided to reveal himself. To think that some people dared to bully others while being only mere 2-star Dou practitioner is quite laughable. The laughter startled everyone on the market plaza. They all looked towards the direction where it had come from and saw a young man who appeared to be 14 or 15 standing there while looking disdainfully at Jia Liao. Is this younger brother tired of living? He dares to provoke the young master of the Jia Lai family openly like this. How should I know, but the thing I know is that he won't have a good ending. Jia Liao and the youth of the Hao clan looked toward Hao Shen. I think I didn't hear what you said very well, care to repeat it? Jia Liao seemed quite smug after having heard the people on the plaza speak about the destiny of the young man before him. He, I think you heard me quite clearly. I said that a mere 2-star Dou realm practitioner doesn't have the right to bully other peoples. He, so young but you are already quite arrogant. Since I don't remember your face, it seems that you don't come from Wutan City. He, so what about it? Hao Shen really disliked arrogant people, so he was already quite pissed off while seeing Jia Liao flaunting around with his meager strength. He, it seems that you don't know who I am, so I'll let you a chance. Kneel on the ground and apologize. If you do it, I'll let you go without suffering. If not, I'll make you kneel myself. He, then come. I'll don't attack you immediately, so don't worry about a thing. You can even ask the other guys with you to help you. Hao Shen had already scanned the strength of the people with Jia Liao. The strongest was probably his bodyguard, since he was a practitioner at the peak 9-star Dou realm. This kind of strength didn't pose any threat to the current Hao Shen. You seem quite arrogant. I alone am enough to destroy a guy like you. After saying this, Jia Liao rushed at Hao Shen using his fastest speed, but before he could even react, Hao Shen had disappeared from where he stood previously. Jia Liao was surprised and started to feel a little scared. It was well known that Jia Liao was actually a coward, but he liked to act strong in front of weaker than himself. He was the basic bully. He, what is it, young master Jia Lai? You can't even see me move. That's why I told you to ask for help. Hao Shen's voice resounded behind Jia Liao group, and when everyone turned around they saw Hao Shen patting the heads of 2 sidekick of Jia Liao. Ho Hao, quick, kill him for me. Jia Liao was finally scared shitless and ordered his subordinates to attack. He, now that you have the numerical advantage, people won't say that I bullied you if I fight back. The moment Hao Shen finished his sentence, he sent 2 punches towards the nearest people's guts, directly sending them flying backward. They crashed as the buildings at the other side of the market plaza. Hao Shen then rushed toward the bodyguard, since he was the last man from the Jia Lai clan standing aside from Jia Liao. He dodged the punch that the bodyguard sent toward him and sent a punch directly towards the bodyguard, who flew like a broken kite towards the edge of the plaza. He, mere Dou realm practitioner doesn't have the necessary strength to block me. Now let's see, young master Jia Liao, how do you want to take care of me? Don't come closer. My father is a Douqi expert. He will kill you if you touch me. Jia Liao started panicking, so he once more chooses to rely on his father. Ha, your father is a Douqi and that's what makes you proud of yourself. I have to say, I've never heard anything as funny as this. If it was the way things worked in the Jia Ma Empire, I'll be able to do anything I want, since mine is a Dou Huang, he. Hao Shen started laughing while the rest of the crowd stood there shocked about what they had just heard. Bah, my background would be exposed once I meet Yafei anyway, so I don't care. Chapter 40, Meeting the Hao Clan's Patriarch. So young master Jia Liao, you want to use the background to pressure me? Even though the fight we just had was a fight of the younger generation, you want to use the elders to fight? That's quite an interesting point of view, but to me, it looks like you're just a coward who is afraid of the strong but bully the weak. So I say that today, even if the Jia Lai clan patriarch arrives, I will still beat you up like the dog you are in front of this whole crowd. Hao Shen started walking toward Jia Liao to beat him up, but a voice interrupted him. He, it's the first time that I Jia Lai Bai heard such an arrogant youngster. You want to beat my own son while I'm watching? What's more, you pretend that your father is a Dou Huang realm practitioner expert. He, I'd love to see the proof of this before you take another step forward. If you don't have it, then you can forgive about leaving this plaza alive. Jia Lai Bai appeared in the market plaza, followed by the elders of the Jia Lai clan. He, you are the patriarch of the Jia Lai clan, Jia Lai Bai. Looks like the saying is true. The apple never falls too far from the tree. A trash son can't have a talented father. He. Hao Shen mocked Jia Lai Bai and Jia Liao since he knew of their personality thanks to the original story. They were both cowards who attacked people when they were at their lowest. You want me to show you a proof that my father is a Dou Huang realm practitioner, right? Then all I can say is try to kill me and face the consequences for yourself. Are you sure that your Jia Lai clan can afford to offend me? Hao Shen said while looking down at Jia Lai Bai. Hehe, I Jia Lai Bai truly have seen an interesting thing today, but no matter what, since you wanted to beat up my son, even if I don't kill you, I'll at least cripple both of your arms. Jia Lai Bai laughed in anger and began his charge towards Hao Shen. In the shadow, Xinghe was shocked and angered. Hao Shen, the young master of the Hao clan and his future master, was about to die at the hands of a trash of the Da Do Shi realm. He started to circulate his Do Qi inside of his body, and just as he was about to come out he stopped. A shadow appeared between Jia Lai Bai and Hao Shen and blocked the charge of Jia Lai Bai. Hehe, Jia Lai Bai, this young friend is now under the protection of my Shao clan. Since he offended your son while defending the people from my clan, you can try to touch him, but it will be the same as declaring me Shao Zan as your enemy. The person who appeared before Hao Shen was actually the Shao clan patriarch and the father of Shao Yan. Tchh, if he had appeared a little later I would have been able to draw out the person father sent to protect me. Hao Shen had actually discovered Xinghe a long time ago thanks to the powerful soul power he got from alchemy, but he didn't care since he knew that it was his father who had sent him. Despite this, Hao Shen wanted to know his identity. Shao Zan, are you sure you want to protect this little guy? Hehe, Jia Lai Bai, it seems that you didn't hear what I said. He protected the youths from my clan, so I will absolutely protect him even if it means that I have to fight you. Tch, alright, we're going back, send someone to clear the damage. Hehe, good day to you Jia Lai Bai. Shao Zan joked while looking towards the departing Jia Lai Bai. After he disappeared from the market plaza, Shao Zan turned toward Hao Shen with a smile. Hehe, young friend, I'm the patriarch of the Shao clan, Shao Zan, it's my pleasure to meet you. Patriarch Shao, you're too courteous, it is my pleasure. Hao Shen replied respectfully. He knew what Shao Zan went through to defend his clan's people when he was attacked by the Hall of Soul, and this fact was sufficient for Hao Shen to tell himself that Shao Zan was a good guy. Good, I would like to invite you to my Shao clan estate. Since you offended the Jia Lai clan, it's not wise for you to leave Wutan City right now, so I shall act as your host. Alright, I'll follow you and thank you for your hospitality. It's nothing, follow me, I'll show you the way. After saying this, Shao Zan started to lead the way. They went through many places of Wutan City and even passed before the Mitre family auction house, but Hao Shen didn't stop and just memorized the position of the auction house before following Shao Zan once more. After some time, Shao Zan, Hao Shen and the youths who were being bullied in the market arrived before a big estate. The atmosphere was very clear inside of it, and it seemed to be the place inside of Wutan City which had the greatest feng shui. Young friend, we arrived, welcome to the Shao clan estate, exclaimed proudly Shao Zan. Hao Shen looked at the Shao clan's estate. So this is the place which in some tens of years will become the center of the world after giving birth to the first ultimate expert in the last 1,000 years, the place of birth of the Flame Di, Shao Yan, it seems that things are starting to become interesting. Hao Shen had a slight smile on his face when he started to follow the Shao clan patriarch Shao Zan inside of the Shao clan estate. Chapter 41, Meeting the Shao clan. Hao Shen had a slight smile on his face when he started to follow the Shao clan patriarch Shao Zan inside of the Shao clan estate. Shao clan patriarch, this place is quite good and the chi is purer here than any other place I have been in Wutan City. It seems that you got quite some good fortune to be able to build your clan estate here. Hao Shen smiled. Hehe, you're quite right about this young friend, that's why the Shao clan is the strongest of the 3 clans of Wutan City. By the way, I still don't know young friend's name. Shao Zan seemed to have realized this fact. Hehe, no problem Shao clan patriarch, I'm Hao Shen from the Hao clan in Hao Clan City. Hao Shen said this without hesitation since he didn't intend to hide his identity in the first place. The young genius of the Hao clan came in this far-off Wutan City. This is indeed an uncommon thing. Are you searching for something? Shao Zan seemed a little shocked, but this didn't change his attitude. Hehe, it's a little complicated. I'm sort of searching to meet my fiancé, and I also heard that the only person capable of being my rival in the Jia Ma Empire was living here, so I came to meet him while I was traveling. Hao Shen said the first part quite shyly, but the second part was said with great confidence in himself. Hehe, so young friend Hao Shen got himself a fiancé who could possibly be in this little Wutan City. If I can help, just ask me about it. If it was another place I wouldn't dare to say, but in this Wutan City there is no one I can't find. As for your rival, sigh, you should know that." Before Xiao Zhang finished his sentence, Hao Shen interrupted him. "It doesn't matter. Once one can cultivate this quickly, once it means that he is a genius. No matter what happened, he will still be a genius. The only reason he could become like this is because of something unexplained, but once he recovers of it, I'm pretty sure that he will be able to rise up to stand at the same place where I'm currently standing, the peak of our generation, and he will then be able to become my rival once more." Hao Shen said this with great confidence. In fact, when Hao Shen read the original story in his previous life, he was quite confused as to why the Xiao clan people treated Xiao Yan like he was a trash. It was pretty evident that the ability to cultivate came from the natural disposition of the body and the soul, and none of these two were easy to manipulate, so the loss of genius of Xiao Yan could only be temporary, since neither his soul nor his body had changed. Ha ha ha, these words are quite true. I knew that Xiao Zan's son would never be a trash without talent, but since even you, young friend, Hao, recognize it, it seems even truer now. I feel that we have good affinity, so you can call me Uncle Xiao from now on. Let's go, I'll introduce you to everyone. Xiao Zan was quite pleased that the top genius in the whole Jia Ma Empire recognized his son as someone worthy enough to be his rival. "Yes, Uncle Xiao." Hao Shen followed after him and entered the inner part of the Xiao clan. Sometime later they arrived in the main hall of the Xiao clan. Inside of the main hall stood multiple people. They were young and old and of various Douqi realm. "It seems that everyone is there. Let's make the introduction. This is nephew Shen, Hao Shen from the Hao clan located in the Hao clan city." Xiao Zan quickly made the introduction after he entered the main hall. Everybody seemed surprised about the identity of Hao Shen. The second elder of the Xiao clan stood up. "Excuse myself, but may I ask the Hao clan token of young friend to confirm his identity?" He seemed quite careful, since he even thought about asking Hao Shen's young master's token. "It's no problem, here it is." Hao Shen took out his token from his storage ring. It was a dark golden colored seal. On it was inscribed Hao and young master. This token was only possessed by each successor of the Hao clan and could not be replicated, since it was created by an unknown expert, thousands of years ago. "Good, excuse me to have asked you about this, young master Hao." The second expert backed off and the atmosphere seemed to relax now that Hao Shen had proved his identity. After some time, Xiao Zan spoke once more. "Nephew Shen, you said you wanted to meet my son. You can go in the back forest of our Xiao clan estate. This is where he spent most of his time nowadays." Xiao Zan told the location of Xiao Yan and gave him the permission to roam inside of the Xiao clan. "All right, Uncle Xiao, elders, I shall take my leave." Hao Shen became quite excited to meet Xiao Yan. One had to know that Xiao Yan was like himself. The two of them came from the earth, so Hao Shen was about the person he was supposedly the closest within this whole world. Hao Shen left the main hall and started to walk toward the back forest of the Xiao clan estate. Sometime later Hao Shen reached the entrance of the back forest of the Xiao clan estate and looked around. Since he didn't see anyone, he entered the forest and began to go deeper and deeper. He wasn't afraid to be attacked by a magical beast, but he still maintained his focus while he went deeper and deeper. When he had walked for approximately 10 minutes, he saw on a tree two people standing there. They were a boy and a girl, and they seemed to be quite young. They were standing there speaking joyfully together. Chapter 42, Meeting Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner. Hao Shen saw on a tree some tens of meters ahead of him two people standing there. They were a boy and a girl, and they seemed to be quite young. They were standing there speaking joyfully together. Hao Shen stopped in his track and looked at them. As if sensing something, the duo turned around and saw Hao Shen looking at them. They were quite surprised, since they were actually in the Xiao clan estate, and the person before them was obviously not from the Xiao clan. Hao Shen looked at them and saw their appearances more clearly, since they were looking toward him. The boy was a handsome young man with black hair and pitch black eyes. He was dressed pretty simply, wearing a dark blue martial outfit. As for the young lady, her clothes were elegant and her exquisite small face was devoid of any cosmetics, displaying an image of natural beauty and innocence. Her sleek black hair, which was randomly restricted by a short green cloth, gathered at her waist. The two of them were Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner. The three of them looked at each other for some time. Hao Shen looked quite normal. His face didn't have any change since the moment he saw them. Xiao Yan was looking at him curiously while Xiao Zuner was looking coldly at him. After some time, Hao Shen finally decided to speak, since none of the other two seemed to start the conversation. Are you Uncle Xiao's son Xiao Yan?" Hao Shen decided to be direct. "Yeah, I am. What about you?" "Hee, I'm Hao Shen from the Hao clan. I'm currently a guest of your clan. I heard of you during my youth, so I wanted to see how the man they compared to me was actually doing." Xiao Yan was slightly shocked. He had heard the stories of Hao Shen when he was at the peak of his talent. Peoples around Wutan City said that there was another monster talent like him in the Jia Ma Empire and that he was also younger. He knew that the name of this guy was Hao Shen, and the fact that Hao Shen called him the man they compared to me proved this fact once more. Xiao Zuner was more composed than Xiao Yan. The talent displayed by Hao Shen and Xiao Yan was shocking, but since they didn't have the support of powerful clan like hers, they couldn't display it fully, so she had already seen people of their age with higher cultivation. What slightly shocked her was the fact that Hao Shen didn't glance at her at all after the first time he saw her. It was quite rare since most of the men looked at her for some time before being able to move their eyes away. Hehe, pleased to meet you then. Xiao Yan didn't detect any hostility in the eyes of Hao Shen, so he answered him. I heard that you lost your talent, is that true? Hao Shen asked directly. Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner face darkened when they heard him talk about Xiao Yan's talent. Hehe, don't misunderstand what I want to say. I didn't come here to make fun of you. A person's talent come from his body and his soul, and it seems that your body is alright. You don't look like someone retarded either, so it's impossible that you lost your talent. Something must have happened, and after it ends you will be able to cultivate once more, so we'll have our fight when that time comes. Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner were slightly shocked, but for different reason. Xiao Yan was shocked to see the most talented genius of the Jia Ma Empire not mock him even after learning about his current state. But Xiao Zuner was shocked about the fact that a youth of a backwater country was able to theorize how the talent of a person was determined. It was a well-known thing in the big clan from the Douqi Continent, but in a little place like the Jia Ma Empire where there wasn't even a ranked 7 alchemist, it was pretty shocking to hear theories about how the soul and the body of a person related to his talent. Hehe, Hao Shen, you're right, we should fight when I make my comeback. Since people compared us since we were young, let's see who is the strongest in the Jia Ma Empire. Alright, for the time being let's get to know each other since we're at it. In the original story, Hao Shen liked the dedication that Xiao Yan had towards training, since he was actually quite the same when it came to his desire for strength. Then his eyes suddenly landed on Xiao Zuner in realization. I ignored you quite a bit, sorry about it. While Hao Shen was apologizing to Xiao Zuner, Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner didn't see any changes in his eyes, and that surprised them quite a bit, but they quickly regained their composure. Right, she is Xiao Zuner, she is like a little sister to me. Xiao Yan decided to introduce her since she was quite cold towards the people she met for the first time. Alright, my pleasure. After that, Xiao Yan and Hao Shen started to discuss about some things while Xiao Zuner looked at them without speaking. Hehe. And then that Zhao Liao kneeled on the ground. It was pretty funny to see someone who bullied other kneel before someone younger than him, but after that his father arrived and tried to kill me. That's when I met Uncle Xiao. He stopped Zhao Li by attack and brought me here to thank me for helping the people from the Hao clan who were bullied. Hao Shen finished to tell the story about how he was made a guest of the Hao clan to Xiao Yan. Haha, I knew that Zhao Liao was nothing but a trash. When my first and second brother were around, he didn't even dare to come to the Hao clan market, but he became quite arrogant since they left. Xiao Yan also disliked Zhao Liao, so he laughed when Hao Shen told him about how he had humiliated him in front of everyone. But his guards should at least be peak 9-star Dou realm practitioners, so what stage did you reach for you to trash them like that? Xiao Yan was pretty interested. Hehe, let's say that I'm above the 5-star Dou realm. Hao Shen laughed. Chapter 43. Arriving at the Miter family auction house. Hao Shen had been in Wutan City for 2 days now. He had interacted with the younger generation of the Hao clan for some time already. Today, Hao Shen was thinking while walking around the Hao clan estate by himself. Sigh, I should go to the Miter auction house to meet Yafei. She's my fiancée after all. What's more, she should already be aware that I'm in Wutan City since I didn't choose to keep my identity secret while I was fighting against the Zhao Li clan. At the same time, in the Zhao Li clan, all the high-ranked people had cold sweat flowing on their back while thinking about the expert that came visit their clan 2 days prior to now. 2 days before, Wutan City, Zhao Li clan estate. Zhao Li Bai was currently sitting on his patriarch's seat while clenching his fist, thinking about what had happened some hour ago. His son, Zhao Liao, was beaten like a dog on the street by an unknown youth. Zhao Li Bai was enraged that someone made him lose face in his own territory. I will kill this little shit the next time I see him. Send someone to monitor the Hao clan estate. I don't believe that he will spend the rest of his life here. Jia Lai Bai ordered some of his clan people to go monitor Hao Shen's movements. Yes, Patriarch. 3 people inside the room bowed and started to walk towards the exit. Just as they were about to exit the room, the doors suddenly exploded. What's happened? Who dare trespass in my Jia Lai clan? Jia Lai Bai stood up directly in anger. A youth humiliated his son this afternoon and now someone directly breached in his clan's estate. This was the biggest humiliation he had suffered in his whole life. An immense pressure suddenly descended in the room, making all the people present fall to their knees. A voice then resounded. I just came to give you a piece of advice. You better not have any plans towards our young master. If not, all of your clan's people will die because of you. The master doesn't need to use his own hands to kill the like of you. I alone am enough. After saying this, the pressure disappeared and the presence of the person also disappeared. Jia Lai Bai looked as pale as a piece of paper as he slowly stood up. How the fuck is this possible? This piece of shit was really the son of a Dou Huang. Pass my order. No one is to mess with the young guest in the Hao Clan estate. If someone dares to do anything to him, cripple him immediately. After passing his order, Jia Lai Bai went back towards his residence. Shit, what is the identity of this guy? I should try to find some clues. He is not even 15 years old but already as strong as a peak 9-star Dou J realm practitioner. His father should be a Dou Huang realm practitioner, so he should be a pretty young one. If I'm correct, this piece of shit should be the Hao Clan young master, Hao Shen. Shit, I offended this guy because of my idiot of a son. Jia Lai Bai spent the next 2 days in absolute anger and he beat up his son a few times while calling him trash. The person who came to the Jia Lai clan estate this night was obviously Xing He. He was a 7-star Dou Wang realm practitioner, so suppressing a few Dadoshi realm practitioner was nothing difficult for him. While Hao Shen was thinking, 2 persons approached him from behind. They were a boy and a girl. Hao Shen, what are you doing here by yourself? Xiao Yan was the one who asked this question. Hao Shen came out of his stupor and looked behind him. There stood Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner. Oh, nothing, I was just thinking about some things. Sigh, it's nothing important. Guys, I'm going to the Miter family auction house. I'll see you later. Hao Shen then turned around to leave. Haha, you're going to somewhere interesting. Of course, I as your host should guide you there. Xiao Yan rarely excited the Hao Clan estate in the last year. He sounded pretty excited to go out after so long. Since brother Xiao Yan is going out, I'll follow too. Xiao Zuner also decided to follow them. Alright then, let's go out. Hao Shen nodded his head and started to walk towards the exit of the Hao Clan estate. After some time, the 3 of them exited the Hao Clan estate and started to walk towards the Miter family auction house. Ah, right, Hao Shen, who are you going to meet at the auction house? Xiao Yan asked. My fiancé. Haha, that's why you seem so stressed, I understand now. Xiao Yan chuckled with Xiao Zuner while walking with Hao Shen. Haha, you'll understand when you're older, Xiao Yan. Matters between a man and a woman are never simple. Hao Shen adopted an elderly posture while pretending to give advice to Xiao Yan. Ha ha ha, but Hao Shen, I seem to remember that I'm older than you. Xiao Yan laughed out and Hao Shen soon followed. The stress of his meeting with Yafei had disappeared while they were walking through the marketplace of the Hao Clan. Xiao Zuner, who wasn't speaking much, looked slightly happy since it had been a long time that she hadn't seen her brother Xiao Yan laugh like this. After some time, the 3 of them exited the marketplace of the Hao Clan and arrived at the central district of Wudan City. They soon arrived towards the place where the auction house was situated and stopped when they were before the door of the Miter family auction house. You guys can go do your things together when I'm meeting Yafei, or you could come with me, do what you want. Hao Shen then stepped inside of the auction house. Chapter 44, Mr. Clonny. You guys can go do your things together when I'm meeting Yafei, or you could come with me, do what you want. Hao Shen then stepped inside of the auction house. Haha, Hao Shen, I obviously want to meet that fiancé of yours, so I'll come with you. What about you, Zuner? Xiao Zuner also nodded. Then it's decided, follow me, we're going. Hao Shen directly went toward the auction house's counter. Excuse me, is it possible to contact the highest ranked person actually present in the auction house? Hao Shen asked the female attendant. The female attendant was quite surprised. In their auction house, the highest ranked person was a rank 2 alchemist, so the people who directly wanted to meet him were either high ranked or causing trouble. the person before here possessed a noble temperament but was quite young, so she was not too sure about what to do. Excuse me, may I ask about your identity? Mr. Clonny is quite busy today, but if you know him personally I can help you deliver a message to him. I see, tell him that Hao Shen from the Hao Clan has some things to discuss with him. Hao Shen told his identity to the attendant and she exited the main hall through a door situated behind her. At the same time in the Miter family auction house, two persons were currently discussing some things. One of them was a middle-aged man, the other one was a woman. The woman was wrapped in a red robe. The tight, red dress thoroughly hugged her exquisite body. Her curvy waist swayed so radiantly and gracefully from side to side that it caused others to covet it. From the bottom of the dress came a straight cut that came upwards to her thigh, both revealing and hiding her dazzling leg beneath. When the two of them were discussing, the door was slowly opened. "Didn't I tell you to not disturb us?" The middle-aged man scowled. "Mr. Clonny, excuse me about this, but a young man wants to meet you," the female attendant said with a lowered head. "Which young man is it? I've already told you to not let anyone contact me." "The thing is that he said that you will meet him if I told you his name." "HMPH, what's his name then?" "He said that he was called Hao Shen from the Hao Clan." Suddenly shock filled Mr. Clonny's face. As for the woman standing behind him, an even more shocked expression filled her face. She knew very well the name of Hao Shen since she was his fiancée. Mr. Clonny looked at Yafei, who stood there without moving, and said to the attendant, "You can go back, tell him to wait for me in the auction house. You better treat him the best you can. If he is even a little displeased you can say goodbye to your job." "Yes, don't worry Mr. Clonny." After the female attendant went out of the room, leaving only Yafei and Mr. Clonny inside. "Young miss, will it be alright to meet him?" Mr. Clonny was a little concerned about the state his young miss was currently in. "Yes, you don't have to worry Uncle Clonny, it's my responsibility to meet him since he is my future husband." Yafei replied calmly. It seemed that she had calmed down. Hao Shen waited for some time for the female attendant to come back. When he saw her he looked at her. "So, will your boss meet me?" "Yes, he said to treat you and your friends the best we can while you wait for him." The female attendant attitude had clearly changed since she came back. "Alright, we'll tour the auction house to see if it has something we need," Hao Shen announced after deciding about what to do with Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner. "Yes, no problem young master Hao." Hao Shen, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Zuner started to walk around the Miter family auction house. "Haha, Hao Shen, seems that you're quite respected." Xiao Yan laughed. "Nah, it's nothing, we're currently only in the tiny Jia Ma Empire, and since my grandfather is a Dou Zong realm practitioner it's quite easy to be respected, but if I go out of the Jia Ma Empire, even if my grandfather is strong I will not be respected since I'm not," Hao Shen said with a little self-derision. Xiao Yan thought for a while. "Then what strength is needed to be respected in the whole world?" I say that a Dou Zun should be considered a powerful existence no matter where he went, but to be truly respected one has to at least become a Dou Sheng, and if you want to be able to do anything you want, then you will need to become a Dou Di realm practitioner, but none appeared in the last thousands of years. Sigh, the world out there is indeed quite big. Haha, you don't have to take it to heart for the moment, considering only the surrounding of the Jia Ma Empire the strength of a Dou Zong is sufficient to create your own influence. Xiao Zuner listened to their conversation, but surprise flashed through her eyes multiple times when Hao Shen was speaking. In the tiny little Jia Ma Empire being a Dou Zong was considered being an apex existence, so the youth of the Jia Ma Empire shouldn't have such profound insight about the outside world. Bah, I actually heard this from my grandfather since he went outside of the Jia Ma Empire multiple times when he was younger. Hao Shen finished his sentence here and they started to look at the different items. Sometime later, the attendant came to see them accompanied by a middle-aged man. "Young Master Hao, Young Master Xiao, and Young Miss Xiao, I'm Clonny, it's my pleasure to welcome you in my auction house." Mr. Clonny introduced himself. "Thanks, so I presume that you know why I came here," Hao Shen said, to which Mr. Clonny nodded. "Haha, it seems that the young miss is not the only one to be perturbed by this sudden meeting." Chapter 45 Meeting Yafei. Hao Shen, Xiao Yan, Xiao Zuner, and Mr. Clonny walked toward the inner part of the Miter family auction house, To go in the inner part normally one had to be a core member of the Mitre family, but since Hao Shen was the fiancé of the granddaughter of the current family head, no one stopped him from going in. Xiao Yan was looking around quite surprised. It had to be known that in the whole Hao clan, only his father, Xiao Zhan, was allowed to come to the inner part of the auction house. Even the two most powerful elders didn't have the right to come in. After walking for some time, they arrived before a big door. The door was quite luxurious. It was crafted from some 1,000 years old trees. This was considered quite rare in little city like Wutan City. Young Master Shen, the young miss is in the room before us. Would you like to go in alone at first? Mr. Cloney asked. Yeah, I shall go inside alone first since it's the first time we met. Xiao Yan, Xiao Zuner, wait for me for a bit, I'll introduce you to her later. Haha, no problem, we'll wait here. After looking back once more, Hao Shen stepped towards the door and opened it. He went in and closed it behind him. Mr. Cloney, is the identity of Hao Shen's fiancé high? Xiao Yan then asked the question he had in his head since the beginning. Young Master Xiao, the young miss is the only granddaughter of the current head of the Mitre family. She also has close ties with the grandfather of young Master Shen, Old Master Hao Lei. Their ties come from the brotherhood shared between Ice Emperor Haibo Dong and Old Master Hao Lei. Since Ice Emperor Haibo Dong disappeared, Old Master Hao Lei protected the Mitre family, and he is also a grandfather-like figure for the young miss. Mr. Cloney said with eyes filled with respect. Mr. Cloney was deathly loyal to the Mitre family, so he had witnessed all the things that Old Master Hao Lei did for them. Sigh, that's some background. The sole young lady of the richest family in the Jia Ma Empire, and what's more, she has a Dou Zong realm practitioner as her background. She does indeed qualify to be Hao Shen's wife. Hao Shen entered the room and saw a young woman seated on a chair. The woman was wrapped in a red robe. The tight, red dress thoroughly hugged her exquisite body. Her curvy waist swayed so radiantly and gracefully from side to side that it caused others to covet it. From the bottom of the dress came a straight cut that came upwards to her thigh, both revealing and hiding her dazzling leg beneath. Her beauty made Hao Shen speechless for a moment, but he quickly recovered and looked at her straight in the eyes. The woman also did the same, and they looked at each other for some time. Hao Shen decided that it was time to break the silence, so he spoke. Hello, I'm Hao Shen. It's my pleasure to finally meet you, Miss Yafei. Hao Shen sounded very calm and composed while he said this. Yes, it is my pleasure to finally see you, Mr. Hao Shen. Yafei was quite experimented at dealing with other people, so she was able to act calm and composed, but inside she wasn't that calm. As a girl, it was normal for her to be embarrassed when she was meeting her future husband. You can call me Hao Shen, as I am slightly younger than you. Hao Shen was not very comfortable with other calling him Mr. while he just reached his 12th birthday. Then I call you Hao Shen, you can also call me Yafei. Then alright, once more it's my pleasure, Sister Yafei. Hao Shen and Yafei then became much more at ease with each other, since the two of them were straightforward person when they talked to people close to them. They spent some time speaking to each other. They talked about their everyday. Yafei mostly spoke about how she had learned her auctioneer skill and how she spent time with Hao Shen's grandfather when she was a little girl, because her own grandfather was quite busy since her second grandfather Haibo Dong had just disappeared at that time. Hao Shen on his side recounted all his adventure, how he met Xiao He and how he arrived to Wutan City. Yafei laughed at some time. You are indeed as grandfather Hao Lei described you, Yafei said when Hao Shen finished to recount the last part of his training trip. Haha. I don't know what grandfather said about me, but I didn't know a single thing about you before this discussion, since grandfather always told me that I should ask you when I meet you. That is indeed just like him. Then Sister Yafei, I've got two friends with me who are waiting outside. Is it a problem if you meet them? Hao Shen just remembered that he had let Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner wait outside of the room, and him and Yafei had chatted for more than an hour already. It is no problem. Since I just arrived in Wutan City last month, I still don't know anyone. Then I'll go get them. Hao Shen stood up and went outside of the room to get Xiao Zuner and Xiao Yan. When he arrived, he was received with the stare from both of them. Ho ho, young Master Hao Shen is finally deigning to see us. Xiao Yan looked jokingly at Hao Shen. It seems that you quite like this fiancé of yours, even tough it's the first time you two met. Aren't you too young to do these kind of things? Xiao Yan adopted a fake shocked expression. Xiao Zuner was beside him laughing while nodding her head. Hee, sorry about it, you two. We just discussed about our pasts and didn't see the time pass. Come, I'll introduce you two to her. Hao Shen said while leading the way back inside. Chapter 46 Departing from Wutan City, Short Meeting with Xinghe. Hao Shen led Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner inside of the room where he and Yafei had talked to each other for more than an hour. Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner then met Yafei. After some hours the three of them exited the Mitre family auction house. Then Miss Yafei, we'll see each other some other time. Xiao Zuner and Xiao Yan were the first one to depart. Sister Yafei, I'm going to leave Wutan City next day so we won't see each other for some time. Here, take this, in case something troublesome happens. If you show them this token, peoples will give my Hao Clan face and leave the matter as it is. Hao Shen took out one of the Hao Clan token he had on him and gave it to Yafei. Then I'll take it, Hao Shen. Yafei smiled and took the token. Take care of yourself, Sister Yafei. If you have any problem, directly come to the Hao Clan city. My father will do everything he can to protect you, and my mother also want to meet you, Hao Shen chuckled. You shouldn't tease your big sister, Yafei said while blushing. After speaking for some time, Hao Shen said goodbye and started to walk away. He arrived at the Shao Clan estate sometime later and directly went to find the Shao Clan's patriarch, Xiao Zan. Uncle Xiao, I thank you for your hospitality, but I need to go now. I'm still in the middle of my training after all, Hao Shen announced. Are you sure? The Jialai clan will probably cause trouble for you once you leave the city, Xiao Zan asked. Yeah, you don't have to worry. I will go say goodbye to Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner and I'll leave. If something happens to your Shao Clan, you should go to see my father. I already sent him a letter telling him what happened and he is very grateful, so he will help you. You don't have to worry, nephew Shen. I didn't save you to gain the favors of your clan, but I still appreciate it. Xiao Zan laughed. Then, I'm going. Take care of yourself, Uncle Xiao. Good, I'll see you another time. After that, Hao Shen left the room and went toward Xiao Yan and Xiao Zuner's spot. He arrived there shortly and saw the two of them meditating. They seemingly felt his presence since they stood up. Xiao Yan, Xiao Zuner, I'm going. I'll see you some other time. It was great to meet you, Hao Shen said with a smile. All right, have a good trip. Xiao Zuner spoke first. Yeah, you better not let me catch up to you, Hao Shen. We'll see each other another time. Xiao Yan followed. All right, I'm going. Hao Shen then left the Shao Clan estate and went directly toward the exit of Wutan City. I should speak with the person following me once I'm outside of the forest. He should know most of the things about me, so he will probably come out when I call him. After an hour, Hao Shen had walked quite far from Wutan City already. He entered a forest and stopped. The person following me, can you come out now, since I know that you followed me since I left the clan? Hao Shen said loudly. For some time nothing happened, but after a minute or so a shadow appeared before Hao Shen on one knee. Young master, I'm Xinghe, what order do you have? Xinghe decided to reveal himself since he had already been discovered. I wanted to ask you if you went to the Jialai clan. Hao Shen had thought that Jialai Bai would have sent at least some Douqi realm practitioner, but nobody had followed him since he left Wutan City. Yes, young master, I went to their clan estate. I understand. You can go. I'll meet with Xiao He first and then I'll go towards the magical beast mountain range to train for some time before going back to the clan. Yes, young master. Xinghe then disappeared like he was never here. Hao Shen started to walk towards the magical beast mountain range. It was a 2 weeks long journey. After a week he stopped before a small forest and whistled towards it. Some minutes after he had whistled, a shadow could be seen flying towards him at a very fast speed. It was Xiao He. When Hao Shen decided to go toward Wutan City, Xiao He had decided to remain in this forest to train. Hao Shen only spent some days in Wutan City, so Xiao He didn't make too much progress, but his aura seemed more bloodthirsty than before. He should have fought quite some magical beasts during his stay here. Xiao He started to become smaller and finally recovered his little form size when he landed on Hao Shen's shoulder. Then, let's go, Xiao He. This time we're entering the inner region of the magical beast mountain range. This could be quite dangerous, so we have to be more careful. Hao Shen then started to rush towards the magical beast mountain range. 3 weeks later, a young man could be seen standing straight at the entrance of the outer region of the magical beast mountain range. On his shoulder stood a little crow. This youth was Hao Shen. He just arrived at the magical beast mountain range after 3 weeks of travel. We're finally here, Xiao He. This time we're going in for some time. Hao Shen was pretty excited since he didn't know what things he would encounter in the inner region. It was well known that when there was danger there was often great opportunity, since the inner region of the magical beast mountain range was the most dangerous spot of the whole Jia Ma Empire. There should also be the best opportunity inside of it. Chapter 47 3 Mysterious Spot. Hao Shen had been in the inner region of the magical beast mountain range for 3 months already. He battled some weak rank 3 magical beasts during this time and killed some of them. After continuous depletion, Hao Shen's Douqi had reached the limit of the 8-star Douji realm. He would probably have his breakthrough in the next few days. Hao Shen was currently in a cave he had dug himself. It was situated on the flank of a mountain and possessed only one entrance. This reduced the risks for Hao Shen to be ambushed and allowed him to cultivate his Douqi more carelessly. I should have my breakthrough to the 9-star Douji realm tonight. It's 1 month faster than I expected. It's already been 3 months since I arrived in the inner region of the magical beast mountain range, but I didn't encounter any magical beast since I entered this part. Hao Shen was a little shocked about this fact. When one was within the inner region of the magical beast mountain range, it was pretty normal if he didn't encounter any human for a long time, but Hao Shen didn't even feel the presence of a rank 4 magical beast since he had arrived in the surrounding hundreds of miles. This was pretty rare since most of the magical beasts inside of the inner region were supposed to be rank 4. Something should be blocking them outside of this part of the inner region. It could be a high-level expert in seclusion or something with a powerful aura that frightens the rank 4 magical beast, but that rank 3 magical beast can't sense. At this moment, Xiao He arrived from above, seemingly more powerful than last week. That's right, he had a breakthrough and reached the peak of the rank 1, becoming comparable to a 9-star Douji realm practitioner. Thanks to his dual-attributed soul, Xiao He was now able to fight with weak Douqi realm practitioner. Xiao He, you fought with that tiger once more? Hao Shen asked, to which Xiao He nodded. The tiger that Hao Shen was speaking about was a rank 3 earth-splitting tiger. It was an earth-attributed magical beast who had formed a grudge with Xiao He a month ago. Since then Xiao He would go to fight him multiple times a week. Hao Shen had wanted to help Xiao He kill it at first, but Xiao He said that he wanted to fight it alone. It seemed that this ignited Xiao He's potential and he had his breakthrough once more. One had to know that cultivation was very easy for magical beasts before they reached the rank 5. Their speed was mostly determined by their bloodline, and since Xiao He had become a desolation raven some months ago, it was pretty obvious that he would break through quickly. This night, Hao Shen was sitting in meditative stance while cultivating. Fire-type Douqi was flowing toward him without stopping. The capacity to absorb fire Douqi of the Starfire Revolution mantra was only at the Huang class mid-level currently, but thanks to Hao Shen perfect fire affinity it was comparable to Huang class high level. After 3 hours, bursts of fire Douqi erupted from Hao Shen's body and his meridian seemed to contract to expulse the impure Douqi from his body while the natural fire Douqi was absorbed and refined at an enormous pace. Suddenly it all stopped and inside of Hao Shen's dantian an explosion-like sound resonated. Hao Shen had just had his breakthrough to the 9-star Douji realm. He sat on more hour to calm down and stabilize his cultivation. Hao Shen's foundation had become extremely profound since he had filled his Douqi flame with star energy. His Douqi also had become a lot purer since then. Good, I finally had my breakthrough. My cultivation will once more break through in 1 year if I don't use any pills or encounter something thanks to my luck. Hao Shen then stood up and looked at Xiao He. Xiao He, come, we're going to search the reason why there is not any rank 4 magical beast or above who enter in this part of the inner region. This fact intrigued Hao Shen since he was practically sure that this was not a natural cause. Xiao He flew on Hao Shen's shoulder. Hao Shen then jumped out of his cultivation cave and reached the summit of the mountain he was currently on. He looked around and then jumped towards one side. Hao Shen first wanted to delimit the zone where the rank 4 magical beasts were afraid to enter. Hao Shen walked for 6 hours before touring the entire zone. He had delimited a place where the thing that blocked them could be situated. There were actually 3 suspicious places. One was a high mountain peak, one was a big lake, and the last one was a deep pit in the ground. Hao Shen first went toward the lake to see if he could find anything. The lake was situated the most far from his current position, so he would go to search it first. After 3 hours spent traveling toward the lake, Hao Shen and Xiao He finally arrived before it. The lake was gigantic and extended on more than 20 miles. Hao Shen was able to see that on the middle of the lake, a lone island was standing there. It didn't seem very big from where Hao Shen was standing, but since he was quite far away it should still be of decent size. Hao Shen then stomped on the ground and jumped in the air while using the 1000th step of his 1000-step whirlwind. He had reached it a month ago and he was since then able to ride the air current for some time. Hao Shen flew in the air and after some time, he landed on the island, just as he had assumed it was pretty big once he was on it. Hao Shen and Xiao He then started to explore the island. Chapter 48 Mystic Blue Lotus on the island. Hao Shen flew in the air and after some time, he landed on the island, just as he had assumed it was pretty big once he was on it. Hao Shen and Xiao He then started to explore the island. They started to walk around the island. It was approximately 2 miles wide and a profound atmosphere was emitted from the center of it. After touring the whole island, Hao Shen didn't found anything, so he decided to move towards the center of the island. He walked for some time and when he arrived at the center he saw a small pond. At the center of the pond a blue lotus was standing there. The profound atmosphere on the island seemed to come from the blue lotus. One had to know that the lotus represented the universe. That was why most of the lotus plants were quite rare. The rarest lotus-based plants was the chaotic lotus. It was said to be born at the same time as the world. In all history of the Douqi Continent only one had been found and the person who used it became the overlord of his time. Hao Shen's eyes widened. Thanks to the perfect alchemical knowledge he got with his wish he easily recognized this lotus. This is a 2,000 years old mystic blue lotus. The mystic blue lotus was used to perfect one knowledge of martial arts. It was said that if one practiced with this lotus next to them they would be able to master their Douqi skills at least 10 times faster. Each time the mystic blue lotus gained another 1,000 years the effect was again increased. When the mystic blue lotus reached 3,000 years the speed will become 15 times faster. This mystic blue lotus is at least 2,900 years old. I should be able to make it evolve when I become a rank 5 alchemist. This will help me a lot to master the sword finger. Hao Shen was very happy that he came to the magical beast mountain range. He already got his hands on something as rare as this lotus while being inside for 3 months. Hao Shen couldn't help but think about the 2 other mysterious spots. Even though the mystic blue lotus is a very rare plant and possesses a profound aura, it can't scare the rank 4 magical beast and above. On contrary, it should have attracted them here, so there should be something else in one of the 2 other spots. Hao Shen then jumped towards the mystic blue lotus and landed just beside it. He infused sword Douqi in his finger and stocked the mystic blue lotus inside of his storage ring. The mystic blue lotus couldn't grow if it wasn't placed in water, but Hao Shen didn't care since he would be able to concoct an age-boosting medicinal liquid when he reached the rank 5 as an alchemist. Just as he was about to leave, at the spot from where he had just got the blue mystic lotus, strong waves of water and wood Douqi erupted from the ground. What's happening? Did this blue mystic lotus link itself with something underground? Hao Shen was a little bit shocked about this development. Hao Shen scanned the area underground with his soul. 2 or 3 meters under the blue mystic lotus there was a blue and green stone. The water and wood Douqi seemed to come from this. It had been punctured by the mystic blue lotus and some of its Douqi had been taken away by the mystic blue lotus. What is this thing? Sigh, I don't have any knowledge about rare materials. I should take it with me and search in the clan's library when I return. To be able to attract a rare plant like the mystic blue lotus it should also be pretty rare. Hao Shen began to think for a while. He remembered the strong Douqi waves that were sent out by the stone, so he decided to take it. Hao Shen extracted it from the ground. When Xiao He saw its appearance his eyes stared at the stone brightly, but when he sensed the elements inside of it he looked a little sad. Xiao He, we still have 2 spots to visit, we should get going now since there is nothing here anymore. Hao Shen said as he started to walk towards the border of the island. When he arrived there he jumped in the sky and used the 1,000-step whirlwind to float till he reached the shore. Hao Shen started to travel toward the next spot. He decided to go towards the high mountain peak. On this mountain Hao Shen had detected some rank 3 magical beast. These magical beasts were rank 3 magical beast, that was comparable to Da Douqi realm practitioner. That was not something Hao Shen could currently compare to. Hao Shen arrived before the mountain and stood there looking towards the peak. It will be pretty dangerous to climb up there. There is also the risk that I will be attacked by rank 3 magical beast. Hao Shen began to think about how he should climb to avoid the rank 3 magical beast. After some time he decided to climb the mountain using the normal road. Even if it was dangerous he should be able to escape if a rank 3 magical beast detected him. We should be careful, Xiao He. On the mountain there is probably many rank 3 magical beast. Hao Shen said to Xiao He, who nodded his head. Hao Shen and Xiao He started to climb the mountain while he spread his soul around them to detect any hidden treat. Chapter 49 Peak Rank 2 Magical Beast. Hao Shen and Xiao He started to climb the mountain while he spread his soul around them to detect any hidden treat. After walking for some time the 2 of them had traveled midway to the mountain peak. they stood before a small forest. Sigh, I knew it, we'll have to pass through this forest if we want to reach the peak of the mountain. The problem is that I feel some rank 3 magical beast inside of it. Hao Shen said as he furrowed his eyes. He began to think seriously about the possibility he had, but there was nothing he could do beside traversing the forest. His only other option was to climb by the other side, but it was impossible to do so while avoiding the flying magical beasts present in the strange mountain region. Xiao He, we have to be careful once we're inside, so don't make any noise. Hao Shen warned Xiao He, who nodded his head in understanding while his eyes became more focused on the actual situation. Hao Shen and Xiao He began to enter the forest while looking around carefully. After they had walked approximately midway inside the forest, they were still undetected by any of the rank 3 magical beast, but just as they were about to continue forward, an agile shadow rushed towards them from the tree top. Hao Shen jumped to the side, his face ashen. He had never thought that a magical beast would appear here without him sensing it with his soul power. The shadow that had rushed towards them had the appearance of a panther and looked at Hao Shen with an evil glint in its eyes. This magical beast was a peak rank 2 wind-riding panther. They were magical beasts well known for their speed. It was said that the wind-riding panther possessed a little bit of the bloodline of the sky-devouring panther, who was a rank 7 magical beast, but this fact was never proved to be true. The wind-riding panther rushed towards Hao Shen once more. Hao Shen quickly dodged, but the wind-riding panther did not stop flying at him. The wind-riding panther was very fast, and he could only barely avoid its strike while using the 1,000-step whirlwind. Only after Hao Shen flew into the sky again was he able to avoid the continuous assault, but he wouldn't be able to stay in the sky for a long time. The wind-riding panther continued to coldly stare at Hao Shen and did not move as countless traces of wind Douqi gathered, forming 10 or so wind Douqi balls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind-riding panther shot 3 wind Douqi balls towards Hao Shen. Hao Shen used the 1,000-step whirlwind to dodge and the flash slash to continuously slash out with his sword, destroying the incoming wind Douqi balls. Right after dealing with that wave of attacks, in the next second, the wind-riding panther once again condensed wind Douqi balls and sent them shooting towards Hao Shen. Right now, let alone attack, Hao Shen could not even get close, making him feel quite frustrated. The wind-riding panther was a wind-type magical beast, and since it had control over the surrounding wind Douqi, it could attack without stopping. As Hao Shen dodged its attacks, he considered how to deal with it. Suddenly, a black blur rushed toward the sky. Xiao He had also started to fight. He condensed gray and purple fire Douqi around itself and launched them towards the wind-riding panther. The wind-riding panther, quite startled and hurriedly threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding this attack. Xiao He grasped this opportunity to shoot out a powerful fireball, making the wind-riding panther crash on a tree behind it. Hao Shen decided that he had to attack the wind-riding panther now, since it had been hit by Xiao He's fireball. He could not waste the opportunity that Xiao He had presented to him. Hao Shen turned into a ray of light and rushed at the wind-riding panther. Seeing Hao Shen approach, the wind-riding panther once again gathered countless wind Douqi balls and shot them toward Hao Shen. Hao Shen continuously dodged as he charged forward, and if he couldn't avoid them, he would slash out sword lights to destroy the wind Douqi balls. As the distance between them shrank, a trace of panic appeared in the wind-riding panther's eyes, and it continued to gather wind Douqi. Roar! The wind-riding panther condensed a gigantic wind Douqi ball. It had used all the already created one and fused them together to create it and launched it towards Hao Shen the fastest it could. Hao Shen coldly harumphed and sent his power into his sword slashed out. A big wave of fire Douqi slashed out towards the wind-riding panther. Hao Shen had just used his current most powerful move, the cloud-separating wave from the tyrannical cloud-splitting wave. Bang! The two attacks collided, giving off a gigantic explosion, and a massive amount of dust was sent flying around them. By now, Hao Shen had already reached the wind-riding panther, and his sword gave off a terrifying sword light as he slashed at it. The wind-riding panther immediately jumped away and evaded the sword light. This made Hao Shen feel quite furious. Just as he was about to continue attacking it, the wind-riding panther used an attack it had never used till now. A wind Douqi pillar rose from under Hao Shen. Bang! The wind Douqi pillar sent Hao Shen flying. The wind-riding panther had grasped this opportunity to once again attack. After crashing to the ground, Hao Shen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 The wind-riding panther continued to condense wind Douqi balls and send them flying towards Hao Shen, but Xiao He blocked them using his own fireball. Hao Shen stood up from the ground, feeling extremely frustrated. It was the first time he was hit like this. Suddenly, Hao Shen had an idea, and his mind quickly worked out a plan. The wind-riding panther gave a loud roar and opened its bloody mouth. It sent out a wind Douqi wave toward Hao Shen. Hao Shen coldly harumphed, and his sword brought with it an immense might, once again slashing at the wind-riding panther and sending it flying. After its body crashed to the ground trembled, and leaves fell off trees like rain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind-riding panther stood up and continued to condense countless wind Douqi balls and sent them flying towards Hao Shen, while Hao Shen dodged to the side while sending wave after wave of sword light toward the wind-riding panther. He took his sword and raised it once again using the cloud-separating wave. Roar! The wind-riding panther wasn't able to dodge it this time and was sent flying towards the trees behind it. However, the wind-riding panther still stood up. This time it was injured quite heavily, but it didn't seem to want to flee. Suddenly, a ray of light shot towards the wind-riding panther incredibly quickly, giving it a big fright. It immediately tried to dodge. Hao Shen had thrown out the sword light toward the wind-riding panther, and it wasn't able to react on time. The wind-riding panther was once more injured. It was furious. It was a peak rank 2 magical beast which was comparable to a peak Do Shi realm practitioner, but it was currently losing to a peak Do J realm practitioner. Hao Shen coldly laughed, and his sword once more sent out sword light. An immense wave of power flowed out from his sword which gave off a resplendent sword light. The ground started to shake, and the wind-riding panther sensed something and was greatly startled. It immediately tried to move away, but it was already too late. Boom! A 20-meter wide sword light suddenly rushed out toward it and blasted the wind-riding panther 20 or so meters up into the air. As it crashed back down to the ground, the impact caused the surrounding grounds to crack. The wind-riding panther created a crater that was more than 10 meters wide, and all the trees and rocks nearby were sent flying. The wind-riding panther looked incredibly wretched. Blood continuously flowed out of its mouth, and it looked heavily injured. Hao Shen wiped away the blood at his own lips. The Douqi skill he had just used, the tyrannical cloud splitting, had used up too much of his power, making him feel quite weak. Before, Hao Shen had always limited himself to use the cloud separating wave, but this time, he had used the much more powerful tyrannical cloud splitting. Moreover, since it was much more powerful, it also costs much more Douqi, and since Hao Shen was currently only at the peak of the Do J realm, it cost him almost all of his Douqi. Hao Shen did not hesitate to rush towards the wind-riding panther. When he arrived near it, it tried to defend but didn't have the required strength to even move, so Hao Shen directly beheaded it, killing the strongest beast he had killed so far. Chapter 50 Medicinal Garden on the Mountain Peak. After Hao Shen beheaded the wind-riding panther, he took out the magical core from its brain. This was a peak rank 2 wind magical core, and he could use it to refine a pill that will allow him to move faster for a short period of time. The speed boosting pellet. With one rank 2 wind magical core he should be able to refine at least 50 pills. After extracting the magical core, Hao Shen burned the corpse of the wind-riding panther. He did this because he was afraid that stronger rank 3 magical beasts came here after being attracted by the bloody smell. After doing this, he jumped on the tree top and started cultivating to recover faster. 4 hours later, Hao Shen stood up from where he was and used his soul power to sense if there was any danger around him. He sighed in relief when he didn't find anything. He had already been careless when he let himself be ambushed by the wind-riding panther some time ago, so he didn't want to make the same mistake one more time. Hao Shen jumped down from the tree top and Xiao He landed on his shoulder. They then started running towards the mountain peak once more. Luckily they weren't discovered by any rank 3 magical beast before they exited the forest. When Hao Shen exited the forest, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In front of him stood tons of medicinal ingredients. They ranged from rank 1 to rank 2. The medicinal garden seemed to be composed of multiple parts. Hao Shen was currently in the first part. The first part contained rank 1 and rank 2 magical ingredients. Hao Shen deducted that this garden had been here for a long time already, since the rank 2 medicinal ingredients in the first part were all originally rank 1 but had evolved thanks to the time they had spent here. Blood condensing ginseng, silver chi grass. Hao Shen recognized all of these plants. Some of them were even very rare amongst the rank 1 medicinal plants. Hao Shen decided that he wouldn't pick them for now and started to go deeper in the medicinal garden, but just as he was about to go deeper, his eyes furrowed and he began to think. Why don't these rank 3 magical beasts come inside of the medicinal garden? Even for them these medicinal plants are priceless treasure. There is 2 possibility. One, there is something that blocks them outside, but since I could enter without any difficulty, it's pretty hard to tell. The other possibility is that they are afraid of something, and to make rank 3 magical beasts afraid, there is only something or someone at least of the rank 4 or Dou Ling realm that can do it. Hao Shen knew that if there was really a Dou Ling realm or above practitioner in this garden, he wouldn't be able to fight him, but he knew that Xinghe was around all the time, so he decided to risk it. Xinghe was considered as one of the peak expert in the Jia Ma Empire. Was it not for the fact that practically nobody knew of his existence, he would be one of the famous Dou Wang realm practitioners, and his name would be known by all the residents of the Jia Ma Empire. Hao Shen started to go deeper in the medicinal garden. While he walked, he quickly reached the second part of the medicinal ingredients. Inside were tens of rank 2 medicinal ingredients, amongst them stood some rank 3 ingredients. They were once more rank 2 plants that evolved with the time and became rank 3. The medicinal garden seems to be divided into 5 parts. If it continues like this, I could even get rank 5 medicinal ingredient, but I should stay focused. If there is really something or someone hiding here, I should be prepared to evade at any moment. Hao Shen continued to advance in the medicinal garden while scanning his surroundings using his soul power. After looking at all the medicinal herbs in the second part of the medicinal garden, Hao Shen continued to advance. He soon arrived at the third part of the medicinal garden, and once more there were rank 3 and rank 4 medicinal ingredients. Hao Shen quickly looked around and saw some ingredients he would need later when he refined pills. After looking around for some time, he entered the fourth part. Inside of it there were a lot less of ingredients. There were only 20 or so rank 4 medicinal plants and a rank 5 ingredients. When Hao Shen had finished looking over the ingredients, he looked toward the fifth part of the medicinal garden. The fifth part was very different. It stood atop of a platform who was 5 or so meters above the ground. To go up there, one had to jump. Hao Shen jumped up toward the platform and soon landed on it. What he saw made him understand why rank 3 magical beasts were afraid to come inside of the medicinal garden. It also made him slightly speechless about his own luck. Before him was a throne-like chair, and on this chair was lying the skeleton of what seemed to be a deceased practitioner. Behind the throne, Hao Shen could see 2 rank 5 ingredients and a rank 6 medicinal plant. Holy shit, isn't this the fighting spirit grass? This thing will help me once I reach the Dou Wang realm. I'll be able to directly break through a star. The fighting spirit grass was the main ingredient for the fighting spirit pill. This pill allowed the user to have a breakthrough in the few days after it was consumed. The thing with this pill was that even an 8-star Dou Wang realm practitioner could consume it. This will allow him to directly become a 9-star Dou Wang realm practitioner. In the Dou Wang realm, every star would make a big difference. Then let's see, how can I get all these ingredients? Hao Shen began to think. Chapter 51, Little Jade Bottle. Then let's see, how can I get all these ingredients? Hao Shen began to think. There are 2 methods I can use. One could allow me to collect tons of medicinal ingredients quickly, but I'll have to destroy this medicinal garden. The other is to let this medicinal garden as it is. This is a possibility since the medicinal garden should be more than 200 years old, but it still remains uncovered by anyone. Also, there is this skeleton. The bones are white like pieces of jade, so the practitioner had at least reached the Dou Zong realm. But to be able to possess an aura capable of frightening rank 3 magical beast 200 years after his death, the practitioner was most likely a Dou Zun realm practitioner. The question is, why would someone this powerful plant his medicinal garden here in the little Jia Ma Empire, and also why is the highest rank medicinal ingredient only of rank 6? Most Dou Zun realm practitioner are rich as hell, so a mere rank 6 ingredient can't enter their eyes. To this there are once more 2 possibilities. The first one is that this expert was fleeing something and consumed the other medicinal ingredients to restore his strength, while the other was that he was a poor Dou Zun realm practitioner who couldn't afford anything above the rank 6, but it's most likely the first reason, since I basically never heard of poor Dou Zun realm practitioner in the original novel. Hao Shen analyzed the situation the best he could with the little clue he had. After carefully thinking for some time, Hao Shen began to scan the floating platform with his soul power. After he was certain that there was no trap present on the ground, he stepped forward and advanced towards the skeleton of the ancient practitioner. Hao Shen reached the skeleton in less than 20 seconds and looked at it more carefully. Under the skeleton right hand was lying a storage ring. It seemed to be quite a high-level one. Hao Shen took the storage ring and searched through it with his mind. There were only 3 things inside of the storage ring. One was a note and the other a small jade bottle and another bottle containing a drop of blood. Hao Shen took out the note and started looking through it. To the one who found this note, I don't know how much time has passed since the day I died, but thanks to fate you were able to come to this place. This means that our meeting was a destined one, so I shall give to you the last thing I possess. It is also one of my most precious treasure. But before I introduce it to you, I'll tell you more about me. I am Mo Zun. My true name was Mo Xian. I was an 8-star Dou Zun realm practitioner and was considered a well-known figure in the Central Plain in my time. I found a small jade bottle in ruin I explored with some of my friends during an exploration. We all gained benefits from this exploration, but unfortunately one of the people who had participated in the exploration divulged the fact that we found some things inside of the ruin and it caused our doom. My friends were killed one after another, the first being the one who divulgated the news. I was the sole person who managed to escape and I fled to this remote corner of the Douqi Continent where I created this medicinal garden hoping to recover my strength one day. Unfortunately, I underestimated my injuries and was near death when I wrote this letter. The clan who killed us all is one of the 8 great clans of the Douqi Continent, the Hao Clan, since they suspected that the ruin we explored was left behind by a Dou realm practitioner. I understand the strength of the Hao Clan, so I don't hope you'll take revenge for me, but if one day you can feel the bloodline of my descendant, I would be very grateful if you could help them. I let in the storage ring a drop of my blood essence to help you. Now, about the little jade bottle, it is called the Millenary Jade Garden. Indeed, the whole medicinal garden is, in fact, able to be stored in the small jade bottle. If it is used with wood and aquatic magical cores as its support, it can boost the growth of medicinal ingredients inside of it. To you who received the Millenary Jade Garden, I hope you will be able to become strong and be able to defend yourself no matter what you face. Hao Shen finished reading the note shocked. This little jade bottle was, in fact, a legendary artifact. If it was ranked, based on its use it could easily count as at least a rank 8 item. In fact, it could even become a rank 9 item if it was supported by the correct magical cores. Holy shit, this thing could cause even the 8 great clan to start a war if they knew of its existence. Hao Shen was shocked at first and he decided that he will never reveal this Millenary Jade Garden before he was at least a Dou Sheng. It's good that I don't have to harvest the medicinal ingredients for now, since I have already collected some rank 1 and rank 2 wood and water magical cores, so I should use them. Hao Shen took out the Millenary Jade Garden from the storage ring and focused his mind on it. A second later he opened his eyes and saw an enormous medicinal garden. The one on the outside was only a small part of the world inside of the little jade bottle. At the center of the garden stood a pool-like thing. Hao Shen arrived before it and threw all his water and wood magical cores inside. Suddenly, it was as if the Millenary Jade Garden had come back to life. The air seemed to be purified and the Douqi inside was augmented by a lot. Okay, now that I have done that, I should transfer all my medicinal plants inside of the garden for them to continue their growth. Hao Shen transferred the content of his storage ring inside of the Millenary Jade Garden containing all the rare medicinal plants he possessed. He didn't even have to arrange them himself as it was done automatically by the Millenary Jade Garden. After all the plants were transferred inside of the Millenary Jade Garden, Hao Shen willed for the outside medicinal garden to come back inside of the little jade bottle and exited the Millenary Jade Garden after it was done. Okay, only one more spot to visit, but what the hell is this place? I got a mystic blue lotus and now a rank 8 to 9 artifact. Hao Shen found the situation incredulous, but he tossed it in the back of his head and started to walk back down the mountain. Chapter 52 The Mysterious Altar, Natural Fire Weapon. Okay, only one more spot to visit, but what the hell is this place? I got a mystic blue lotus and now a rank 8 to 9 artifact. Hao Shen found the situation incredulous, but he tossed it in the back of his head and started to walk back down the mountain. Hao Shen was currently rushing toward the deep pit he had found on the ground. In the direction of the mysterious pit he didn't encounter any magical beasts. It seems that the thing that blocks the rank 4 magical beasts from this region is really situated in this pit. Hao Shen began to think while he rushed toward the deep pit. 1 hour later, Hao Shen was standing just beside the deep pit. Hao Shen could feel the fire Douqi emanating from the inside of it. How is it possible that such a pure fire Douqi exists in this place? Even though it's not as pure as a heavenly flame, it's not much weaker. What is this thing? Hao Shen was shocked by the thing he had just found. One had to know that a heavenly flame could be considered as a rank 9 item, but it was much more useful. It could fuse with the possessor, it could purify the Douqi, and it could even allow a practitioner to defeat anyone at the same level easily. So for something to be just slightly weaker in term of purity, it was pretty inconceivable. Hao Shen began to scan the mysterious pit with his soul power. It wasn't very deep, only 50 or so meters. Hao Shen was scanning the deepest part of the pit, and suddenly he saw something. Lava was flowing out of one of the wall. It wasn't a very big quantity, but it was filled with fire Douqi. The quantity of fire Douqi it produced was a lot more than what normal lava could normally produce, so there had to be something special inside of it. Hao Shen's current level wouldn't allow him to enter lava. He would have to become a Douqi before he could enter it like it was nothing, but the lava was flowing out from a tunnel-like hole and there was enough space for Hao Shen to enter without having to touch the lava. Hao Shen jumped down into the mysterious pit. He touched the ground quickly and began to go towards the hole from where the lava was flowing. He soon arrived before it and felt his cultivation react to the surrounding fire Douqi. Hao Shen looked around, but since he didn't see anything out of the ordinary, he chooses to enter the hole. He jumped up and entered it. The hole seemed to go very deep inside the hole. It was so deep that Hao Shen couldn't even see the end of it, but thanks to the lava the tunnel was fully illuminated. Hao Shen began to walk forward. The deeper he went inside, the purer the fire Douqi became. It seemed that something inside of this hole was purifying the lava's fire Douqi. After walking for around 10 minutes, Hao Shen finally saw the end of the tunnel. The fire Douqi currently around him was at least 20 times purer than the one outside. It means that he could cultivate 20 times faster here. Hao Shen exited the tunnel and what he saw shocked him. Before Hao Shen was an enormous room. It seemed to be natural. The room possessed a lava lake. It seemed to be extremely large, and all the lava inside of it possessed a fire Douqi at least 50 times stronger than the one outside. But this was only true for the external part of it. Hao Shen couldn't even feel how much stronger the fire Douqi at the center of the lava lake was, but it seemed to be at least 100 times purer than on the outside. At the center of the lava lake stood a giant altar. Hao Shen couldn't see what was on it due to the distance, but it was pretty obvious that the thing purifying the fire Douqi was on it. The distance between Hao Shen's current position and the altar was too long for Hao Shen to fly to the altar, so he began to look around the room to see if he could find something. Just as he had explored half of the room, he suddenly stopped and looked suspiciously toward the lava lake in front of him. With his soul power, he could feel a slight disturbance there. Hao Shen decided to test if it was true. He took a stone and tossed it toward the spot he was looking at. The stone didn't fall into the lava lake as it should have. It started to float in the air. Sigh. So it was like that. Hao Shen sighed in relief and started to walk toward the lava lake. Without hesitating, he took a step forward and he also didn't fall in the lava lake. There was a passage here. It was just invisible. Hao Shen quickly reached the giant altar thanks to the invisible passage. On the altar was exposed a magnificent sword. When Hao Shen saw it, he was shocked. He had already read something about such a thing in his clan's library. This is a natural fire weapon. This is considered the best weapon for any fire Douqi practitioner. It's said that it was birthed by the will of the world itself. There is apparently some of these in the Douqi Continent. This is a natural weapon which is the most compatible with fire Douqi practitioner, and because of that, this is considered a rare treasure. It seems that this one was born just some months ago, so it's not yet a rank 1 weapon, but it has the capacity to grow. If I give it some fire type materials, it can even grow till it reach the peak rank 9. Hao Shen was shocked. This type of weapon was the best of the best. It was unbreakable by anyone under the Dou realm, and it had the ability to attract the fire Douqi around itself. It could be considered as one of the top treasure in the world. What's more, this one was a sword. It was said that such a weapon could be in any form: spear, bow, saber. It could be anything, but this one was luckily a sword, which was the weapon Hao Shen used. I thanks my divine plot armor again. Hao Shen was once more shocked, speechless. Chapter 53 Breakthrough. Hao Shen was currently looking at the natural fire weapon in front of him. Weapons like these were known as the best weapon on the whole Douqi continent. It was said that none was seen in the last 500 years. Hao Shen was indeed extremely lucky to be able to find one. Hao Shen started to walk toward the natural fire weapon. He could feel the fire Douqi around him becoming purer as he was approaching the natural fire weapon. Once he was 10 meters away from the weapon, he looked at it. The natural fire weapon seemed to be less than 6 months old. It means that there was no weapon spirit for the moment. This was the best time to bind the weapon to himself. Hao Shen was just in front of the natural fire weapon. The method used to bind such weapons was a little different. One had to condense a high quantity of fire Douqi and fuse it with a drop of blood essence. That would create a drop of fire blood essence. After that, one had to infuse it inside of the weapon and cultivate beside it for 2 straight days. After this ritual was completed, the natural fire weapon would be bonded to the user. Hao Shen sat in meditation and began to condense his fire Douqi. It was actually pretty easy thanks to his current location. In less than 20 minutes he had condensed a sufficient quantity of fire Douqi and he started to fuse it with a drop of his blood essence. This part was the most dangerous. One had to find an equilibrium between the blood essence and the fire Douqi. If the fusion became unstable, there was a high risk of heavy injuries. If Hao Shen received such an injury, it would take him at least 4 months to recover, since it was an injury directly at the deepest part of his bloodline. Hao Shen was very careful during the fusion. After an hour, the fusion was completed and the drop of fire blood essence was created. Hao Shen started to meditate to restore his used Dou Qi. Thanks to the natural fire weapon's Dou Qi attraction, he was able to restore it in less than an hour. Hao Shen stood up and used his hand to touch the natural fire weapon. It was very hot due to the fact that it was absorbing fire Dou Qi. Hao Shen used his fire blood essence and sent it in the natural fire weapon. The fire blood essence was quickly absorbed by the natural fire weapon, and Hao Shen felt a weak link establishing between him and the natural fire weapon. Once this step was done, he took the natural fire weapon from where it was and sat down in cultivation. Information flashed in his mind while he started to cultivate. It was a method to cultivate and strengthen the link between him and the natural fire weapon. Using this method, he would be able to become the master of the weapon after 2 full days of cultivation. The first 10 hours passed quickly. The fire Dou Qi that Hao Shen absorbed was not much in quantity because most of it was going to the natural fire weapon, but the quality of the fire Dou Qi he absorbed was at least comparable to the one he would absorb if he used a D-class high-level Dou Qi method to cultivate. This made his cultivation rise very quickly. The second effect was that his Dou Qi was purified, thus solidifying his foundation. After a day had passed, Hao Shen's Dou Qi began to move around his meridians according to the Starfire Revolution mantra. Hao Shen was beginning to have his breakthrough to the Dou Shi realm. It would take him at least 9 months if he didn't encounter the natural fire weapon, but thanks to it he was able to absorb an extremely pure fire Dou Qi, which reduced the time needed. 10 more hours passed and Hao Shen was still in the midst of his breakthrough. If he could complete his breakthrough before the 2 days limit, he would be able to shorten the time he needed to link himself to the weapon. After 4 more hours passed, Hao Shen's body began to leak a huge quantity of fire Dou Qi. Hao Shen began to divert his attention to his breakthrough. He started to revolve his Dou Qi around his body, completing cycle after cycle of cultivation. The pure fire Dou Qi went back toward his dantian while the impure fire Dou Qi was expulsed from his body. 2 more hours passed when suddenly a huge wave of heat came out of Hao Shen's body. A huge explosion-like sound resonated inside of Hao Shen's body, while a Dou Qi cloak began to form around him. Hao Shen just had his breakthrough and he officially became a 1-star Dou Shi realm practitioner. He now had the ability to battle with practitioners up to the peak of the 9-star Dou Shi realm. Thanks to his breakthrough, the remaining time needed to solidify his bond with the natural fire weapon was also reduced. He thus finished the refining of the natural fire weapon at the exact same time as his breakthrough. Hao Shen solidified his cultivation for an hour. After he finished, he stood up. Sigh, I finally finished refining this weapon. Now that I did it, the weapon spirit that will be created in less than 5 months will also become my ally. Hao Shen was very excited about the birth of the weapon spirit because it was said that as they grew up they were able to remember the memories of other natural fire weapon spirit who were born before them. Alright, I should go outside now that I have the natural fire weapon. This place will fall into ruins soon since it was created by the natural fire weapon. Hao Shen began to go back toward the outside world. Chapter 54 Exploration, Cultivation. Alright, I should go outside now that I have the natural fire weapon. This place will fall into ruins soon since it was created by the natural fire weapon. Hao Shen began to go back toward the outside world. Hao Shen quickly arrived back at the entrance of the tunnel leading to the lava lake. Since the natural fire weapon was taken by Hao Shen, it won't be long before the fire Dou Qi inside of the cave disappeared. Hao Shen jumped up and exited the mysterious pit. After doing so, he rushed away immediately since he could feel the ground under him tremble. After he went 2 miles away from the mysterious pit, lava suddenly erupted from the mysterious pit and covered the whole area around it. I found some things at the 3 spots I visited, but I have to say, my luck is really heaven-defying. Most people don't even get to see any of the treasure I found in their entire life, and I got the 3 of them in less than a week. Hao Shen began to think carefully for some time. He remembered the 3 spots. He got the mystic blue lotus at the lake, the little jade bottle containing the millenary jade garden at the mountain peak, and now I've got my hands on the natural fire weapon. It can be said that even if I don't find any treasure or opportunity for some time, I would still be able to reach the late stage of the Dou Shi realm by the time the Jiangnan Academy come to recruit students. I should also be able to become a rank 4 or 5 alchemist thanks to all the medicinal ingredients I've got my hands on. Hao Shen was quite happy about the results of his training trip in the inner region of the magical beast mountain range. After rushing toward his cave for an hour or so, Hao Shen finally arrived. "I'll stay here for the night and after that, I'll go explore the rest of the inner region of the magical beast mountain range. I want to see if I can find the nest of the amethyst-winged lion while I am already here." Hao Shen took out his natural fire weapon and asked it to attract the surrounding fire Douqi. After the natural fire weapon started to do it, Hao Shen sat in meditation and began to cultivate. The night passed and Hao Shen stood up from his cultivation. He whistled to call Xiao He, who went out to hunt during the night. Soon a black shadow appeared in the sky and came to land on Hao Shen's shoulder. "Let's go, Xiao He. We're going to explore the territory of one of the strongest magical beast mountain range, the ranked 6 amethyst-winged lion." Hao Shen was very serious when he spoke about their plans. Xiao He nodded and they started to depart from the cave. The magical beast mountain range was covering an enormous distance. It covered at least a quarter of the Jia Ma Empire, and it wasn't the end of it since it was also present in the surrounding kingdoms. After walking for 6 hours, Hao Shen and Xiao He finally arrived where the map showed the amethyst-winged lion territory. Hao Shen stood before the territory for a while, but he still decided to enter it. Hao Shen began to scoot the outer part of the amethyst-winged lion's territory. He couldn't see its nest no matter where he looked at, so he decided to go deeper in the amethyst-winged lion's territory while being as discreet as possible. Hao Shen walked for at least 4 more hours before he reached a giant waterfall, and from the top of it he could see an enormous red and black mountain. Purple light seemed to flash from the veins like crack present in the rock that formed the mountain. So this is it, the nest of one of the 4 strongest magical beasts in the inner region of the magical beast mountain range. Hao Shen looked toward the mountain. After looking at it for some time, he found the cave where Xiao Yan would stay during his training. After looking at it for some time, he began to go back toward the outer region of the magical beast mountain range. It took him 3 full days to go back. Hao Shen decided to go back toward the cave where he first trained when he came in the magical beast mountain range for the first time. He reached the place after 2 more days. It still looked unchanged, and even the giant boulder that Hao Shen used to block the entrance of the cave was still in place. "Xiao He, I'm going to cultivate for 5 months or so. You can stay outside or come inside with me." Hao Shen asked Xiao He what he wanted to do, since he knew that Xiao He didn't like to be unable to go out when he wanted. As Hao Shen predicted, Xiao He chose to stay outside of the cave to train himself. "All right then, but be careful to not fall for the trap other humans can lay. The greatest danger here aren't magical beasts like in the inner region." Hao Shen warned and patted Xiao He's head. After that, Xiao He took off from Hao Shen's shoulder and began to fly towards the west. "Then, I should also start my closed-door cultivation. It's the first time that I do something like this, so I won't stay inside for more than 6 months." Hao Shen took the boulder and entered the cave while closing the entrance using the boulder. "I should probably be at the 2-star or 3-star Dou Shi realm when I exit this cave, but I should also be at least a peak rank 3 alchemist." Hao Shen began to calculate what progress he could make in 6 months. For this 6 months period, Hao Shen decided to train 3 months in alchemy and 3 months his cultivation. "Then, let's start." Hao Shen sat cross-legged and began his cultivation. Chapter 55, New Strength, Meeting a Magical Beast. 6 months later, nothing changed in the outer region of the magical beast mountain range. The sun was currently at his peak. In a small valley stood a waterfall. At the side of the waterfall, an enormous boulder covered in moss stood there. A wolf-like beast was cultivating peacefully here. It was a peak rank 2 magical beast, the Fire Wolf. The Fire Wolf was a magical beast who could grow till it became a rank 5. After that, it had exhausted its potential, but this Fire Wolf was sure that he would be able to surpass it. It had found this place 4 months ago. Here the fire Douqi was at least 10 times purer, so it chose to stay here and cultivate. The day continued to pass as usual. Slightly before the evening, the Fire Wolf began to feel something different. The fire Douqi was quickly absorbed by something behind the boulder. The Fire Wolf began to grow furious. It was an overlord in the outer region of the magical beast mountain range. Usually nothing dared to disturb it while he was cultivating, but now something dared to try to steal his Douqi. The Fire Wolf jumped down from the boulder and began to look around. It even came out of the valley to see if something was standing there, but didn't find anything, so it came back. When the Fire Wolf arrived back before the boulder began to tremble and was suddenly sent flying back 5 or so meters. The Fire Wolf began to growl to show its dominance to the thing that was hidden behind the boulder, but it suddenly felt the pressure of the Douqi emitted from the thing inside of the cave. The Fire Wolf became terrified and tried to flee from the area, but before it could, it saw someone came out of the cave. The person that came out of the cave was evidently Hao Shen. It had been 6 months since he entered this cave for cultivation, and he finally ended it with the results he wanted. The pressure that Hao Shen was currently emitted by Hao Shen's body was a lot stronger than previously. All his Douqi had changed form, they went from gas to liquid. He had cultivated from the 1-star Douqi realm to the 4-star Douqi realm. This could be considered a huge increase since he entered the middle stage of the Douqi realm. Thanks to the upgrade of the Starfire Revolution mantra, he was able to go further than what he predicted. The current Starfire Revolution mantra was a Huang class high-level Douqi method, and thanks to Hao Shen's perfect fire affinity, the Starfire Revolution mantra was at the very peak of the Huang class. It could be considered the Douqi method that was the nearest from the Zan class. I finally came out. It's been 6 months since I came in already. Hao Shen was currently at the peak of his form. With his current cultivation he was able to battle with peak Douqi practitioner easily, but it would be pretty difficult for him to battle the Douqi realm practitioner. The reason was that they could condense their Douqi armor. Hao Shen could fight them without losing for sure, but to win a fight against a Douqi would be pretty hard. He could only break their Douqi armor if he used his D-class Douqi skill, but he only possessed 2 of them. The sword finger that he had finally mastered during the 6 months period and the tyrannical cloud splitting wave. It was a D-class mid-level Douqi skill. Hao Shen had mastered the second move, Tyrannical Cloud Splitting, during the 6 months period, but he could only use it once before emptying his Douqi reserve. As for the first move, Cloud Separating Wave, he could use it 5 times. Hao Shen began to look around him. He suddenly stopped surprised. Before him stood one of the overlords of the outer region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range, the rank 2 magical beast, the Fire Wolf. Good, you will make a good gift to Big Sister. What's more, you're nearing the rank 3, so you would be able to protect her. Hao Shen said while smiling at the Fire Wolf. The Fire Wolf was a rank 2 magical beast, so it could easily understand what Hao Shen had just said. It didn't want to agree because it had its own pride. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. According to your bloodline, the maximum you will reach in your whole life is rank 5, but I will help you break through your bloodline limitation. Hao Shen was confident that he could easily help this Fire Wolf to become at least a rank 7 magical beast. The Fire Wolf looked at Hao Shen suspiciously. It was basically impossible for it to surpass the rank 5. It had a little chance to do it when he was cultivating when the Douqi was 10 times purer, but now that it was gone it was basically impossible. I know what you're thinking, but don't worry, I'm a peak rank 3 alchemist. In less than a year I will become a rank 4 alchemist, so I will be able to help you break through easily. Also I can allow you to break through high-level rank 2 immediately. Hao Shen wanted to get this Fire Wolf for his sister because it was about to break through to high-level rank 2. With this type of strength, the Fire Wolf would be able to protect his sister when she went to the Jia Nan Academy. To demonstrate his capacity to help the Fire Wolf break through, he took out the natural fire weapon and gathered the Fire Douqi around them in one point. 3 drops of liquid were condensed. They were formed from the surrounding Douqi. These 3 droplets could help one break through thanks to the enormous energy they contained. They could be considered as mid-level rank 4 pills, but it was with the natural fire weapon not even being a rank 1 weapon, the quality would increase with the rank. So, what do you choose? If you still refuse, I'll let you go, don't worry. Hao Shen asked the Fire Wolf for the last time. He didn't want the Fire Wolf to backstab his sister because he had forced him to come, so he decided that he wouldn't force the magical beast to come with them. Chapter 56, Going Back to the Clan. So, what do you choose? If you still refuse, I'll let you go, don't worry. Hao Shen asked the Fire Wolf for the last time. He didn't want the Fire Wolf to backstab his sister because he had forced him to come, so he decided that he wouldn't force the magical beast to come with them. The Fire Wolf looked at the 3 Fire Douqi droplets with shock in its eyes. The human was saying that this thing could allow it to break through, and he could feel that it was the truth. The Fire Wolf began to think about the benefits. This human wasn't lying while telling it that he would allow him to break through immediately if he accepted. Hao Shen had also told that he was an alchemist. The Fire Wolf knew what they were and what they could do, so he began to hesitate. Lastly, the human in front of it had said that he would help him break through his bloodline limit. That means that he would be the strongest Fire Wolf in existence. One had to know that Fire Wolves were usually living in the inner region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range in pack. But it had been banned by the Alpha because it had too much potential. This Fire Wolf could be considered a genius. Not even a year after he was born he had already become a peak rank 1 magical beast. The Alpha Fire Wolf was a mid-level rank 5 magical beast and it had felt threatened by its existence, so he decided to kill him. But before the Alpha could do anything, it had already fled. The Alpha came after him to kill it but was intercepted by another rank 5 magical beast who wanted to kill the Alpha. Thus the Fire Wolf was able to flee in the outer region of the Magical Beast mountain range and it became an overlord here. He swore itself that he would one day have its revenge, but it would take him some years before he reached the rank 5. Seeing that he had the opportunity to become stronger quickly, his determination began to waver. This detail didn't escape Hao Shen's eyes. "You don't have to worry, I promise to you that I will do anything to help you become at least a rank 7 magical beast during your life. What's more, after my big sister becomes strong enough to protect herself, if you don't want to stay with our family anymore, I'll let you leave." Hearing this last sentence, the Fire Wolf decided what it would do. It crouched on the ground submissively before Hao Shen. "Good. Take this, it's yours." Hao Shen tossed the 3 fire Do Chi droplets in the mouth of the Fire Wolf. It swallowed them and began to cultivate to break through its current level. Hao Shen looked at the Fire Wolf for some time. After seeing that it was deep in cultivation, he looked toward the west and he whistled to the air. Hao Shen just called Xiao He. He was very curious about how strong he had become since he last saw him 6 months ago. Sometime later, a big shadow of at least 3 meters flew toward them. The Fire Wolf, who was in cultivation, awoke and looked toward the sky in alert. It had just sensed a magical beast stronger than himself coming their way. A minute or so later, Xiao He arrived. He had a strong aura coming out of his body. He seemed to have experienced a lot of things during these 6 months. Hao Shen also saw that Xiao He's colors had become deeper. His black feathers looked a lot more profound and his violet feathers were a lot purer. It seemed that his bloodline was correctly fused now. Xiao He began to shrink to the right size and landed on Hao Shen's shoulder. He rubbed his head against Hao Shen's cheek. "It's been a long time, Xiao He, you seem stronger now," Hao Shen said while smiling. He had already sensed the current strength of Xiao He. He was a mid-level rank 2 magical beast. This was equivalent to a 4-star to 6-star Doshi realm practitioner, but Xiao He had been able to battle with stronger opponents since his birth, so he was able to battle with high-level rank 2 magical beasts. Xiao He nodded his head proudly. He seemed to be very proud of his new strength. After boasting a little, he looked at the Fire Wolf beside them and then at Hao Shen like he was asking a question. "Don't worry, this guy is a gift for Big Sister. She will leave you alone now that she'll have her own magical beast." Hao Shen laughed. Xiao He, hearing that, looked at the Fire Wolf with pity. The Fire Wolf didn't understand why they looked at him like that, but he didn't care too much about it. After laughing for a while, Hao Shen looked at the sky and then sighed. "It's time to go back to the clan, Xiao He. We've been gone for 16 months already. I will surely be scolded by mother once I come back to the clan. Also, father probably won't allow me to come outside for some time since I stayed away for such a long time." Hao Shen smiled. Since in his previous life he was an orphan, he was very happy to have a family in this life. Xiao He nodded and also looked in the direction of the Hao Clan city. Hao Shen stored his natural fire weapon and they began to go back toward the exit of the Magical Beast mountain range. After an hour or so they arrived there, but before they came out, Hao Shen searched in his storage ring for a bone transform pill to give to the Fire Wolf since he didn't want to attract too much attention. He fed the bone transform pill to the Fire Wolf, and before long the Fire Wolf began to shrink. He soon reached the required size. Now it looked more like a gentle puppy than a ferocious wolf. Then, let's go. Hao Shen and his 2 beasts companions began their trip toward the Hao Clan city. Chapter 57, Arriving Home. Hao Shen had started his comeback trip 3 days ago. He was currently standing in front of a small town. He seemed a little nostalgic. "Sigh, last time I came here was more than a year ago. Last time it took me a week to go from the entrance of the Magical Beast mountain range to Iron Bull town, but this time I only used 3 days to walk the same distance." Hao Shen began to be more and more conscious of his progress while he was traveling. The last time he walked this road was a year and 4 months ago. At that time he was a 6-star Doji. Now he had already become a 4-star Doshi realm practitioner, which means that Tai Niu, the boss of the Iron Bull mercenaries, was no longer a match for him. This time Hao Shen didn't stop by. He continued to walk toward the Hao Clan city. It would take him 6 more days before he arrived there. Hao Shen was very confident about his current strength. This was because, in the Jia Ma Empire, most people at the Doshi realm choose to establish a clan. The people that one could meet on the road were either expert of the Dou Wang realm and higher or Doshi realm and under practitioner. His grandfather was such an example. While he was a Dou Wang he spent most of his time traveling around the Jia Ma Empire, and once he became a Dou Huang he started to visit place of the Jia Ma Empire. Hao Shen's grandfather, father, and mother were all students of the Jia Nan Academy when they were younger, so none of them were in the Jia Ma Empire from the moment they entered in the late stages of the Dou Jie realm to the moment they reached the late stages Dou Ling realm. Most of the talented youth in the Hao clan had a similar life. It was said that Hao Shen's grandfather was ranked third in the whole inner court at his best. While he was training there he made some friends who came from big clans and they still had friendly relationships. That was why his grandfather often went out of the Jia Ma Empire since he became a Dou Zong. 6 days later, Hao Shen was standing before the enormous gate of the Hao clan city. It was considered as the second biggest city in the whole Jia Ma Empire. However, that wasn't true when Hao Shen had just been born. At that time it was also a big city but a few were still bigger. The Hao clan city began to expand after Hao Shen's grandfather Hao Lei became a Dou Zong realm practitioner. In the Douqi Continent, people tended to go live in cities where strong expert resided. It was like that because people feared magical beast. In the Jia Ma Empire, the strongest magical beasts were rank 6 magical beasts. It was the same as a Dou Huang realm practitioner, so since the Hao clan city had a Dou Zong realm practitioner, people living there wouldn't have anything to fear. Hao Shen looked at all the people queuing before him to enter the city inside. This place was still as populated as the last time he came. Hao Shen began to go toward the VIP entrance. This place was for the expert of the Dou Wang realm and higher, but this was also the place for patriarch of all clans to enter. The Hao clan didn't disdain the little clans, so all the clans, patriarch could enter by the VIP entrance no matter their strength. Hao Shen quickly arrived at the entrance and saw the person in charge. It was still Ji Yubo who was in charge of the VIP entrance. Hao Shen approached him to ask him to open the doors. Ji Yubo, it's been a long time, can you open the doors? Hao Shen directly asked. Yes, it's not a problem young master. Guys, open the doors, the young master is back. Ji Yubo respectfully replied and asked the other guards to open the doors. Thanks, I'm going now. Hao Shen started to walk inside of the Hao clan city. It had been more than a year since he came here. Some things had changed, new shop and restaurants had opened while some old one had closed. Hao Shen quickly arrived at the Hao clan's estate and entered inside. There were only 2 persons who were waiting for him this time. They were Hao Shen's father and grandfather, Hao Tian and Hao Lei. Father, grandfather, it's been a long time. Hao Shen saluted the 2 of them with a smile. He was very happy to see them. Indeed, but it's pretty normal since a certain boy decided to not come back to the clan for more than a year. Hao Tian laughed. Good to see you Shen'er. It was Hao Lei this time. I'm back father, grandfather. Hao Shen was smiling but felt a little ashamed hearing his father. Good, your mother never stops asking me about when you will come back. We're going to see them since it's already time for lunch, come. Hao Shen's father said while leading the way. His grandfather also followed him so Hao Shen was walking behind. On the way, they talked about what he had experienced during his trip. He told them about all the things he found and told them that he got some Douqi skills for the clan. They were both shocked when he told them that he had fought against some rank 3 magical beast. Soon after they arrived at his father and mother residence. When they entered they could hear the sound of his big sister and his grandmother discussing. They soon arrived there and saw the 2 of them discussing in the main living room while they waited for Hao Shen's mother's maid to come to bring the meal. At first, they were not surprised but then they saw Hao Shen enter the room behind the 2 other men. Shen'er, you finally came back home, welcome back. It was Hao Shen's grandmother who spoke first. His grandmother was a very gentle person. Hao Shen had never seen her angry. The only time he saw her angry was when his grandfather left the clan for a long period of time. Yes grandmother, I'm back. Hao Shen smiled back. Xiao Shen, welcome back, you didn't forget my gift right? Hao Jinjing asked immediately when she saw that her grandmother didn't speak anymore. Don't worry big sister, I've got you a magical beast. It doesn't have a name yet so you can name it as you want. Hao Shen took out the fire wolf from his back and showed it to his big sister. The fire wolf was currently very cute. It was like a puppy so Hao Jinjing was overjoyed when she saw it. It's a peak rank 2 magical beast, the fire wolf, so it would be able to protect you if you encounter something dangerous. Hao Shen explained about the fire wolf to the people present in the room but he soon realized that he had made a mistake. Xiao Shen, How were you able to tame it if it's already a rank 2 magical beast? It's equivalent to a Douqi realm practitioner. Hao Jinjing looked suspiciously at Hao Shen. By big sister, it's because I'm already a Douqi realm practitioner. Hao Shen chooses to admit it since it was his fault if that he had been discovered. The room became quiet, and Hao Jinjing looked angrier at each moment. I'm going out to train too, Hao Jinjing declared. You're not going anywhere, little girl. This was Hao Shen's mother who just arrived in the room. But, mother, Hao Shen is already at the Douqi realm while I'm still a 6-star Douji realm practitioner. Hao Jinjing started to get teary. Big sister, don't worry, I'll refine some pills for you, I'll try to make you cultivate faster. Hao Shen promised. Hao Jinjing nodded, but she still looked quite sad while she sat on her seat and started to play with the fire wolf. Mother, I'm back. Hao Shen then nervously gulped his saliva before talking to his mother. HMPH, you still know how to come back. Hao Shen's mother started to scold him. Her lecture dured for some minutes before they started to eat. Chapter 58 Hao Clan's Meeting. Hao Shen and his family had finished their meal. He was currently walking with his father and grandfather toward the Hao Clan's estate's main hall. He had decided to participate in the meeting to give the multiples Douqi skill he had got during his training trip. They arrived at the main hall less than 10 minutes after they departed from the residence. The main hall was the place where the Hao Clan's elder held the Hao Clan's meeting once every week. Today was coincidentally the day it was held, so Hao Shen had decided to come. As the young master of the Hao Clan, Hao Shen had the authority of an elder if he ever participated in a meeting, so no one could say anything to him if he wanted to participate in one of the Hao Clan's meeting. Hao Shen entered the main hall while following behind his father and grandfather. When they arrived in the room where the Hao Clan's meeting was held, it was already full of people. In this world, it was considered a lack of respect toward the higher-ranked peoples if they were the first to be present when a meeting was held, so all the elders of the Hao Clan had already arrived. The elders were looking at them when they entered the room. They were very surprised when they saw Hao Shen following behind his father and grandfather. It was a well-known fact that Hao Shen had never participated in the Hao Clan's meeting before. What's more, they didn't know yet that he had come back from his training trip. Oh, Shen'er, you're back. How was your trip? Hao Shen's second uncle Hao Jian was the one who spoke first when he saw them. Hao Jian was the second son of Hao Lei, so he, of course, had a higher authority than the other elders. Yes, second uncle, I just came back today. My trip was very interesting. Hao Shen felt a deep respect for his second uncle. It was said that Hao Tian and Hao Jian possessed the same talent for cultivation, but Hao Tian was more talented in business. That was the reason he was selected as the next patriarch. Hao Jian never said anything about this and even supported Hao Tian with all he had, and that was the reason Hao Shen respected him. He had given his life for the clan. After speaking some more to his second uncle, the Hao Clan's meeting began. Does any of you have some issues to discuss? Hao Tian as the patriarch was leading the meeting. Yes, patriarch, I heard that the Black Ape Gang is stealing merchant on the road to our city. The Hao Clan fourth elder was in charge of the relationship of the Hao Clan with the merchant compan. They have quite some gut to steal on our territory, but I think that they only try to get some profit before they go out of the Jia Ma Empire since they dared to disrespect us. Another elder became very angry. The Hao Clan was one of the top 2 clans in the whole Jia Ma Empire, but some bandit dared to disturb them. What informations do we have on this Black Ape Gang? Hao Tian asked. Patriarch, we know their leader and 2 vice leaders. The leader He Yuan is a 5-star Douqi realm practitioner. For the 2 vice leaders, they are 1-star Douqi realm practitioner. The rest of the gang are either Douji or Douqi. Their number is slightly above 200. If they formed a clan, they could be considered a little clan in the Jia Ma Empire. Alright, we're going to kill them. They dare to rob merchant on our territory. We can't let them disrespect us without doing anything. Hao Tian decided. Who is willing to go? I will go, patriarch. It was the 5th elder of the Hao Clan. He was a 9-star Dou Ling realm practitioner and he had 5 Dalton's Douqi realm practitioners under him, so nothing could go wrong if he went to kill them. Good. This is the end of this. Next issue. The Hao Clan's meeting then continued. After an hour or so, the meeting was about to end, so Hao Shen spoke. Father, elders, I have gotten some Douqi skill manual while I was training outside, so I went to present them to the clan. What are they? Hao Tian asked curiously. There is a Zon class high-level movement skill that can be comparable to a flying skill when mastered. There is also an incomplete battle formation manual. and the last one is a Zan class high-level Douqi skill. It has 9 levels. Once the 9th level is reached, the power is comparable to a D-class low-level Douqi skill. Hao Shen then took out the 3 manuals from his storage ring and gave it to them. They inspected them for a while and were shocked by what they saw. One was the strongest movement Douqi skill in the whole Jia Ma Empire. Another seemed to be very profound since it was still a Zan class high-level battle formation even though it was not complete, and the other was a quasi-D-class low-level Douqi skill. Any of them would allow the Hao clan to become more powerful, and they got their hands on 3 of them at the same time. The luck of this young master was indeed heaven-defying. Seeing their expressions, Hao Shen began to think. I wonder how grandfather and father will react if they knew that I got my hands on the tyrannical cloud-splitting wave Douqi skill. I mean, they are like this for Zan class Douqi skill, but this one is a true D-class mid-level Douqi skill. What's more, it's considered a powerful one even amongst the D-class mid-level Douqi skill. Good, Shen'er, since you contributed this much to the clan, you are allowed to choose an item in the clan treasury. Yes, father, Hao Shen respectfully replied. Chapter 59 Hao Clan's Treasury. Good, Shen'er, since you contributed this much to the clan, you are allowed to choose an item in the clan treasury. Yes, father, Hao Shen respectfully replied. After the elders of the Hao clan inspected all of the Douqi manuals that Hao Shen had brought back from his training trip, the Hao clan's meeting came to an end. When Hao Shen exited the Hao clan's estate's main hall, the sky was already dark. The Hao clan's meeting had dured more than 5 hours. Sigh, this type of thing really isn't for me. Hao Shen was bored all along during the meeting. This was the first time that he had participated in it, and he didn't want to participate in any other meeting anymore. Hao Shen decided that he still had time to go search in the treasury. He had been granted an item from inside, so he began to think about what he would take. I have multiple choices. I could take the highest ranked fire material and use it to make my natural fire weapon evolve. The highest ranked material here should at least be at rank 7. If I use it, I should be able to evolve my natural fire weapon to peak rank 3 in one go. One had to know that natural fire weapon needed an extraordinary amount of fire materials to evolve. Even using a rank 7 material couldn't make it evolves to rank 4 from rank 0. I could also take some high-ranked water or wood magical core to speed up the growth process of the multiple medicinal plants inside of the millenary jade garden. Since the Hao clan has existed for more than 500 years, the highest ranked magical cores should also be rank 7. This is for the known history of the Hao clan at least. If I could find our Dou Di ancestor inheritance, I should be able to become a Dou Di in less than 15 years. The problem is that I don't know where it is situated. Sigh, most probably it is somewhere in the Central Plains, since that was the place where the Hao clan's ancestor lived. Hao Shen had discovered in his grandfather's private library that the Hao clan lived in the Central Plains of the Douqi Continent more than 3,000 years ago. In the whole Hao clan there were probably only 4 peoples who knew of this. They were Hao Shen, Hao Tian, Hao Lei, and Hao Jian. Or I could take some rare medicinal plants and stock it in the millenary jade garden for it to grow, and then I'll use it to refine some pills in the future. But once more, the highest ranked medicinal plants should be rank 6, and before I can refine a pills as high ranked as that, I still have some training to do. Hao Shen continued to think about what he'll take, and soon he stood before the Hao clan's treasury's gate. 2 guards were standing before the gate. They were the elite guards of the Hao clan. This type of guards only protected 3 places: the Hao clan's treasury, martial library, and the medicinal garden. Hao Shen's father had told him that to become an elite guard, one had to have the cultivation of at least a 6-star Dou Ling. These guards only answered to 3 persons in the clan. They were the patriarch, the old master, and the head elder. In this generation, they were Hao Tian, Hao Lei, and Hao Jian. Young master, sorry, but we can't let you enter if you don't have the patriarch's token. One of the elite guards guarding the treasury's gate came toward Hao Shen while saying this. I know, don't worry, I have it on me, here it is. Hao Shen took out the patriarch's token and showed it to the elite guard. Then you can go inside of the treasury, young master. Thanks. Hao Shen then went in the Hao clan's treasury. This guard seems pretty young, but he is already a 6-star Dou Ling or higher. This is interesting. He should be one of the geniuses of the side family. It's pretty sad that they can't take any official position in the clan. I'll just change that when I become the patriarch. Hao Shen started to focus on the things that were inside of the treasury. The Hao clan's treasury was divided into different parts, and in each part were stocked a type of thing. For example, the room where Hao Shen currently stood contained the magical cores. Sigh, A magical core is always easier to find than a fire material. I'll take a fire material this time. Hao Shen made his choice and went in direction of the materials room. He quickly reached it since it was just at the left of the magical core's room. Inside it, Hao Shen directly went toward the highest ranked materials. He was surprised to see that there were multiples rank 7 material, and fortunately there was even one fire attributed material amongst them. It was an earth fire mithril ore. If used to craft weapon it could create a weapon up to rank 7, it was considered rare even in the central plane. This was a weapon that could be used by people up to the Dou Zun realm. Luckily the access to the treasury wasn't allowed to anyone other than the patriarch. Of course, if the old master Hao Lei wanted to come inside, nobody would dare to stop him. Hao Shen took the earth fire mithril ore and stocked it in his storage ring. He then looked around each room to see if he could find something useful, and it was once more a good guess. He found a stone plate. What is it with my luck? Another stone plate. It should have something stored inside. In this type of stone plate, one could record anything he wanted: text, map, Douqi skills, Douqi method. Everything could be recorded if one used this type of thing. Hao Shen sent his soul power inside of the stone plate and felt a rush of information entering his brain. Sigh, I can't say anything about my luck. I got a D-class Douqi skill inside of a random stone plate. Unfortunately, it's a saber Douqi skill, so it's useless for me, but it should be useful for grandfather and father. Hao Tian and Hao Lei used the saber as their weapon, so this should be useful. One had to know that the Hao clan possessed a D-class mid-level Douqi skill. What's more, it was a lightning attributed one, so it was considered quite rare, but it was a fist Douqi skill, so it was pretty difficult for the practitioner using weapon. But now that Hao Shen got his hands on another D-class saber skill, things will start to change. His grandfather battle prowess would grow by a lot compared to what they were currently. The Douqi saber skill was named Ruler's 3/ and could be considered very close to the D-class mid-level in terms of power. After Hao Shen got his hands on the Douqi skill, he exited the Hao clan's treasury and went towards his grandfather's residence. He had decided to give him the skill now. He soon arrived there and found his grandfather and grandmother peacefully looking at the sky. Hao Shen then approached them. "Shen'er, do you need my help with something?" Hao Lei asked while smiling toward Hao Shen. "Grandfather, I found something extremely useful for you in the clan's treasury, so I came to give it to you directly after exiting." "Oh, and what is it?" "This, take it and inject your soul power inside, you will understand after that, grandfather." Hao Shen took out the stone plate and gave it to his grandfather. Hao Lei did as he was told and his eyes became shocked. "Ha ha ha, good, good, with this the clan's rise is assured. You did a good job, Shen'er." After that Hao Lei and Hao Shen spoke some more before Hao Shen went back toward his courtyard. When Hao Shen arrived at his courtyard, he saw Xiao He sleeping on his bed. He sat cross-legged and took out the natural fire weapon from his storage ring. "Then let's start the fusing process." Hao Shen took out the earth fire mithril ore and placed it on the sword. The moment the earth fire mithril ore touched the sword, it disappeared immediately and the natural fire weapon began to glow. After an hour had passed, the glow disappeared and the natural fire weapon became visible once more. This time its presence had increased by a lot and it was now a peak rank 3 weapon. It was very near the rank 4. "Good. Since you became a true weapon during a starry night, you will be named the Starlight Eruption Sword." Hao Shen then laughed happily. Chapter 66 Months later. It had been 6 months since Hao Shen named his sword. He was currently cultivating at the waterfall. It had been more than 2 years since he last came here, so he decided to make it his cultivation place during his stay at home. Hao Shen was now a 6-star Douqi realm practitioner. His cultivation speed had gone up thanks to the Starlight Eruption Sword. It was currently a peak rank 3 weapon, so the fire Douqi attracted was a lot purer. Before, if he attracted the fire Douqi around him for an hour, it would become 10 times purer than the natural one, and the maximum he could reach was 50 times purity. This was of course doubled if he was in a fire-oriented environment like the lava lake, but now with an hour he was able to attract a lot more of fire Douqi. He could reach a 25 times purity and the maximum was 100 times the purity of natural Douqi, and this was once more doubled if he stood in a fire-oriented place. Thanks to that, Hao Shen was able to cultivate a lot faster. Even if he reached a bottleneck, he was able to use the fire Douqi drop to break through quickly. Hao Shen had, of course, gifted some fire Douqi drops to the clan. Thanks to that, his big sister was currently a 7-star Doujie. Hao Li and Hao Wei were at the 2-star and 1-star Doujie realm respectively. and a lot of the younger generation had been able to reach the late stage of the Douqi realm. This generation of the Hao clan could be considered an extremely good one. No one in the clan younger generation could be considered as extreme trash. The lowest leveled disciple of Hao Shen's generation was a 6-star Douqi realm at the age of 13. It would be difficult for him to reach the Dou Wang realm, but Hao Shen wasn't worried. If he wanted, he would be able to make everyone in the Hao clan reach at least the Dou Huang realm when he became a rank 9 alchemist. Hao Shen had just had his breakthrough in the 6-star Douqi realm, so he was stabilizing his cultivation. During the time he came back to the clan, he spared with every one of his generations. These sparing were the idea of his second uncle, who had told him that it would help the weaker disciple to become stronger in the long term. Of course, Hao Shen suppressed his cultivation to the same level as his opponents. He didn't want to suppress it under their cultivation level because he didn't like to humiliate others. Obviously Hao Shen didn't lose a single spar. Among the whole generation, the most talented after Hao Shen and Hao Jing was clearly Hao Wei, but because of Hao Li's lucky encounter he had surpassed him. What's more, Hao Li was a martial fanatic, so he possessed more battle power than Hao Wei, but this fact didn't discourage Hao Wei. He had begun to practice a lot more seriously since Hao Wei had surpassed him and he was close to catching up. During these 6 months, Xiaohe had also reached the rank 2 mid-level peak. And he was nearing a breakthrough to the rank 2 high level. His cultivation was even faster than Hao Shen's because most of his meals were constituted of fire Douqi drop. To human practitioner, the huge burst of energy caused when one ate a fire Douqi drop could help them break through, but to magical beast it seemed to be different. That could help their cultivation. Most likely this fact was because their meridians and body were a lot stronger than those of humans. Hao Shen had also reached the very peak as a rank 3 alchemist, and he should be able to have a breakthrough in the next 4 months. A rank 4 alchemist in the Jia Ma Empire was considered as a rare existence. That was the level of the alchemist guild's branches heads. In the whole Jia Ma Empire there were only 3 or 4 of them, so Hao Shen could be considered quite fast in his progress. In the original plot, Cao Ying could be considered as the most talented alchemist on the whole Douqi Continent since she became a rank 7 alchemist at only 20 years old, even though Xiao Yan easily surpassed her later. But Hao Shen was confident that he could become a rank 7 alchemist when he became 18 years old. What's more, Hao Shen became an alchemist at 11 years old, but Cao Ying became an alchemist at 7 years old, so Hao Shen would only take 7 years while she took 13. Sigh, I finally finished to stabilize my cultivation. It's already lunchtime, so it means that I have cultivated for more than 3 hours since I had my breakthrough. Hao Shen knew that the time needed to stabilize one cultivation increased as they became stronger. Now I should make some plan for my training. I have completely mastered the second move of the tyrannical cloud-splitting wave, but I still can't train the third because I don't have enough Douqi in my body. I have multiple choices. One, I can go to the clan's library and borrow the D-class palm skill, or I could try to learn some useful Zon-class Douqi skill, but from what I remember the clan don't have any Zon-class Douqi skill stronger than mine. Maybe I'll go ask grandfather for a body-strengthening Douqi skill since the body external reforging is pretty useless now that I am a Douqi realm practitioner. Hao Shen liked the body-strengthening skills since it allowed him to fight with opponents of higher level easily. The sole problem was that it was pretty long to cultivate, but if he cultivated a body-strengthening skill to the peak, no one in the same level would be his match. That was of course if the opponent didn't cultivate a body-strengthening skill on his own. Hao Shen started to walk toward his grandfather's house. He arrived there after a little more than 10 minutes, and the moment he arrived the doors opened on their own. Hao Shen knew that it was his grandfather who was training his control of the space element. He went in the courtyard and saw his grandfather seated in meditation above the little lake. Hao Shen didn't want to disturb his grandfather, so he also sat down and began to cultivate. Time passed and soon Hao Shen had been cultivating for an hour. At that moment he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He opened his eyes and saw his grandfather looking at him with a smile. "So Shen'er, do you need something from grandfather?" Hao Lei asked. "Yes grandfather, I was thinking about cultivating another body strengthening skill now since I can't make any more progress in my current Douqi skill, but the only body strengthening skill that I like in the library is the body external refining that I already cultivated to the peak, so I came to see you, to ask if you had one for me." Hao Shen replied. In reality, he knew that his grandfather possessed a body-strengthening Douqi skill that he cultivated. Alright, grandfather will give you my own body-strengthening Douqi skill, but you have to be careful while you train in it. It could cause hidden injuries if it's not well cultivated. Yes grandfather, don't worry, I'll be careful. Good. The name of this skill is the Soaring Sky Scripture. It has 9 stages and the strength of the practitioner increase a lot when one break through one of those stages. But it's not the only thing it does. Other than the strength of the practitioner, the agility is also increased. I'm currently only at the 5th stage, but the power of the skill is already comparable to a Zon class Douqi skill. I don't know what power it will reach when one reaches the 9th stage, but I dare to say that it will not be inferior to any D-class mid-level Douqi skill. That's why you can't pass this Douqi skill to anyone before you reach at least the Dou Zong realm. Hao Lei warned Hao Shen as he transferred the pieces of information about the skill directly to his head. Alright, I promise you, grandfather. Good, you can go and start to train in it. Hao Lei then returned to his previous position above the lake and resumed his cultivation. Seeing this, Hao Shen took his leave after saying hello to his grandmother. Chapter 61 Sky Soaring Scripture 9 Stages. Good, you can go and start to train in it. Hao Lei then returned to his previous position above the lake and resumed his cultivation. Seeing this, Hao Shen took his leave after saying hello to his grandmother. Hao Shen decided to go back to the waterfall since he was pretty excited about the Douqi skill that his grandfather just gave him. In less than 5 minutes he had already arrived at the waterfall. He sat down at the side of the waterfall and began to analyze the information he had about the Sky Soaring Scripture Douqi skill. Alright, this Sky Soaring Scripture is a Douqi skill of unknown class that grandfather got during his youth. He got it during an exploration in an ancient ruin situated at the border of the Central Plains. Sigh, I didn't know about that fact. Grandfather has gone quite far from the Jia Ma Empire during his youth, but this is not the main point. The Sky Soaring Scripture possess 9 stages. Grandfather told me that he is currently at the 5th and this skill is already comparable to a Zon class Douqi skill, but he didn't mention what level. If I'm correct, it's at least mid-level, because if it was lower, grandfather wouldn't have cultivated it till now. He would have bought a new Douqi skill. The first 3 stages are called Sky Soaring Foundation. The goal in those stages is to make the body stronger while also making it lighter. The concept is quite strange since when one gains strength he will generally gain weight, but it doesn't matter. A lighter body equals a faster speed, so it's good. They are divided among low, mid, and peak level. The 4th, 5th, and 6th stages are called Sky Soaring Constitution. These stages modify the basic constitution of the human body. They allow the practitioner to become as fast as lightning. These stage main goals are to make the user faster, thus the strength of the practitioner doesn't increase by much. They are divided among low, mid, and peak level. And finally, the 7th, 8th, and 9th stages are called the Sky Soaring Body. These 3 stages are the opposite of the Sky Soaring Constitution. Here, the main goal is to strengthen the body until he reaches the same level as the practitioner speed. They are divided among low, mid, and peak level. In the last information that Hao Shen received, it was said that when one cultivated the Sky Soaring Scripture to the peak, no one would be able to beat him in the same level of cultivation. It's quite a bold statement. A skill like that can't possibly be only a D-class mid-level Douqi skill. Maybe something change when one reaches the late levels, and that's why grandfather believed that it is only a D-class mid-level Douqi skill. Bah, it doesn't matter. This skill seems quite hard to practice, but fortunately, I have the 2,000 years old Mystic Blue Lotus. With this my practice speed will be 10 times faster than a normal person. Hao Shen was quite confident that he could cultivate the Sky Soaring Scripture to the peak, and then he would be invincible to anyone in the same realm as himself. Alright, then I'll start to cultivate this Sky Soaring Scripture. Hao Shen went inside of the little cave under the waterfall and took out the 2,000 years old Mystic Blue Lotus. It could be quite dangerous if someone from an enemy clan saw the 2,000 years old Mystic Blue Lotus, because it was considered a rare treasure between heaven and earth, and it could cause some clan to go to war to get their hands on it. Hao Shen began to cultivate the Sky Soaring Scripture. It didn't take him too long to reach the first stage, just slightly more than 3 hours, but that was only because he had the 2,000 years old Mystic Blue Lotus and he had already cultivated another body strengthening Douqi skill to the peak. He had only needed to make his body lighter. Sigh, the external body refining is indeed very weak. I only reached low level of the first stage, but my body is already at the same level as it was when I reached the peak of the external body refining. Hao Shen was quite shocked about this, but he quickly understood. As the name suggested, the external body refining only refined the external parts of the body, like the skin and the muscles, while the Sky Soaring Scripture had strengthened them and also strengthened his bones, meridians, and his marrow. The difference between the two of them was clear. They weren't on the same level. I took 3 hours to reach the low level of the first stage. I already entered the sky-soaring foundation levels, but it was only thanks to the 2,000 years old mystic Blue Lotus. If not, I would have taken 30 hours to do the same, and it's only because I already cultivated my external body. If not, I don't know how much time it would have taken. Hao Shen just entered the low level of the first stage and he was nowhere near another breakthrough. He would have to cultivate for a long time to break through once more, but he didn't feel that it was a bad thing. The difference between the different level would surely be big, and he didn't even imagine how the difference between the stages would be. Alright, I'll divide my training. I'll cultivate the morning, I'll train in the sky-soaring scripture during the afternoon, and I'll do alchemy during the night. Like that I should be able to maximize the benefits. Hao Shen made a plan for his future training and stopped cultivating the sky-soaring scripture. It was night time, so he had to do some alchemy, since his goal was to become at least a rank 4 alchemist in the next 4 months. Chapter 62 Rank 4 Low-Level Alchemist. Hao Shen had started to cultivate the sky-soaring scripture for 4 months already. He had already reached the peak mid-level of the first stage and he would soon have another breakthrough. Like he had expected, the difference in strength between the different levels was indeed big. Hao Shen felt that if he fought with a peak 9-star Douqi realm he would be able to easily defeat him. Hao Shen's cultivation had reached the 7-star Douqi realm and he became stronger once more. He also continued his training in his different Douqi skills. He did it since they were already quite high-ranked. The lowest leveled skill he used was a Zan class low level. It was the Flash Slash. Hao Shen had already mastered all 9 stages of it, but he decided to continue his training since he was pretty sure that 9 slashes were not the limits. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be any limit to this skill in terms of number. If he could slash his sword faster he would be able to make it stronger, but in reality it wasn't that simple. Hao Shen had trained this Douqi sword skill for more than 2 years already and he had reached the 9th stage more than a year ago, but he still didn't find the way to surpass it. Hao Shen was currently 13 years old, so he was just 2 years away from the start of the main plot. Once the plot began, things will become interesting in the Jia Ma Empire, and Hao Shen will be able to become stronger thanks to that. Hao Shen had a little theory as for why some persons possessed plot armors. It wasn't based only on the authors. The proof was that the world he lived in was a real world, so the plot armor that made a normal person a protagonist was something that was decided by the will of the world. It was something like the fate of a protagonist, and since he had a plot armor, it means that he had been recognized as a protagonist by the will of the world the day he was born. It means that his potential was unlimited. This world only had a single person with protagonist fate before, and that was Xiao Yan, but since Hao Shen was born, a second one had appeared. It means that in term of probability, Hao Shen could go and become a practitioner of the great ruler stage, and he would then be able to reach the peak of the universe. It was currently the middle of the night. Hao Shen was training his alchemy. He felt that he was very close to a breakthrough and he will soon become a rank 4 low-level alchemist. To be considered as a true rank 4 alchemist, one had to refine a rank 4 pill. It was pretty simple, but in reality this wasn't so easy. The rank 4 was the first rank of the medium ranks. It was a clear limit. Once one reached this stage he wouldn't be considered as a beginner alchemist anymore. This was clearly seen since most of the alchemists guild branch head in the Jia Ma Empire were currently rank 4 high-level alchemist, but this was obviously true only in a weak place like the Jia Ma Empire. Hao Shen was currently thinking about what pill he would refine. He wanted to refine some pills for the clan since it was them that gave him all his medicinal ingredients. The truth was that it was his father that gave them to him, but he knew that the pill he was able to refine wouldn't help his father. He also couldn't refine a 3 lines green spirit pill because he had only 2 flames at the moment. The 3 lines green spirit pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill. A normal 3 lines green spirit pill is able to help a Douqi break through and enter the Douqi class. If a Douqi were to consume it, it has a somewhat low chance of raising the strength of the person consuming it by 1 star and there are no negative medicinal effects. The 3 lines green spirit pill is divided into 3 different grades. Each grade would result in an extra circular pill line forming on its body. If it is able to form 3 circular pill lines, it means that it is the highest grade of the 3 lines green spirit pill. Those below the Douqi class should use these medicinal pills of the highest grade with caution. If a Douqi were to consume this pill, he would have some chances of raising his strength by 3 stars in a short amount of time. At the same time, there is also a certain chance of the medicinal effect backfiring. The strength of those who receive the backlash may decline 1 or even 2 stars. However, their lives would not be endangered. In order to refine the 3 lines green medicinal pill of the highest tier, one would need 3 different flames. Moreover, one must have perfect control over the 3 different flames. Otherwise, the chances of failure are extremely high. Those who have yet to meet the requirements should act cautiously. A dadoshi has only one chance of consuming the 3 lines green spirit pill while he is within this class. If he were to consume it at another time, he would end up wasting his effort and the medicine because of his resistance to the medicine after taking it the first time. If one were to be promoted to a Dou Ling in the future, one can still consume it another time. However, even if one were to succeed consuming once again, it would at most help raise one's strength by 2 stars. Moreover, the chances of failure will also increase by a few folds. The ingredients needed to refine the 3 lines green spirit pill are the green flame grass and the black sky flax. But Hao Shen wouldn't refine this pill tonight. He had to get another beast essence flame if he wanted to be able to refine it. Hao Shen had chosen to refine some pills that made the cultivation of Doujie realm practitioner faster. With these he would be able to help the clan's younger generation become stronger. The pill he was going to refine was the rank 4 low-level Dou Qi circulation pill. It allowed a Doujie to absorb surrounding Dou Qi 2 times faster, but it was only useful to someone under the 9-star Doujie realm. At this point one had to rely on his own efforts to break through, or one had to get his hands on some rank 4 high-level pills that helped a Doujie realm practitioner to break through to the Dou Shi realm. Hao Shen then began the refining process. An hour later he sighed. He had completed the refining process, but his Dou Qi pool Dantian was mostly empty. Sigh, I'm finally a rank 4 low-level alchemist, but it's no wonder rank 4 alchemists are mostly Dou Shi and Dou Ling realm practitioner. The cost in Dou Qi is simply too much for a Dou Shi. Luckily the Starfire Revolution mantra allows me to expand my Dou Qi pool a little each time I break through a star. Now my Dou Qi pool should be comparable to a 1-star Dou Shi, but it still used all my Dou Qi. Seems that I'll have to be careful when I refine rank 4 pills in the future. I should go give these pills to father. I'll let him handle the distribution process. Hao Shen then stood up and went to give the pills to his father. When Hao Shen gave the Dou Qi circulation pill to his father, Hao Tian was shocked. He knew that Hao Shen had only become an alchemist 2 years ago, but he was already at a higher rank than the highest ranked alchemist in the Hao clan. Hao Shen was exhausted after the refining, so he soon went back toward his courtyard and went to sleep immediately. 63 Progress, Rumors. Hao Shen was currently cultivating. It had been 1.5 years since he became a rank 4 low-level alchemist. He was now already a rank 5 low-level alchemist, but he still didn't find any suitable beast essence flame for himself, so he still didn't have refined the 3 lines green spirit pill. He was currently at the peak of the 9-star Dou Shi realm, but he didn't want to break through without using the 3 lines green spirit pill. The reason was quite simple: it could allow him to grow a lot more. In a practitioner entire life he only had 3 chances to eat the 3 lines green spirit pill. The first was when he tried to have a breakthrough from the peak of the Dou Shi realm to the 1-star Dou Shi realm. The second was when he was in the Dou Shi realm, and the third when he was at the Dou Ling realm. The 3 lines green spirit pill was considered as a very precious pill. That was because when one successfully used it to break through from the Dou Shi realm to the Dou Shi realm, he would be able to directly break through the 3-star Dou Shi realm in one go. He would then have a chance to consume one more pill, which could allow him to gain 3 star of strength. It means that when Hao Shen became a Dou Shi realm, he would directly become a 6-star Dou Shi realm practitioner. The time he would gain was considerable. Hao Shen had also reached the 2nd stage mid-level of the sky-soaring scripture Dou Qi skill. His body was nothing compared to what it was previously. Now if he wanted to, he would be able to fight a Dou Shi realm practitioner while using only his body. As for his current battle prowess, he was able to battle a Dou Shi realm practitioner if he used his own D-class mid-level Dou Qi skill or his ranked 6 beast essence flame. Hao Shen's current appearance also changed. Since he was now 15 years old, his body had grown. He was now 180 m tall. He could be considered quite good-looking. He had a sharp face and sharp eyes. His hairs went down in his back till his waist and were pitch black. Alright, the main plot should start soon since I'm already 15 years old and Xiao Yan is older than me by some months. The main plot starts when Nal and Yanran go to the Hao clan to cancel their engagements. Then Xiao Yan meet with Yao Lao and began to cultivate quickly. After a year he become a doujie and participate in the test set by the Jia Nan Academy to recruit new disciples. After that he go train himself in the magical beast mountain range. I'll go there at the same time since I want to meet the legendary poison body. This thing can decimate thousands of people just by erupting once. If it is controlled, it is pretty incredible. Hao Shen began to make his plans. He had to stay in the Hao clan's estate for one more year since the adult ceremony was coming. He also had to take part in the Jianan Academy test, so he couldn't leave the clan now since he would probably forget to come back in time. I should continue to cultivate the sky-soaring scripture till father find me another rank 6 beast essence flame. Since I already absorbed the limit of star energy in my Dou Qi flame for the Huang class high level. My Dou Qi flame should already be on the same level as a rank 4 beast essence flame, but since I have the black inferno flame, my Dou Qi flame possess the might of a rank 6 beast essence flame. What's more, I can use them separately. If father can find me another rank 6 beast essence flame, I should be able to easily refine the 3 lines green spirit pill and become a lot stronger very quickly. Sigh, that is of course if I have enough luck. There was a risk when one consumed a 3 lines green spirit pill. If one was unlucky, he could lose 1 to 3 star of cultivation, but it was a pretty rare situation, and that depended on how well was the 3 lines green spirit pill refined. Hao Shen was pretty confident in his alchemy, so he didn't worry too much. Hao Shen then resumed his cultivation of the sky-soaring scripture. 2 weeks later, Hao Shen was currently inside of his courtyard. He was cultivating the sky-soaring scripture as usual. But he heard some maids speak while they were walking before his courtyard. Did you hear? It's said that the young land sect leader's disciple Nalan Yanran was engaged to the young master of the Shao clan, but she went to cancel their engagement. It's said that the Shao clan's young master challenged her and their fight will happen 3 years from now. Yes, I've also heard about it. This news is already a popular rumor in the big cities of the Jia Ma Empire. Also, I've heard something else. It's said that the Shao clan's young master, Xiao Yan, was once considered a genius at the same level as our own young master, but he suddenly lost his talent, and no one was able to explain why. But our young master is the #1 genius in the whole Jia Ma Empire. It's said that no one other than the old master and the patriarch know his current cultivation level, but I saw him defeat all the members of the younger generation easily when they were sparring in the training ground. Since the Shao clan's young master was considered as talented as him, he should have been pretty incredible, but now that he lost his talent, he isn't on the same level as him anymore. The 2 maids continued to chat as they were walking, and soon their voices disappeared in the distance. Alright, it seems that the good things are coming. Even if father doesn't find me any rank 6 beast essence flame in a year of time, I will be able to get one when I go to the inner region of the magical beast mountain range to get the amethyst winged lion's purple flame. Hao Shen was pretty impatient about his 3rd beast essence flame, since it would allow him to reach the late level of the Dadoshi realm quickly, and he would probably already be a Dou Ling realm practitioner before he went to the Jianan Academy. Hao Shen started to cultivate the soaring sky scripture faster and faster. He was very near the 2nd stage late level, and he should probably enter it in the next few weeks. The 3rd chapter today. This chapter is a little forced and mostly filler about his cultivation and the start of the plot, so it is skippable in my opinion. Chapter 64, Last Spurt. The whole Hao clan's atmosphere had changed since this year began. It was because it was the last year before the coming of age ceremony. That ceremony would determine the future of all the youths of the Hao clan. Even Hao Shen, Hao Jinjing, and Hao Wei were like that. The rules were simple. It was only a test of cultivation. If the young practitioner hadn't reached the 8-star Doji Qi realm by the age of 16, he wouldn't be able to remain in the Hao clan city, and he would be sent to one of the many businesses of the Hao clan, or he would be sent to one of the Hao clan's branches which were all around the Jia Ma Empire. In simple terms, one had 3 possibilities after they became 16. First, they didn't manage to reach the 8-star Doji Qi realm. And in this case, their future cultivation probably wouldn't surpass the Dadoshi realm. Second, they reached the 8-star Doji Qi. In this case they would be kept in the clan, but they wouldn't be nurtured very much and would most likely reach the peak of their cultivation at the low stage of the Dou Ling realm. And lastly, if a practitioner had reached the 9-star Doji Qi, he would then be nurtured to become one of the elite guards of the Hao clan. And obviously there was one more probability. It was if the practitioner reached the Doji realm. If this happened, they would be able to participate in the test to join the Jianan Academy, and in this case, they would reach at least the Dou Wang realm in their life. But in each generation of the Hao clan, there were only 10 or so peoples who could reach this step, but this time should be quite different since Hao Shen had gifted some pill for low-level practitioner to the clan. There should at least be 15 or more Doji realm practitioner. Comma 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 comma. Hao Jinjing was currently training with her grandmother. She had been the one who guided her in her cultivation since she became 4 years old, and in the whole Hao clan probably no one was more qualified than her, because she was the strongest female practitioner in the whole Hao clan and she had reached the 6-star Dou Wang realm. She was already a 8-star Dou J realm and continued to cultivate quickly thanks to the pills Hao Shen had refined for her. Comma 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 comma. Hao Wei was cultivating while being guided by his father. He had already caught up to Hao Li and the two of them were 4-star Dou J realm practitioners. They would be able to easily enter the Jia Nan Academy when the test arrived. But Hao Wei had a higher objective. He wanted to catch up to his cousin even if it was by a little. The problem was that no one aside from their grandpa and his first uncle knew what was his current cultivation. The only thing he knew was that he could easily beat all the young practitioners of the Hao clan easily while suppressing his cultivation level at the same as their. Hao Wei could also defeat all of them in one-on-one fight, even if he suppressed his cultivation to their level, but Hao Shen often fought multiple opponents and he still managed to defeat them. That was the reason that made Hao Wei see their difference in strength and he didn't want it to be as big as that. He was born in the same month as Hao Shen and they were approximately at the same level when they were younger, but now he was already left in the dust. Because of that he began to cultivate a lot more every day and his cultivation speed also went up. Comma 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 comma. Hao Li was currently outside of the Hao clan. He came in the outer region of the magical beast mountain range to train his Do Chi skills before the coming of age's ceremony. He had been here for more than 2 months already. Hao Li could be considered a martial fanatic. There wasn't a single day where he wasn't practicing. He knew that he didn't have good talent, but he had been lucky and that had changed his life forever. If he cultivated seriously, he would one day reach the Dou Zong realm, and at this realm, not everything relied on the talent of the practitioner, because to advance in the Dou Zong realm, the most important thing was to comprehend the space power in the world. This relied more on the comprehension than on pure talent, and that was why he was confident that he possessed a little chance to go even higher than the Dou Zong realm. Hao Li had a breakthrough yesterday and he reached the 5-star Dou J realm. It was mostly due to the different fight he had experimented with magical beasts since he came here. His potential had been ignited by the deadly situation he had encountered during his training. Comma 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 comma. Hao Shen was currently sighting at his usual cultivation spot under the waterfall. He was cultivating the sky-soaring scripture and he would soon break through to the 3rd stage. When he accomplished it his body would be stronger than anyone in the same realm in the whole Jia Ma Empire. Theoretically it means that Hao Shen was nearly invincible in his own realm. Hao Shen had been stuck at the 2nd stage peak level for 2 months already, so he wanted to quickly break through. Once it was done he would be able to concentrate his attention on his Do Chi cultivation once more. Hao Shen was able to break through the Da Do Shi realm at any time he wanted since 3 months ago, but since he wanted to eat the 3 lines green spirit pill to break through the Da Do Shi realm and directly go to the 3-star Da Do Shi realm, he didn't do it. The fact that he had stayed at the peak 9-star Do Shi realm allowed him to fully concentrate on the sky-soaring scripture during the last 3 months, and he had been able to make some progress thanks to that. 3 hours passed and suddenly, Hao Shen's pores seemed to open and they swallowed a lot of Do Chi around him. He could feel his whole body becoming stronger and lighter at the same time. He just had a breakthrough and he successfully entered the 3rd stage low level of the sky-soaring scripture. Alright, now there is only the ceremony and the recruitment left before I can leave the clan to go outside and train for 3 years. I want to participate in the storm that the main plot will start. Hao Shen was very excited about the multiple events that were coming. He would be able to become a lot stronger very quickly thanks to them. Comma 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 comma. Time remaining before the coming of age's ceremony, 2 months. Chapter 65 Ceremony start. The Hao clan's city was bustling in celebration today. The reason was simple. The new generation of the Hao clan was going to have their coming of age ceremony. After today the cultivation level of all the youths would determine their future. The ceremony was going to happen in less than 2 hours and all the youths were currently cultivating intensely. The one at the peak of the 7-star Do Ji Chi realm were doing all their possible to break through before the final moment. Those which didn't reach this step were depressing about their future. In a big clan like the Hao clan, a Da Do Shi realm practitioner wasn't considered as something rare. so the fact that they probably wouldn't be able to surpass this level made them depressed, as it also means that they wouldn't be someone important in their whole life. The people who could be considered the happiest were the descendant of the multiples branch families who had reached or surpassed the 8-star Douqi realm. For them, they would be able to change the life of their whole family. In all of the branch family's disciples in this generation, 2 people were considered as geniuses. One had reached the top 3 genius in the whole clan and could even be considered as a young genius in the whole Jia Ma Empire. He was Hao Li, and he had already reached the 5-star Douji realm at the age of 15, and the other was also a Douji realm practitioner. She was Hao Mei, who had reached the top 8 in the competition with the Yunlan sect. She had reached the 1-star Douji realm a month before the ceremony. The 2 of them could be considered as the treasure of the multiples branch families, and they were heavily nurtured by the little resources they could get. Because in the Hao clan, normally no one from the branch families could gain an official position. But there was an exception, and that was the Jia Nan Academy. If a disciple from the branch families could graduate from the Jia Nan Academy, he would be able to receive an official position. There had been only one of such a person in the last 5 generations of the Hao clan. And that was the second ancestor, who was currently at the Dou Huang realm, but he now stayed in seclusion most of the time since his whole branch family had been exterminated by an enemy gang in their city. It was said that the second ancestor had exterminated the whole gang the same day he had learned about the incident, and from then onward he had never come out of seclusion. 2 hours later, the youths of the Hao clan were all standing on the Hao clan's martial arena. The martial arena was filled with spectators who came to observe the results. They came from all the corner of the Jia Ma Empire, and there were even some elders of the few big clans in the Jia Ma Empire, like the Yunlan sect, who had sent 2 Dou Ling elders. Most of the peoples present today had come to see the results of the 2 geniuses of the Hao clan, Hao Shen and Hao Jinjing, since the 2 of them were famous for their fast cultivation in the whole Jia Ma Empire. All the noise shut down when Hao Tian suddenly walked on the main platform. I thanks all of you for coming to our youth ceremony today. I hope that you will be satisfied with the spectacle. For now, we will call the youths one by one to test your current cultivation, and as always, for the one who didn't manage to reach the 8-star Douji realm, I'm sorry, but you will be sent outside of the clan. Let's start the ceremony. Hao Tian then walked off the stage and the ceremony began. The ceremony was quite simple. One only had to the testing stone to test their current cultivation. The one with less than 8-star Douji were sent on one side while the ones above were sent on the other, but there was a third side, and that was the side for those that had reached the Douji realm. Branch families, Hao Mei, it's your turn. The 7th elder who was in charge of today's ceremony called out. Hao Mei was well known by the different elders of the main family because she was a woman from the branch families who possessed great potential and could do a great wife for one of their descendants who had less potential than her. Of course the Hao clan prohibited any forcing toward this. If both were consenting then all was good, but if an elder forced someone to marry, he would be demoted and lose his position as an elder. 1-star Douji, the testing stone announced, and noise spread in the crowd. It was very rare for someone of the side family to reach this level at this age. Good, you are the first Douji to be tested today, so you can go to this side. The 7th elder said to Hao Mei with a smile. Some time passed and that was finally the time for the good things to happen. Main family, Hao Wei, it's your turn to be tested. Hao Wei was the first of the 4 genius of the Hao clan to be tested. 4-star Douji, this time, the crowd made a lot more noise. A 4-star Douji at the age of 15, that was even higher than Nalan Yanran of the Yunlan sect. The 2 elders of the Yunlan sect furrowed their eyes when they saw this, but this was not the end. Branch families, Hao Li, it's your turn. 5-star Douji, the crowd was shocked this time. A member of the branch's family reached this cultivation this soon in his life. He had the potential to even surpass the 2nd elder of the Hao clan. Main families, Hao Jinjing, it's your turn. 9-star Douji realm. This time the crowd was sent in a frenzy. The young lady of the Hao clan was a well-known talent, and her master was the old mistress of the Hao clan, who was already a Dou Wang realm practitioner, but nobody expected her to reach the peak of the Douji realm while being this young. Good, good, the ancestor would be happy to know of this. The elders of the Hao clan laughed. And lastly, main families, Hao Shen, it's your turn. The 7th elder said while looking at Hao Shen with a smile. This was what the crowd had waited for. The young man who had reached the Douji realm at 11 years old was finally going to reveal his cultivation to the world after 4 years. Chapter 66 Shocking the Empire. And lastly, main families Hao Shen, it's your turn. The seventh elder said while looking at Hao Shen with a smile. This was what the crowd had waited for. The young man who had reached the Doujie realm at 11 years old was finally going to reveal his cultivation to the world after 4 years. Yes, Hao Shen replied before walking toward the testing stone. Sigh, it seems that from now on I can't hide my cultivation level, and big sister was thinking that I was at the early stage of the Douqi realm, so she will once more pester father and mother about going out to train. Hao Shen was thinking about his big sister who looked at him like she was about to catch up to his cultivation this morning and couldn't help but sigh. Hao Shen was just in front of the testing stone. He looked at the seventh elder who stood at his side, and he gave him a nod. He extended his hand and touched the testing stone. When Hao Shen's hand touched the stone, no noise could be heard from the spectators, neither from the participant. The arena seemed to be an empty room who stood in the middle of nowhere and no sound seemed to be present. One could practically hear the sound of one heart beating, and suddenly, text appeared on the testing stone. 9-star Douqi. The silence continued. Everyone in the arena, be it spectator or participants, had their mouths and eyes wide open when they looked at the testing stone. The seventh elder who stood just at the side of Hao Shen looked around since he didn't see the results yet, and he was surprised to see the surprise in everyone's eyes. He turned around and stood there without saying anything while looking at the results. Hao Shen knew that this would happen, and that was the reason he asked his father the previous day if there was a method to hide one's cultivation from the testing stone, but his father answered him that this was impossible. Seeing that no noise was made for more than 10 seconds after his test, Hao Shen decided to speak first. Cough. Seventh elder, can you announce the results? ? Everyone came back to their sense after hearing Hao Shen speak. And the crowd went in a frenzy. Hao Shen had reached the peak of the Douqi realm at only 15 years old. This was a result that could shock the whole Black Corner region. One had to know that the Jianan Academy recruited students who were 15 years old or above, and most of them were in Doujie realm when they entered the Jianan Academy. Some were at the Douqi realm and they were already considered as peak genius, but now Hao Shen had reached the peak of the Douqi realm. Nobody had done the same in the whole Black Corner region. Main families Hao Shen, pass, Doujie area. The seventh elder finally announced the result and Hao Shen came down from the main stage. He walked toward the Doujie area and stood there with the other disciples, but he could feel a piercing gaze glaring at his back. Sigh, I predicted that. I need to go away the moment the ceremony end, if not big sister will kill me, but thanks to God, father told me to directly come to see him after the ceremony. Hao Shen couldn't help but sigh internally when he sensed the gaze from his big sister. When she had asked what cultivation level Hao Shen had reached, he had only replied Douqi realm, but he didn't give any details, so she was probably happy that she had caught up to him, but she discovered that she was once more left behind, and that made her angry. The ceremony concluded soon after Hao Shen went on stage since he was the last person to be evaluated. The results were as following. 17 youths had reached the Doujie realm and would take part in the Jianan Academy's test when the professor came in the Hao Clan's city. 29 youths didn't reach the 8-star Douqi realm and would be sent to the different business and branch family to train and help the clan, and of the remaining people, 25 had reached the 9-star Douqi and would be sent to the clan elite training camp to be trained as elite guards. The remaining people who had reached the 8-star Douqi will be trained by the instructors of the Hao Clan. After the ceremony ended, before anyone could intercept him, Hao Shen had already disappeared from the martial arena and was rushing toward his father's courtyard. He had a little idea about the reason he was called for. It was probably that his father had found the ranked 6 beast essence flame that Hao Shen needed to refine the 3 lines green spirit pill to directly become a 3-star Douqi realm practitioner. Hao Shen waited there for a little more than 10 minutes before his father arrived. Shen'er, I didn't see you at the after ceremony. Hao Tian, who had just entered the room, smiled while looking at his son. Hao Tian was very proud of Hao Shen because since he was a kid he was very intelligent, but he made him even prouder when he started to cultivate when he became 4 years old. Hao Jinjing and Hao Shen both possessed a good talent for cultivation, and in terms of pure talent, Hao Shen wasn't a lot better than Hao Jinjing, but Hao Shen was very diligent since the day he started to cultivate. He was also very courageous since he dared to go in the magical beast mountain range when he was only 11 years old, and that was another of the reason Hao Tian was so proud. Father, you know that big sister would have asked me to take her with me next time I went to train if I didn't leave immediately. Hao Shen sighed as he explained himself. Yes, what you say is indeed true. I know that she want to travel, but unfortunately, I can't let her risk her life in the outside world before she is strong enough to protect her slef. Hao Tian laughed. Shenur, I've got what you asked me, a rank 6 beast essence flame. Your grandfather went in the main auction house of the Black Corner region to get it. It's the flame from an emerald demon tiger, here take it. Hao Tian explained as he gave a little contained to Hao Shen. Inside was stored a little black liquid with green spot that flashed inside of it. Thanks father, I'm going to have my breakthrough to the Dadoshi realm in the next few days. I'll come out when the Jianan Academy's professor is here. Hao Shen took his leave soon after and only Hao Tian was left in the room. Sigh, I think the time have come, I should tell him about our ancestor. Yes, Shenur is an adult now, and he is the future patriarch, so he have the right to know. The voice of Hao Lei echoed in the room as he appeared from nowhere. Yes father, I'll tell him when he come out of seclusion. Hao Tian nodded. Chapter 67 Emerald Demonic Flame, 3 lines Green Spirit Pill. Hao Shen rushed back to his courtyard after receiving the flame of the Emerald Demon Tiger from his father. He arrived there after 10 minutes and sat down before his alchemy cauldron directly. He had waited for this moment for more than a year. Alright, calm down, I first need to devour the Emerald Demonic Flame, but I also have to separate the Douqi contained in the flame and store it away, if not it will make me break through and I won't be able to eat the 3 lines Green Spirit Pill. Hao Shen had decided to do this the moment he received the Beast Essence Flame. He won't use the Douqi inside of the flame to break through to the Dadoshi realm, but he will use it to break through one more star after he digested the 3 lines Green Spirit Pill's medicinal energy. Hao Shen took the jade bottle and swallowed the emerald demonic liquid. The moment the liquid entered his throat, he felt an extremely hot fire energy starting to spread in his meridian, but he stopped the flow of fire energy. It was a dangerous move since he would have to store it inside of his meridian while he refined the emerald demonic flame. After he had stopped the energy flow, he started to direct the flame toward his dantian. He could feel his meridian hurt each time the flame passed through them, and soon the flame reached his dantian, but Hao Shen didn't smile. He could feel that one of his meridians had a crack. Just as he was about to inspect it, he suddenly felt a wave of medicinal energy emerge from his dantian. It rushed directly toward the cracked meridian and restored it to normal. What just happened? Hao Shen was shocked, but soon he recovered and sighed in relief. That was the effect of the meridian raise pill he had swallowed 3 years ago. Luckily I had this thing, if not the devouring process would have been hard. Now that Hao Shen's meridians were perfectly formed, he started to revolve the Starfire Revolution mantra. The emerald demonic flame was soon devoured completely and Hao Shen could feel a new flame added to his own. Alright, sigh, it was dangerous, but now that it's done I only need to refine the 3 lines Green Spirit Pill and I will be able to directly become a 3-star Dadoshi realm practitioner. The 3 lines Green Spirit Pill was refined with 2 central ingredients. They were green flame grass and black sky flax. The others ingredients weren't anything rare, but the most difficult part was that the alchemist who refined the 3 lines Green Spirit Pill needed perfect control over his 3 flames. This step was the hardest for others, but for Hao Shen this was the easiest, because his Douqi method devoured the Beast Essence Flame. They directly became part of him, and thus he could control them like they were his own Douqi flame. In other terms, Hao Shen possessed perfect control over any flame the moment his Douqi method devoured them. Alright, I'll start now. I need to refine the 3 lines Green Spirit Pill in less than 4 days since the entrance test for the Jianan Academy will be held at that time. Hao Shen started the refining process directly after he reached his peak condition. The 3 lines Green Spirit Pill was a rank 4 pill, and for Hao Shen, who was already a rank 5 alchemist, this wasn't anything difficult to refine. The process took 2 days to be completed. Sigh, I refined this thing for 2 days, and I had to replenish my Douqi 3 times by using pills. I hope they are perfect 3 lines Green Spirit Pill. Hao Shen was exhausted after this round of refining. The reason was simple. His alchemy had long since surpassed his cultivation. A rank 5 alchemist was often at least in the Dou Ling or Wang realm, but Hao Shen wasn't even a Dadoshi yet. His Douqi pool could be compared to a 4 or 5-star Dadoshi, but that still wasn't sufficient. When he opened the cauldron, a rich medicinal flavor erupted from it and filled the room. Hao Shen saw a green pill inside of the cauldron. 3 lines could be seen on it. It was the mark of a perfect 3 lines Green Spirit Pill. Sigh, seems that I succeeded. Hao Shen sighed in relief that he wouldn't have to refine this pill once more before he reached the Dadoshi realm. It's finally time to have my breakthrough. I should reach the 3-star Dadoshi realm in 3 days or so. Hao Shen then swallowed the 3 lines Green Spirit Pill and started to cultivate. Comma 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 comma. At the same time, at the entrance of the Hao Clan's city, a convoy of the Jia Nan Academy entered the city. The passerby looked at it with great respect. They walked in direction of the Hao Clan's estate since that was the place where they rested when they came here. Professor, I just heard something incredible, a young woman clothed in the Jia Nan Academy uniform told the lady in charge. The lady was dressed in green and was standing prettily with a grin. The smile on her pretty face was warm and her eyes looked around quickly. The tenderness in her gaze was like clear water quietly passing through, causing people to become intoxicated by the lady's special vivid gentleness. The voluminous and exquisite posture leaked out a mature loveliness that was molded by the years. And what did you hear? She asked gently to the student. Yes, I've heard that the young master of the Hao clan had reached the peak of the Douqi realm while he is only 15 this year. The student replied respectfully, but her eyes were filled with awe. It wasn't rare to see a Douqi realm practitioner in the outer court of the Jia Nan Academy, but a peak 9-star Douqi realm practitioner who was only 15 was something that she didn't heard yet in her life. The eyes of the professor widened when she heard this. Are you sure about this new? No, I didn't get to meet him face to face, but everyone seems to talk about it in the city. Good, you did a good job by telling me about it. I'll go ask to meet him when we reach the Hao clan. The professor replied and excused the student before continuing to walk toward Te Hao clan's estate. Chapter 68 Jia Nan Academy Convoy. Good, you did a good job by telling me about it. I'll go ask to meet him when we reach the Hao clan. The professor replied and excused the student before continuing to walk toward the Hao clan's estate. Comma 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 comma. At the same time, Hao clan's estate's main hall. Big brother, it seems that the Jia Nan Academy's convoy has come. They should arrive at the estate in less than an hour. Hao Jian informed Hao Tian. Who is in charge this time? Hao Tian didn't care too much about the Jia Nan Academy's convoy since the highest graded person amongst them should be one of his juniors from the academy. Yes, this time it seems that Ruo Ling is the one who is escorting them. Oh, this lass has already become a professor. When I and Shui graduated from the academy, she just arrived in the outer section. Unfortunately, her talent wasn't sufficient to go past the Douqi realm at the required age, and it seems that she got stuck at the outer court. It doesn't matter since our disciples will all go to the outer court, she can take care of them. Hao Tian was a little surprised that the little girl from back then had already become a professor, but it made sense since her talent wasn't high enough. Big brother, do you know when Shanur will come out of seclusion, because the test will be held in 2 days? This is an important event and Shanur has to be here. He represents the younger generation of the clan. Don't worry too much, he should come out by tomorrow. Hao Tian knew what Hao Shen was trying to do, so he understood that he currently couldn't be disturbed. The Jia Nan Academy would also wait for him if something unexpected happened, since he was practically as strong as the professor in charge. Alright, then we can only wait. Hao Jian smiled and continued to stand with his big brother. Hao Jian had extreme respect toward Hao Tian, and he also understood why his big brother was selected to be the patriarch. That was why he never said anything about this, and he also chooses to work under him. Comma 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 comma. An hour later, Hao clan's estate entrance. A big convoy stopped before the entrance of the Hao clan and waited for the doors to be opened. After some time they were invited to enter the estate. The different students were a little angry about that since they didn't know the background of the clan. To them no clan could be something while being in the little Jia Ma Empire, so they should be received with respect. But when they started to complain, they were immediately interrupted by Professor Ruo Ling. The Hao clan is under the protection of a Dou Zong realm practitioner, and this Dou Zong was the third-ranked student in the inner court while he studied at the Jia Nan Academy. They also possess some inner student who was ranked in the top 40, they deserve respect. The students were terrified because even in their clan there wasn't a Dou Zong realm practitioner, even more so one who was ranked third in the inner court, and probably, their own relatives knew him when he was a student. When they were thinking, a voice sounded in front of the convoy. Professor Ruo Ling, it's my pleasure to receive you in the Hao clan. That was Hao Tian, who had just arrived with Hao Jian. Hao clan's patriarch, it's Ruo Ling, pleasure to be here. She sounded very respectful since she had heard of him when she just entered the academy. The two brothers before her were ranked 16th and 26th respectively when they were in the inner court. Alright, Follow me, I'll lead you to your courtyard. As they were walking, they spoke about the news at the academy and other things, but the subject quickly came toward Hao Shen. Patriarchs Hao, I've heard that the young master of your clan had already reached the peak of the Douqi realm, is it true? Dou Ling was very intrigued about this fact since it seemed to be impossible. It meant that a 15-year-old student had already nearly reached her own strength before he even entered the Jiannan Academy. It is true that it was the results announced by the testing stone, so yes, Shen'er is a peak Douqi realm practitioner. Hao Tian replied proudly. Then, is it possible to meet him now? Sorry about that, Shen'er is currently in seclusion and will only come out in the next 2 days. Alright, then I'll meet him at that time. Then the two of them continued to walk. 2 days later, waterfall of the Hao clan's estate. A wave of strong Douqi suddenly erupted from under the waterfall. After some time, a figure emerged from the cave while smiling. The power of a Douqi realm practitioner is indeed different. I have condensed my Douqi crystal, and I'm now a 4-star Douqi realm practitioner. At the Douqi realm, one had to condense a Douqi crystal. It was formed by the Douqi in the body of the practitioner. It allowed the practitioner to emit Douqi outside of his body, and it was the true start of cultivation in the eyes of many people. Alright, thanks to the Douqi stored in the emerald demonic flame, I was able to have another breakthrough from the 3-star to the 4-star Douqi realm. I think I'm currently stronger than the professor dispatched by the Jiannan Academy, so it won't be a problem to take a leave. I should go see father to tell him the good news. Hao Shen then started to walk toward the Hao clan's estate main hall. He arrived there after only 4 minutes. Father, I've come out of seclusion, I was successful. Hao Shen informed Hao Tian the moment he saw him. Good, good, you didn't disappoint me, Shen'er. The professor of the Jiannan Academy is here and the test will begin in 2 hours, you came out just in time. Hao Tian smiled when he said the first part, but his expression soon turned serious. But before that, I have something I have to tell you. It concerns the history of our clan. Chapter 69 Hao Clan's Story, Promise for the Future. Good, good, you didn't disappoint me, Shen'er. The professor of the Jiannan Academy is here and the test will begin in 2 hours, you came out just in time. Hao Tian smiled when he said the first part, but his expression soon turned serious. But before that, I have something I have to tell you. It concerns the history of our clan. What is it, father? Hao Shen was pretty surprised to see his father become serious so suddenly. It's about time that you learn of this since you are the future patriarch of the clan. The other people think that our Hao clan had started 500 years ago, but this is something wrong. The first ancestor of the Hao clan is recorded to have been born more than 5,000 years ago. He was called Hao Ming, and he was an orphan who grew up in the Black Corner region. In ancient time, people in the Black Corner region were a lot stronger than currently. Meeting a Dou Zong realm practitioner wasn't considered as a rare thing. In this type of environment, peoples of this era matured a lot faster. And our ancestor was the same. He couldn't be considered as a peerless genius. But he was still very talented and managed to reach the Dou Huang realm at 23 years old. That was the day his destiny started to change. He was pursued by some of his enemies when he entered in a historical remnant and stayed in there for more than 10 years. His enemies all were thinking that he had died inside, but when he came out he had already become a Dou Zun realm practitioner. He killed all the clan of his enemies and started to control the whole Black Corner region. Nobody know what he encountered in the historical remnant, but it is said that his battle prowess far surpassed his level of cultivation. When he was a 5-star Dou Zun realm practitioner he could fight with people at the 7-star Dou Zun realm. But this is not the main point of the story. Our ancestor Hao Ming knew that even though he was the overlord of the Black Corner region, there existed people largely stronger than him, people who had reached the Dou Ban Sheng and Dou Sheng realm, so he decided to become even stronger, and after another 10 years of cultivation he reached the Dou Ban Sheng realm. At that time people started to be suspicious of him. It was normally impossible to advance so quickly in the Dou Zun realm, but people didn't search more in depth since the peoples that had tried before were all killed by Hao Ming. During these 10 years, Hao Ming had also started a family without anyone knowing about it. That was our clan, the Hao clan. We were growing quickly with the assistance of the ancestor who could be considered as a strong expert anywhere in the Douqi Continent since he became a Dou Ban Sheng realm practitioner. But things continued to happen. Another 5 years passed and finally, Hao Ming became a Dou Sheng realm practitioner. At that time, the whole Douqi Continent knew of his name. He became one of the peak expert in the world, and the only people who were above him were the practitioner who had reached the mythical realm, the Dou Di realm, but they stayed in seclusion most of the time, so the Dou Sheng realm practitioners were the one who stood at the top of the Douqi Continent. Years continued to pass without anything happening. Our ancestor continued to fight and grow stronger and stronger at a fast pace. When 20 more years had passed, he stood undefeated in the whole world and reached the peak of the Dou Sheng realm. After that, he disappeared for 5 years, and when he reappeared once more he had become a Dou Di realm practitioner and become a god above everyone in the world. Nobody knew where he had gone for the 5 years he had disappeared, but the progression of the ancestor could be considered as the fastest in this time. The record that traces our ancestor ends there, but the Hao clan received the last transmission saying that somewhere in the Douqi Continent. Our inheritance waited for us to go and retrieve it, but nobody was strong enough to reach this level till that time. Our inheritance remained undiscovered, and even our link with the ancestor wasn't discovered. That is why every patriarch of the Hao clan from that time till now received this news in hope that they can find the inheritance and restore the glory of our Hao clan. Hao Tian finished to tell the story of their first ancestor to Hao Shen. He was very proud about their ancestor when he spoke about him. It was the pride from being the descendant of a Dou Di. That is why Shen'er, you who have the most potential since the beginning of the Hao clan, I hope you can find this inheritance when you become strong enough, and let the world witness the glory of our Hao clan's bloodline once more, and when that day comes, we'll take the seat that was meant to belong to us and stand at the top of this world. Hao Tian looked at Hao Shen with pride and confidence while he said that. Hao Shen felt his blood pulse when he heard his father speak like that. The seat at the top of the world was meaning to reach the level of the 8 great clan. This was an ambitious idea, but that was the goal of Hao Shen since the day he was born in this world, and seeing that the clan supported the same idea, Hao Shen couldn't help but grow excited. Then father, I promise on my name as the Hao clan's young master Hao Shen, I will make the clan stand at the peak of this world by becoming the strongest person in this world, and I'll let our ancestor be proud of the bloodline they left behind them. When Hao Shen said these words, a majestic aura came out from his body, and at the same time, in the faraway starry sky, a little star started to revolve extremely quickly, bringing with the rotation a majestic aura of domination. Chapter 70 Test of the Jia Nan Academy, asking for a leave. Then father, I promise on my name as the Hao clan's young master Hao Shen, I will make the clan stand at the peak of this world by becoming the strongest person in this world, and I'll let our ancestor be proud of the bloodline they left behind them. When Hao Shen said these words, a majestic aura came out from his body, and at the same time, in the faraway starry sky, a little star started to revolve extremely quickly, bringing with the rotation a majestic aura of domination. Good, with your promise I'm reassured. I know that you will be able to do it. Now you have to go and take the test of the Jia Nan Academy. Hao Tian smiled as he replied. Yes father, I'm going right now. Hao Shen nodded before departing from the room. An hour later, Hao Clan's city's martial arena, the group of 17 from the Hao Clan's younger generation was standing before the peoples of the Jia Nan Academy, who were led by Dou Ling. Welcome everyone, I'll introduce myself. I'm a professor at the outer court of the Jia Nan Academy. My name is Dou Ling. Dou Ling gently introduced herself. That gentle aura was one of the reasons she could easily become one of the professors of the Jia Nan Academy. Today's test won't be something too difficult. The only requirement is to be able to come from where you currently stand to where I am. I will use my pressure as a dado shi to disturb you. Those who can reach this place will be able to come with me to the Jia Nan Academy to further their study of cultivation. Let's start now. Dou Ling then created a pressure around here and gave the signal to start. The Hao clan's youth couldn't be underestimated, since their daily cultivation instructor was also dado shi realm practitioner. Thus they were accustomed to this type of aura. They confidently advanced in the force field one after another, but their expressions soon became serious. The pressure was a lot heavier than the one they were habituated to endure. That was because the daily instructor mostly used half of their strength. Hao Shen was looking at the 13 youths of the Hao clan who were enduring the pressure. Aside from him there were 3 other persons who hadn't yet started. They were Hao Wei, Hao Li, and Hao Jing. When the 13 youths managed to get to the other side, the 4 of them then walked directly inside of the force field and went through it. Hao Shen was the fastest since he didn't even feel the pressure. Hao Jing and the 2 others were a little slower, but the 3 of them also managed to pass. Good. The 17th youths of the Hao clan all meet the requirement to enter the Jia Nan Academy. We will depart tomorrow afternoon since we get some other city to visit on our recruitment trip. Ruo Ling informed the few youths of the Hao clan so that they could prepare themselves since they probably won't come back in the Jia Ma Empire before at least 2 or 3 years. Excuse me, teacher Ruo Ling, I would like to take a leave from the academy for a year right now. The voice surprised all the peoples present in the martial arena. Hao Shen didn't speak about this to anyone yet. And why do you want to take a leave? Ruo Ling's smile started to fade a little. Because I want to become stronger before I come to the Jianan Academy, and I will be able to do so by remaining in the Jia Ma Empire. Hao Shen didn't plan to hide his purpose, so he said directly, but the peoples from the Jianan Academy didn't take it well. The smile on Ruo Ling had already disappeared and she looked toward Hao Shen. You think you can train better by yourself than by joining the academy? I don't think so. I'm practically sure that I can train better alone than by joining the outer court of the Jianan Academy. As for the inner court, this is another matter, but I'll definitely join it. Hao Shen wasn't arrogant here. The strongest person in the whole outer court was only a Dadoshi realm practitioner, and he probably wasn't a match for Hao Shen. Young Master Hao, this is quite an arrogant thing to say. Alright, I'll allow it, but only if you can take 50 of my strike. You are already a peak Doshi realm practitioner, so it shouldn't be too much to handle for you, right? We should change this rule since it wouldn't be fair for you. The peoples present were shocked by what Hao Shen had just said. This could be considered as an arrogant statement, but before they could say anything, a pressure erupted from Hao Shen's body. It was even more powerful than Ruo Ling's previous pressure. Because as you can see, I'm no longer a Doshi realm practitioner. Hao Shen just smiled when he saw the gazes of the peoples around him. Ruo Ling's eyes widened when she felt this pressure. She was a 3-star Dadoshi realm practitioner, but she felt suppressed by Hao Shen's aura. It could only mean that Hao Shen was stronger than her. Alright, I admit defeat, you can go, I'll allow it, but you have to come to the academy in a year from now. Ruo Ling then smiled and ordered Hao Shen. Alright, I'll come at that time, teacher Ruo Ling. Hao Shen also smiled and took his leave with the other youths of the Hao clan. Brother Shen, didn't you want to come to the Jianan Academy? Hao Wei was the first to talk when they left. Hao Li also looked curiously at Hao Shen. Nah, for the moment, I'll stay in the Jia Ma Empire since interesting things are going to happen in the next 3 years, but you guys better reach the Dadoshi realm by the time I come to the Jianan Academy so that we can all go to the inner court at the same time. I'll see you at that time, good luck. Hao Shen then departed with Hao Jinjing toward their family's courtyard. During the time they were walking, Hao Jinjing didn't say a single word, and that made Hao Shen felt quite weird. They soon arrived at their family's courtyard and explained the things to his father. Hao Tian didn't say a thing about Hao Shen's choice and accompanied Hao Jinjing while Hao Shen went to prepare for his trip. Alright, the first step of my journey toward the peak starts here. Hao Shen smiled when he reached his courtyard. Chapter 71 Magical Beast Mountain Range. Hao Shen was currently in the outside region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range. He had left the clan 4 days ago and he rushed there since then. Hao Shen had brought Xiao He with him, and the two of them had decided to cross the inner region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range. This was considered as something dangerous to do, and in the Jia Ma Empire, the people who did such a thing were generally Dou Ling realm practitioner, and even them would act carefully when they entered the territory of a ranked 6 magical beast. Xiao He, it should take us a little more than a month to pass through the inner region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range if we run all the way. Sorry, but we won't train during this time. We also have to stay focused to avoid ambush from other magical beasts. That was the plan Hao Shen had decided to follow. He wanted to reach Qingshan town the fastest way possible. By doing that he would be able to use Xiao Yan's plot armor to memorize the flying Do Chi skill and give it to his clan once he came back home. After Xiao He nodded his head, Hao Shen entered the inner region and started to run. A week later, Hao Shen was still running, but he didn't look exhausted at all. The reason was simple. He could absorb the surrounding Do Chi at a much faster rate than before because his Do Chi method, the Starfire Revolution mantra, had already become a Zon class low-level Do Chi method after he reached the Dadoshi realm. Hao Shen was running when he suddenly felt danger. He dodged by jumping to the left, and the spot he had previously stood on exploded. I already found that something was trying to hunt me down, but I couldn't feel its location, but it seems that he couldn't wait anymore. Hao Shen had discovered that something was following him since 2 days ago, but he did nothing and pretended that he didn't found out about it. In the inner region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range, there were rarely any rank 2 magical beasts. The two reasons for them to stay in the inner region were, first, they were the cub of some powerful magical beast, second, they were part of a pack like the fire wolf that Hao Shen had gifted to his sister. It was banished from its pack so it came to the outer region. Hao Shen started to use the 1000-step whirlwind Douqi skill to fly in the air and he scanned the surrounding with his soul power. Where is the thing that assaulted me hiding? It isn't in the range of my soul power, but it shouldn't have been able to attack me at this distance if it wasn't. Wait, there is a way. Hao Shen began to think before sending his soul power underground and what he saw rendered him speechless. In the ground stood a giant mole. It looked at the spot where Hao Shen had previously stood in confusion. So it was like that. No wonder I couldn't find it. That rank 3 iron-fanged mole was hiding in the ground all the time. I should have been more careful, but now that I know where it's hiding it will be easy for me to kill it. Hao Shen's current battle power couldn't be compared to the one he had before he became a Douqi. Now he could kill opponents at the peak of the Douqi realm since he also had a Douqi armor. So killing this rank 3 mid-level iron-fanged mole was a very simple thing. What's more, Hao Shen's power was also strengthened if he used the 2 rank 6 beast essence flame he had devoured. He immediately started to combine the 2 rank 6 beast essence flame. The power generated by the two of them could be considered as quite powerful. In any case, it wasn't something that a mere rank 3 magical beast could endure. The fusion process may be difficult for other peoples but for Hao Shen, this was extremely easy to do. He had devoured the 2 beast essence flames so they had already become a part of him and he could control them like his own Douqi flame. After the fusion was complete, Hao Shen pointed a finger toward where the iron-fanged mole was hiding and the flame directly shot toward it. It was quite fast and reached the spot in less than 2 seconds. The moment the flame touched the ground, a big explosion happened. The 10 meters surrounding the impact point cracked and became devastated. The iron-fanged mole was reduced to nothing, and it didn't even leave its magical core while disappearing. Sigh, I didn't know that this attack was that powerful. What a waste. I didn't even get the rank 3 earth magical core. This could have been useful. Hao Shen was a little disappointed about this fact but he was a lot more excited about the power he had used a moment ago. This was an attack that could even inflict injuries on a Dou Ling realm practitioner, and if he used it while using his D-class mid-level Douqi skill, Hao Shen was pretty confident that he could injure a Dou Wang who underestimated him. Alright, let's continue. I only ran for a week and I already encountered 3 magical beasts. I hope that I don't meet a rank 4 magical beast since it would become quite dangerous, but even then I should be able to flee. Hao Shen then began to run once more. He was sure that he wouldn't encounter any rank 6 magical beast since the path he had chosen didn't cross any of the rank 6 magical beasts territories. 3 At the same time, a youth could be seen walking out from Wutan City. Chapter 72 Reaching Xianxia Town, beginning of the operation. Alright, let's continue. I only ran for a week and I already encountered 3 magical beasts. I hope that I don't meet a rank 4 magical beast since it would become quite dangerous, but even then I should be able to flee. Hao Shen then began to run once more. He was sure that he wouldn't encounter any rank 6 magical beast since the path he had chosen didn't cross any of the rank 6 magical beasts territories. 3 weeks later, Hao Shen stood at the entrance of the Magical Beast Mountain Range, and in front of him he could see a little town in the distance. That town was Xianxia Town. Hao Shen had managed to pass through the inner region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range and he had finally reached his destination. Sigh, I'm finally out. I'll stay here to recuperate for some time before continuing forward since I've almost used all the Douqi I had stored. Hao Shen found a secluded spot in the surrounding and he started to cultivate. Now that Hao Shen was a Douqi, his Douqi pool had expanded a lot compared to when he was a Douqi. But that wasn't all. His Douqi was now present in the form of a Douqi crystal, which allowed him to wield a lot more power in each of his strikes. If Hao Shen cultivated normally, he would take 5 hours to fully recuperate, but that didn't matter here since he had some pills which could lessen this time. Hao Shen ate one of these and an hour later he stood up feeling energized. His Douqi pool had once more been filled to the brim. When Hao Shen was about to resume his trip toward Xianxia Town, he heard some voices approaching the entrance of the outer region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range. They seemed to be multiple people's presence and they should all be in the same group. Is it really possible that I was late at that shitty recruitment meeting organized by the Wolf Head Mercenary Company? Hao Shen was a little depressed about it. if he had known he wouldn't have rushed all the way here. Seriously, I really am late. And Hao Shen's prediction was indeed accurate. He saw Xiao Yan, who followed behind a group of persons while he carried the black ruler on his shoulder. Amongst the main group stood a young girl. The lady was wearing a pale white dress. She was not extremely beautiful but could be called an uncommon beauty. Her lightly smiling face emitted a fresh aura that was unique and greatly increased her charm. Hao Shen's gaze swept across the lady's body before finally landing on a narrow waist that was bound by a green belt. Seeing the narrow waist that could not fill a hug, amazement flashed across his eyes. Amongst the ladies, Hao Shen had come to know, Yafei was a stunning, enchanting temptress, while the woman in white that was in front of him, on the other hand, was the one with the narrowest and most delicate waist. And this should be Xiaoyi Xian, also known as the possessor of the woeful poison body. She is indeed different, and I can sense the poison developing inside of her body little by little. This is quite a dangerous weapon she has. No wonder she was able to become a Dou Sheng with such a cheat-like body constitution. Hao Shen was a little impressed by the effect of the woeful poison body, but he didn't fear it. With all the knowledge he currently possessed on alchemy, he could easily deal with something like the woeful poison body. The only thing he lacked was ingredients. Just as Hao Shen was scanning the group, he felt a soul power much more powerful than his own. Sigh, I had forgotten about this old fellow in the ring. Obviously, he was able to sense my soul power since he is a rank 8 alchemist, but it doesn't matter too much. He shouldn't have been able to found my position. Hao Shen was indeed correct as he saw Xiao Yan on his guard, but he didn't seem to look toward his own direction. The group from Qingshan town continued to advance in the outer region of the magical beast mountain range, and Hao Shen followed behind them without being detected. Hao Shen had come here to find the cave that contained the flying Dou Qi skill, and it was found by Xiao Yan and Xiaoyi Xian in the first 3 days of the exploration. After that they were found out by Mu Li and they had to flee from the cave while they took the best treasure inside. The days passed quickly, and soon it had been 3 days since Hao Shen and the group had entered the magic beast mountain range. Tonight should be the night which they will find the cave. When the night arrived, the group stopped and started to lay their camp under the high trees. Some time later, as Hao Shen had predicted, the whole group fall asleep. The only one who stayed awake were Xiaoyi Xian and Xiao Yan, and like in the original novel, Xiao Yan started to follow behind Xiaoyi Xian, and they soon arrived where above the cave. It was the moment at which Hao Shen had decided to reveal himself, but before that he chose to disguise himself with a mask. It was a treasure he had found during one of his plunder. It had the ability to block soul power for the alchemist under rank 4. It would be sufficient even though Yao Lao would be able to see his true features. He had never seen him, so he won't be able to tell his true identity. Hao Shen followed the plan, and when the two of them were talking he came out of his hiding spot. Xiaoyi Xian and Xiao Yan were both surprised and they readied their guard. Calm down, I won't do anything. Hao Shen smiled wryly under his mask after seeing their reaction. Chapter 73 Cliff Snake, Mysterious Cave, Trashing. Hao Shen followed the plan, and when the two of them were talking he came out of his hiding spot. Xiaoyi Xian and Xiao Yan were both surprised and they readied their guard. Calm down, I won't do anything. Hao Shen smiled wryly under his mask after seeing their reaction. The two of them still didn't relax while they looked suspiciously at him. Xiaoyi Xian was only looking at him while being focused, but Xiao Yan, who learned about his cultivation thanks to Yao Lao, was much more serious. Hao Shen, being a Dadoshi realm practitioner, would be able to easily kill Xiaoyi Xian. As for Xiao Yan, he would have to run since he didn't have the power to fight a Dadoshi yet. Hao Shen, seeing that the two of them didn't drop their guard, didn't say anything and only came closer to the cliff. He looked down and sent his soul power to scan the cliff, and he soon located the cliff snake, who was looking at them with a hungry look. He looked around for some more time and located the entrance of the cave. He didn't come here to play around with Xiao Yan and Xiaoyi Xian. He only wanted the flying Dou Qi skill creation method, and he would also memorize the part of the map toward the purifying demonic lotus flame, who was the 3rd ranked heavenly flame. It was one of the 2 heavenly flame who had taken human form and had begun their own cultivation path. Hao Shen wasn't interested in the different heavenly flame for their power, but the 2nd and 3rd ranked heavenly flame had cultivated on their own, so they should have memories of multiples Dou Qi skills and Dou Qi method who could bring benefit to the Hao clan, so the part of the map could someday become useful for Hao Shen. After all the scouting was down, Hao Shen looked down toward the cliff snake. Xiaoyi Xian and Xiao Yan were still on their guards while looking at his back, but they were soon made speechless. Hao Shen jumped down the cliff right toward the cliff snake. the cliff snake sensed it and attacked Hao Shen, but it couldn't do anything as it was only a peak rank 1 magical beast. Hao Shen easily sent it flying and he used the 1000-step whirlwind to easily go at the cave entrance. The cave was pitch black, and Hao Shen soon reached a dead end. Hao Shen remembered that it was a ground element trap technique from the original novel. And just as he was about to lift it, he heard the cry of an eagle outside of the cave, and at the same time and loud crash. Turning around he saw Xiao Yixian and Xiao Yan who had reached the cave using their own method, but Hao Shen soon refocused on the ground element trap technique. He probed a little with his soul power and quickly found the weak spot. After he activated it, the stone wall in front of the three of them was opened. Hao Shen went in directly and quickly reached the room which contained the different treasures. Alright, you guys can come in, I only need 2 things in here, the remaining things are for you. Hao Shen had long since decided that he won't modify their fate to obtain the different items inside of the cave. Because the items here were mostly things he already possessed. Hao Shen began to look around and soon found the flying Douqi skill. Like he had expected, once he sent his soul power inside of the scroll, he was able to get the full method about how to recraft the same type of flying Douqi skill. But Hao Shen didn't fuse with the one inside of the scroll. After that he replaced it where he had found it, and went toward the corpse seated at the center of the room. He looked between its bones and soon found the thing he had been searching for, the part of the map to the purifying lotus demon flame. Hao Shen memorized it and placed it back. He looked around and saw that Xiao Yixian and Xiao Yan had also started to look at the things they wanted. Alright, the interesting thing starts now. The moment all the loot were given, Hao Shen felt disturbance at the entrance of the cave. Someone found the cave. Hao Shen informed the other 2. The 3 of them then went outside of the cave and saw the group from the Wolf Head Mercenary Company surrounding it. Under the light of the moon, a person approached. The figure's face was finally revealed to identify to the young leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Company, Mu Li. When his gaze initially swept over the piles of shiny gold at the corners, greediness revealed in his eyes. He licked his lips before redirecting his gaze towards the 2 stone boxes that were opened, smiled and said, "I'm sorry to disturb all of you." Hao Shen didn't respond and only looked at him as if he was looking at a clown. Xiao Yan slowly tightened his grip on the key in his hands. His face turned a little gloomy as he glanced at the frowning fairy doctor beside him, coldly saying to Mu Li, "You followed us. It cannot be considered as follows. A few days ago, I had received information that the fairy doctor had found a treasure cave. Because I didn't know about the exact location, Mu Li shrugged his shoulders and said, "How did you get hold of this information? I have only told my assistant Li Fei about this." You bribed her." A suspicion flew across the fairy doctor's face but was quickly replaced by anger. "KK, that woman's pretty stupid. With just some sweet words, she obediently told me everything." Mu Li smiled, not denying the fairy doctor's speculation. "You bastard." With straightened eyebrows, the fairy doctor screamed. "I'm sorry, but these things here are too important to our Wolf Head Mercenary Company. Once we possess them, we would easily be able to absorb all the factions in Xianxia town. When that time comes, we would have the ability to develop beyond the town. Our vision lies beyond this small little town." Mu Li said emotionlessly. "Hand over the things to me. Fairy doctor, you ought to be very clear about my feelings for you. As long as you are willing to become mine, I will definitely not mistreat you when I finally take over the Wolf Head Mercenary Company." Mu Li gave the fairy doctor a gaze filled with emotion as he spoke in an increasingly gentle tone. "Become yours. Just talking to you now repulses me." The fairy doctor's voice was mean as her red moist lips opened to mock him. It appeared that Mu Li's act of bribing those around her had incited her fury. A chill flashed across Mu Li's eyes as he smiled and said softly, "It matters not. I will forcefully keep you by." Before Mu Li could finish his sentence, Hao Shen cut him. "You're being a nuisance here. Disappear by yourself before I make you do it myself." Hao Shen had enough of this farce, so he said directly. The crowd stood there without saying anything, shocked. Mu Li was the young master of the Wolf Head Mercenary Company, was always arrogant because his father was a Dou Shi realm practitioner, but for Hao Shen, Mu Shi, who was only a 2-star Dou Shi realm practitioner, was nothing more than a trash. Of course, Mu Li and the others didn't know about that fact. "You're courting death." Mu Li instantly became enraged and charged toward Hao Shen, but the moment he took a step forward, he was sent flying more than 20 meters back and crashed into a tree's trunk, making him cough blood. "I already warned you." Hao Shen then looked toward the other members of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Company. The moment his gaze stopped on them, they retreated and they started to flee while taking their young master with them. Chapter 74, Going Back to the Inner Region, Start of the Plan. Hao Shen looked at the group from the Wolf-Head Mercenary Company who were fleeing as if nothing had happened. He didn't care about a mere 2-star Douqi realm practitioner like Mu Shi, so he let them go. You guys should be careful, they will probably chase after you once they get back to their headquarters in Xianxia town. Their boss, Mu Shi, is a 2-star Douqi realm practitioner, and none of you two are able to fight him currently. Hao Shen warned the two others since they had been on the same side during the confrontation. Thanks, Mr. Xiaoyi Xian was the first to reply. Don't call me like that, I'm not old enough. In his younger days, Hao Shen had always looked much older than his true age, and he was even called as an elder by peoples older than him, so he was a little bit exasperated about this. The two of them stood a little bit shocked when they heard this, but Xiao Yan suddenly looked like he understood something. In fact, Yao Lao could easily see Hao Shen's face even while he was wearing a mask. So he had described Hao Shen's appearance to Xiao Yan. Even if Hao Shen's face had changed in the last 4 years, Xiao Yan had been able to find the similarity, and the fact that Hao Shen was already a Douqi realm practitioner had already spread in the Jia Ma Empire after the test for the Jia Nan Academy had concluded. While combining all these facts, Xiao Yan had been able to understand the true identity of Hao Shen, but he didn't say anything. Xiaoyi Xian then declared that she would go back to the Almighty Medical House in Xianxia town. She called her tamed magical beast, and she left. Hao Shen and Xiao Yan stayed there for a little more time. Nobody spoke, and after some time, Hao Shen decided to depart. His destination was the inner region of the Magical Beast Mountain Range. He wanted to get his hands on the ranked 6 Beast Essence Flame of the Amethyst Winged Lion. Some weeks later, Hao Shen had been observing the Amethyst Winged Lion's nest for some weeks already. He waited for Yun Yun to come and fight the Amethyst Winged Lion. He would save her and then wait for some time for her to go back to fight the magical beast. During their second fight, he would go in its nest and he would get the Beast Essence Flame. He would then possess 3 Beast Essence Flames, which would make his own Douqi Flame reach the power of a ranked 6 Beast Essence Flame. Thanks to that, he would be able to fuse 4 flames and power up his fighting prowess. Hao Shen was cultivating while observing the Amethyst Winged Lion's nest, as he always did when he heard a sonic boom-like sound in the sky rushing toward the nest. It's starting. A mysterious woman lightly stood in the sky. She was Yun Yun, the leader of the Yun Lan sect. Her calm and beautiful face carried a gracefulness and nobility that the simple dress she wore could not hide. Sensing her, the Amethyst Winged Lion came out from its nest. Human woman, why did you come and disturb my rest? The huge Amethyst Winged Lion in the sky suddenly roared using the human's language. I wish to borrow your highness, purple spirit crystal. Yun Yun parted her red lips as her beautiful eyes stared at the Amethyst Winged Lion. Her faint voice was clear and moving. Purple spirit crystal, I can only drop a small piece every 20 years. Who are you to ask for it? The Amethyst Winged Lion mockingly said. I can exchange for it with something that you need. Yun Yun seemed also slightly afraid of this ranked 6 magic beast that was well known for its fierceness. Thus she was not forceful when she spoke. Exchange. Alright, it so happens that I am now in the body transformation stage. If you can get me a body transformation pill, I will give you a purple spirit crystal. What do you say? The Amethyst Winged Lion howled when it heard the woman's suggestion. Hao Shen, who was hiding far away, couldn't help but laugh when he heard the Amethyst Winged Lion request. A body transformation pill was a rank 7 pill. The purple spirit crystal wasn't at the same value at all. It seemed that the Amethyst Winged Lion was trying to rob people. Yun Yun frowned and shook her head upon hearing the Amethyst Winged Lion's demand. With a soft voice, she said, I'm sorry, there are only a few people in the Jia Ma Empire who possess something like a body transformation pill. But if you are willing, I can use 3 rank 5 monster cores in a high Zanqi method and Do technique that you can train with to exchange with you. Not interested. If you cannot produce the body transformation pill, then you should leave the Magic Beast Mountain Range. The Amethyst Winged Lion shook its large head, not hesitating to reject the mysterious woman's terms. Letting out a soft sigh, the mysterious woman slowly lifted the strange-looking longsword in her hand and said helplessly, if it is like this, then I'll have to use force. Humans are always like this. Seeing the mysterious woman's action, the Amethyst Winged Lion immediately let loose a thundering laugh. A while later, The laughter finally receded and its voice became cold once more. I know that you are also a Dou Huang, but if we were to really fight, it would be a real question of whether you are able to walk out of the magic beast mountain range alive. Sigh, this magical beast is really shameless. Hao Shen was a little speechless while looking at the amethyst-winged lion. You don't need to be concerned about that. The mysterious woman responded indifferently as she lifted her hand gently. As she did so, a small wisp of a green-colored tornado suddenly appeared in the air. Initially, the tornado was only 2 meters wide, but a moment later, the tornado began to expand and turned into a huge tornado that was over 100 feet wide. In the space between the sky and the ground, the green tornado whizzed and whirled, constantly uprooting the huge trees on the ground. The ferocious wind quickly crushed the trees down, filling the air with sawdust. The Magic Beast Mountain Range is not the territory of you humans. You do not have the right to behave so atrociously. The amethyst-winged lion eyed the growing enormous tornado and growled. From its mouth, a deep roar echoed throughout the mountain range. Following the lion's roar, the amethyst on its body shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, a savage purple flame violently surged forth from its body. The purple flame gradually spiraled upwards, finally forming an enormous pillar of purple that shot towards the sky. During the time when Yun waved her hand, the enormous green tornado in the sky rushed towards the amethyst-winged lion in an unrestrained manner, carrying a wind that howled frantically. In the areas where the tornado passed, the forest on the ground was uprooted, turning the place into a flat yellow ground while many magic beasts fled everywhere. Watching the spiraling tornado approaching, the amethyst-winged lion's mouth let out a loud snort. It flapped its wings and the 30-foot pillar of purple flame pushed outwards and smashed towards the tornado. The two enormous objects collided in the sky. The moment they did, there was dead silence in the air. Bang! A roar of thunder abruptly blasted in the sunny sky. The tornado and the fire pillar violently collided, unleashing uncontrolled and frightening energy. At the point of contact, ripples seemed to appear in the air. Bang! A few minutes after the tornado and the fire pillar collided, they seemed to have exhausted their strength and died down with an explosive blast that echoed throughout the mountain range. When the tornado and the fire pillar disappeared, Yun, who was quietly standing in midair, finally started to move. The green wings on her back flapped and like lightning, her body instantly passed through the area where the energy was still in a turmoil and appeared behind the amethyst-winged lion. The strange longsword in her hand stabbed forward. A spinning wind blade was formed at the sword's tip and spiraled at an incredible speed, much like a green-colored ball with numerous blades growing from it. Clank clank, the longsword carrying the wind blades slashed at the body of the amethyst-winged lion, creating a clear sound in midair. However, the flashing slashes of the longsword only left a number of white scars. These white scars were present for a short moment before they disappeared. Ignoring the ordinary attack from its opponent, the amethyst-winged lion swung its head, shooting a strong large purple flame about half a meter in size from the red helix-shaped horn on its head. The blazing purple flame caused Yun to knit her eyebrows together as her empty hand formed a strange-looking seal in front of her. Wind-pushing force. As her clear soft voice died off, a ferocious swirl of green-colored wind was immediately summoned in front of her, blocking the purple-colored fireball. Seeing that the attack by the purple-colored flame was ineffective, the purple glint in the amethyst-winged lion eyes grew brighter. Its huge claws smashed at Yun while carrying a beautiful purple light. Wherever the claws passed, it tore apart the air pushing against it, emitting a sharp screech in midair. Eyeing the physical attack by the amethyst-winged lion, Yun's face became more serious. A wind shield about 2 to 3 meters long suddenly congregated in front of her. Crack! The enormous claws crushed the green-colored wind shield. Under the magnificent purple-colored light, a clear cracking noise sounded, immediately splitting the wind shield into numerous pieces that scattered with the wind. The physical attack of the amethyst-winged lion possessed a strength that could not be underestimated. The amethyst-winged lion let out a low roar as its attack broke through the opponent's defense. It twisted its large body, unleashing another ferocious attack with a speed that did not match its enormous body size. Faced with the amethyst-winged lion's relentless attack, Yun could only choose to dodge. After all, it was foolish to attempt to take on the abnormal strength of the former. In the sky, the amethyst-winged lion's body continued to make quick motions and Yun repeatedly retreated. It appeared that she had fallen into a disadvantageous state, but thankfully, she did not receive any injuries from the beast. Seeing the large sun beginning to disappear into the horizon, the amethyst-winged lion which had been attacking tirelessly suddenly stopped. Its red eyes with a purple glint carried an intolerant and majestic appearance as it stared intently at the noble-looking lady. Sigh, there is still some time before I can reach the Dou Huang realm, I already can't wait for that moment. Hao Shen was watching the battle excitedly. He liked to fight strong opponents, so he decided that he would come back here when he reached the Dou Huang realm and he would fight the amethyst-winged lion at that time. Human female, you have eroded much of my limited patience. The low roar of the amethyst-winged lion shook the woods in the mountains. As long as your highness is willing to hand the purple spirit crystal over to me, I promise that I will not disturb you again. Despite being hunted for an entire afternoon, Yun Yun still appeared both graceful and noble. A fierce swirl of wind appeared and disappeared around her when she spoke. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me. A lion's roar carrying a faint trace of anger escaped from the amethyst-winged lion's large mouth. The light on its body grew increasingly intense until the bright light finally began to eclipse that of the setting sun. The strange state of the amethyst-winged lion was also something that Yun Yun was cautious of. Her face gradually grew even more serious as she felt the unnatural flow of the energy around her. A violent gale began to blow within an area that was dozens of feet wide. The purple-colored light began to envelop the entire place. After a moment of preparation, the light abruptly shrank and in just the blink of an eye, the wide hovering light had shrunk into a deep purple light pillar that was half a foot wide. Amethyst seal. As the purple light flickered, the amethyst-winged lion's roar reverberated throughout the mountain range. At the instant when the dark purple light pillar appeared, the mysterious woman's face changed. The powerful Dou technique was quickly released before it could finish. Splitting wind dance. Following Yun Yun's call, the space in front of her began to fluctuate. Numerous huge dark green wind blades that were over 100 feet in size appeared in the air. Then they linked together, forming something that appeared like a cylinder of blades that spiraled at extreme speed as it moved forwards. Bang! Bang! The space where the purple-colored light pillar and the spiraling wind blade passed through became distorted. An instant later, the two crashed against each other, releasing a frightening sound similar to two meteorites colliding. Briefly, after the purple-colored light pillar and the spiraling wind blades crashed into each other, the spiraling wind visibly appeared to be weaker. In just a short moment, the spiraling wind suddenly exploded while the purple-colored pillar merely dimmed slightly. After overcoming the spiraling wind blades, the purple-colored light pillar appeared to be at ease as it broke through tens of wind shields that the mysterious woman had put up. It finally shot into her body. Right after the attack by the purple-colored pillar of light succeeded, the amethyst-winged lion's huge body appeared in front of Yun Yun. Its huge claw unleashed 5 extremely sharp purple-colored spikes that viciously shot towards the latter's head. Wind's Peak, Killer Meteorite. Just as the huge claw was about to penetrate Yun Yun's body, the strange sword in her hand suddenly trembled. A thin mysterious beam of light that was about the size of a thumb instantly shot outwards. The light beam even made the air quivered. Crack! The beam of light shot towards the amethyst-winged lion's head, but the beast's astuteness led it to lower its head slightly, resulting in the beam of light hitting the red horn on its forehead. In an instant, the hardest part of its body was cleanly cut in half. The sliced horn caused the amethyst-winged lion to feel immense pain. It let out a violent lion's roar as its claws slashed forward with a fierce force, smashing heavily against the mysterious woman's chest. Following a piercing metal clashing sound, the mysterious woman who received the heavy blow threw up a mouthful of blood. With a pale face, she abruptly turned around and flapped her green wings. Her body flickered mysteriously and an instant later disappeared into the horizon. All right, I should move quickly. Seeing this, Hao Shen then rushed in the direction where Yun Yun had flown. It was time to start his plan.